here because the umpires, as Anthony said, are just ushering the players like a sheepdog out there doing his duty early in the morning, just trying to round up the fluffy sheep and send them back into their pen. It looks as if we're going to have a slight delay here, which, as long as it's only a slight delay, won't matter too much, and it does give us the opportunity to just tell you a little bit about what's happening with regards to the teams and also the rest of our team. Kevin Howells is here in the building. I'm not sure if he was exactly watching South Korea versus the Czech Republic in the middle of the night. Tells me it was a very, very unrestful, restless night that he had in Nottingham town centre last night. So if the old boy nods off a little later on, we'll know why. Here as our third voice, one of the team that puts together the Yellow Cricketing Bible, Kit Harris is here with us as well. He'll be here before too long, and myself, Dave Bracegirdle, and Anthony Gibson. So from the Notts perspective, that noise in the background actually will go away in a moment. It'll go away now if I press the mute on the effects microphone. It's just a hover cover. They've brought it out as a protection. The Notts squad that was announced yesterday, you may have seen, certainly got the old eyebrows raised because it featured 3 overseas players, and as we all know, you can only play 2 in the domestic game, only 2 in the county championship. And the news from Notts is that they're giving a debut to Muhammad Ali, the Pakistan pace bowler who's played in the first 6 T20 Blast matches, created a huge impression with his quick bowling. That nasty Yorker has proved a handful for all opposition batters, and Notts, sitting as they are at the moment, top of the table, clearly looking to try and pick up a win on home territory this week, just to try and keep the momentum going in this competition. And then had to leave it through a thumb injury. Sam Cetran came in. So from the 11 that started, there are 3 changes. Out go Josh Tong, of course, away with England. Carl Verena, we've just talked about, the wicketkeeper, and Ollie Stone also sits this one out. Freddie McCann fit to play, his thumb's better again. So it's Hamid, Slater, McCann, Clark, Haynes. Expect Lyndon James to push up to 6, Liam Patterson-White 7, Fergus O'Neill 8, and then Brett Hutton, Dylan Pennington, Mo Ali. So 3 changes. The bowling lineup, very impressive. Mo Ali, Brett Hutton, Dylan Pennington, Fergus O'Neill as the 4 prime quick bowlers, Lyndon James as the all-rounder, also right arm fast medium, and Liam Patterson-White the spinner. There's moisture in the air. It's a greenish looking wicket. No surprise that Hamid has put Somerset in. Anthony, what have got Somerset got to counter that 5-pronged seam attack?
Well, I'll give you the names of the batsmen they haven't got to try and resist that 5-pronged seam attack, and that's Tom Kohler-Cadmore, broken thumb, Will Smead, broken hand, Tom Lammonby, elbow operation, Tom Abel, broken finger, and Tom Banton, who rather mysteriously has declared himself unavailable for this game because he wants to focus on the second stage of the Vitality Blast. So Somerset will bat Josh Thomas and Jordan Herman, the South African, to open. Then James Rue, Thomas Rue, Archie Vaughan, Lewis Goldsworthy, Lewis Gregory, Craig Overton, Miggy Pretorius, Jack Leach and Alfie Ogborn. So it's the Somerset, just about their strongest bowling attack. You could argue that perhaps Jake Ball could come in rather than Miguel Pretorius or Alfie Ogborn, but a severely weakened top order batting lineup.
Yeah, there's not too much changes from the Blast side. Obviously, Daniel Sams, who we had here at Trent Bridge last year, has been playing in the Blast side as well. But a lot of those players have been playing regular cricket in recent times since the hiatus for the start of the T20 Blast. Some cheers from the modest crowd, the modest patrons that have taken to the Radcliffe Road middle tier. Away to our right indicates that the umpires are on their way back out. It's almost like a ceremony, isn't it? They're holding their white floppy sun hats, and they're going to go out and speak to the ground staff.
Yes, I fancy the light has improved a little bit, and the floodlights are on. I can't see that it's, unless it is actually raining, and I can't see that it is. There don't appear to be any umbrellas up around the ground.
No, I went out for the toss, and there was just the odd spot in the air. I will say there is a little bit of a damp bit, a damp piece of grass. You'll see it on those of you watching on the live stream. Yeah, slightly delayed start here at Trent Bridge, but I think the umpires are just going to wave the players on in just a moment. Notts have won the toss here and have elected to bowl first. 3 changes, a little bit of a surprise. Muhammad Ali, the Pakistan test bowler, comes in. Kyle Verreynne is one of those the South African wicketkeeper misses out. We've not started yet, but in a moment Notts will bowl. So again, very noisy just for the moment or two that it takes for the hover cover just to make its way off the ground. Very good news that play will start in a minute or two, and hopefully we won't lose any time.
Well, we shouldn't, because they allow half an hour, don't they?
Yeah, so
just means it'll be an even later finish than it would otherwise have been, provided the light holds.
1 or 2 people already sending messages in. I'll let you know in the fullness of time how you can get involved as well, should you wish to. But for all the people saying, why isn't Kyle playing? Is Kyle injured? Has Kyle gone home? Kyle Verreynne is here. I've spoken to him this morning. In Peter Moore's words, Kyle Verreynne said today to Peter, I'm more than happy if it helps the team on the decision to leave him out. And as Peter Moore said, that's what you want from your players. He's here until the end of September. As Peter Moore's again said to me, it doesn't mean anything going forward next week, Essex or whatever, he might be back in. It's just horses for courses. They've picked 13 for this match, and they've gone in with what they hope is the best 11 to front up against Somerset in this match. So Muhammad Ali gets the gig for this game. Also, the news concerning Muhammad Ali is he's in the provisional squad for the Pakistan Tour of England that will come after New Zealand. So Notts thought they'd got Mo Ali for all competitions until the end of September. He is in a provisional large squad, a large training squad. So again, we'll just have to keep abreast of that. You just think you've got everything sorted out as a coach, as a director of cricket regarding your team until the end of the year, and then somebody comes calling, and they knew they were going to lose Ben Duckett, they knew they were going to lose Josh Tong. They get a player in who's not played for Pakistan for a couple of years, he's done really well in the Blast, and they call him back into the test squad for pre-tournament training. So we don't know.
Test squad isn't so bad. It's when they're called up for test squad isn't so bad. It's when they're called up for A teams that I find it a bit irritating. And Somerset have lost Riley Meredith from their Blast side to Australia A, who are playing some obscure series somewhere. And you can see the consequences. Somerset's partial consequences in Somerset's performance in the Blast, which has been pretty dismal.
It's going to be Australian to South African to get us underway. Don't know too much about Jordan Herman. He's got a
very good record.
He's got a good record, and he's got a brother, Ruben, that's also going well. He's been playing in the recent match against England A for South Africa A.
And here comes, it's Fergus O'Neill from this Radcliffe Road end, in and bowls to Herman, and they're off the mark straight away with a single into the onside. Today is the birthday of Dick Attwell. Dick Attwell?
Yep.
Mean anything to you?
Yep.
Prolific bowler for Nottinghamshire from the Victorian era, who took 1,303 wickets for Nottinghamshire at 15.5. He was known for his accuracy. This is all thanks to Steve Pittard, retired joint landlord of the Rose and Crown Hewish Episcopi. And I'll give you his bowling figures against Kent after this delivery from O'Neill, which is turned into the onside by Thomas. Yeah, Against Kent in 1888, his first innings bowling figures were 89 overs, 62 maidens, 1 for 46. Admittedly, says Steve, these were 4-ball overs, but even so, quite a performance. No run there, 1 without loss. It's overcast and a bit drizzly here at Trent Bridge. As this comes off the edge, just short of second slip.
Yeah, I got all of that, Anthony. I've only ever known him as William Atwell, so I guess this is coming from Steve Pittard, is it?
Yeah, it is.
We're just having a little adjustment of Anthony's microphone there.
Turn it up a bit.
No, that one. Which one are you on?
I don't know.
You're on that one.
All right. Here comes O'Neill, edged. Ooh, and that comes up a mixture of bat and pad out into the offside. O'Neill getting that to go sharply away off the seam to the left-handed Josh Thomas, who batted so well on that first morning of the season at Taunton. Getting 40, it doesn't sound much, but Somerset could easily have been 5 or 6 down at lunch on that morning against Notts, because the ball was darting around under leaden skies, very much as it is here this morning. And this is again off the edge, just short of second slip. So we've had 3 outside edges off consecutive deliveries from Fergus O'Neill to Josh Thomas. Josh Thomas is still really trying to make his way as an opening bat.
Ground staff on red alert. I think there's more drizzle. There is more drizzle. Just falling, and the umpires are, I think, going to take them off. And they are. We've only had 5 balls. It's really frustrating for everybody. Somerset 1 without loss from those 5 deliveries. Single from the first ball for Jordan Herman. And 4 dots. Very, very difficult out there for all concerned. I was told on the morning breakfast on television, the localised one, that there would be cloud around for this morning and then dry for the rest of the day. Perhaps the odd shower, but nothing threatening round about 4 o'clock. But 20 degrees, which in my world is about... I don't know how you work it out, 20 degrees. I was always told double it and add 28. So I've got about 68, which isn't the warmest of days. But if it was 68 and dry all day, we'd happily take that. Again, apologies, we've got the noise of the effects from outside the hover cover, just drowning us out a little bit. Far from satisfactory start, it has to be said.
Yeah, I don't think Somerset will be too upset though about having to go off. Batting conditions very difficult at the moment, and Somerset will be hoping that the weather improves significantly before they have to go out and resume their innings, because Fergus O'Neill already finding the outside edge of Josh Thomas's bat 3 times in that first over.
The hover cover, if you're just listening to us on the BBC Sport website and app, can't see the pictures, the hover cover is in position. It'll be turned off in a moment, so that noise in the background will be muted. Yeah, Anthony's gone early on the birthdays. William Atwell was born on this day 1861, died the day before his 66th birthday, a proper Nottinghamshire hero, represented England in 10 test matches. A more recent Nottinghamshire player's birthday today. Match referee, we both, I'm sure, see him fairly often. Peter Such.
Indeed.
He's 62 today. Born in Scotland, of course. Played for England. Also played for Leicestershire and Essex in a long and distinguished career, but began here. He's 62 today. Javid Miandad's birthday as well, whilst we're just waiting for this little bit of drizzle to stop. He was a player, wasn't he? And
he certainly was.
he was quite feisty when he had to wave Dennis Lilly in his face, and off he went.
The first time I saw Javid Miandad, it must have been his first tour of England. I was scoring for Brian Johnson at Taunton, and Brian thought me and Dad was great fun, so he christened Javid me and Dad Mum and I. Oh, it's Mum and I.
Chris Payne has been in touch. Somerset have listed Goldsworthy as 6. Crick Info have him as the opener with Thomas.
No, he won't open.
Has Anthony got any idea on the batting order? Well, you've just gone with it. We know it's Thomas and Herman.
I think the question is who comes in the earlier. It's between Lewis Goldsworthy and Archie Vaughan, I think, at 5 and 6. I think James Rue and Thomas Rue at 3 and 4 are pretty much nailed on, and then it's either Archie Vaughan at 5 and Goldsworthy at 6, or the other way around.
And who keeps wicket?
James Rue.
James will, yeah.
But if I'm slightly surprised that James is playing, because as I understand it, the England squad are assembling in London on Sunday evening, when this match should still be going on, and James Rue is most emphatically in that squad. So whether he's going to bunk off to London on Sunday afternoon, or whether the ECB have given Somerset the freedom to play him for all 4 days, I'm not entirely clear.
Yeah, well, he hasn't had any red ball cricket, has he? But like you say, if suddenly circumstances dictate that he might be needed by England, then he might be whisked out of the game and a replacement called in. I must admit, that was one thing I didn't check up on at the toss. Too busy trying to find out if they're going to start on time, and all the Nottinghamshire team news. If you'd like to get in touch, you're very, very welcome on the old Twittery thing, X at Brace Cricket, or Anthony's at Ant Gibb. If you want to get in touch, I've got the email going now, bracecricket@icloud.com. And again, just
a ragged cheer has gone up.
Alerted by the fact that the two umpires again are coming out holding their caps, their hats. I'm going to check with the ground staff.
I think the drizzle has stopped. Just looking across the ground. But the head groundsman just suggesting that the weather is coming from the southeast, I would think. And the thumbs up to the dressing rooms from both umpires, so it looks as if we are going to resume.
So good news, we'll restart in just a moment. Somerset 1 without loss.
We're just having a certain amount of microphone problem here. Musical microphones. But hopefully you can hear me now. Covers coming off, the umpires are out there, stumps are going to be replaced. It's still pretty gloomy, it has to be said. Still very much a bowling morning. And survival, the name of the game for the two Somerset opening bats, Jordan Herman and Josh Thomas. Herman just with the one run off the very first ball of the morning from Fergus O'Neill, and Josh Thomas has somehow survived the next 4, so we've still got 1 ball remaining in the opening over, to be bowled by Fergus O'Neill, who has Somerset connections, as I'm reliably informed by Stuart Tudball, who's a pillar of Minehead Cricket Club. He says that his dad, Fergus O'Neill's father, Peter, played 3 years for Minehead alongside Josh Thomas's father.
Oh, crikey.
So the next generation of O'Neills and Thomases are in opposition here this morning. And Fergus, at the age of 16, played 2 games for Minehead Thirds against West Bagborough, where he got a duck, and Hewish Champflower up in the Brendan Hills, where he bowled 4 overs for 26. So there we are, Fergus O'Neill's Somerset connections. Thank you very much indeed for that, Stuart, who I know will be listening to us up there in
in Minehead.
Chris Simpson says it's a birthday we both should have got. Very happy birthday, Peter Trigo.
Oh, Pete Trigo.
We'll assume that's correct, but
don't doubt it for a moment.
No, thank you, Chris. Happy birthday, Triggs. Played, of course, the bulk of his career with Somerset, and can be found these days down at the county ground. Yeah, born 12th of June 1981.
O'Neill in and bowls and goes past Thomas's outside edge, or I think Thomas just held his bat inside the line of that delivery from Fergus O'Neill. So Somerset have got through the first over without any damage. 1 for no wicket, that 1 run to Jordan Herman.
Don't really feel like we've got going at all yet.
No.
Been very much a stop-start first 18 minutes. Some breaking news from the world of cricket. New Zealand's Kane Williamson retires from all international cricket with immediate effect. So doesn't look like he's going to get a fond farewell, neither the second or the third test, because the third test will be played here at Trent Bridge in a couple of weeks. Work's still going on in the pavilion at the far end, but he's sort of bowed out on a defeat at Lord's.
Yeah, shame that he hasn't felt able to complete the Test series.
Been a stop-start morning, a stop-start to the season for Brett Hutton, who's into the attack now from the pavilion end, the Stuart Broad end, bowling to Herman, who's got a single to his name. Brett Hutton was still really building up his match fitness when the sides met in early April down at Taunton. He'd missed all the pre-season, didn't go on the pre-season tour, Brett Hutton, so didn't play in that first match of the season. Comes in from the far end, passed on by Saggers, this down the leg side, taken by Joe Clark. The modern fashion for wicket keepers, or some wicket keepers, is to wear the pads under the flannels. Joe Clark is one of that breed, one of that brigade. You can see that he's got the pads on, but underneath his flannels. There's Hutton. This is just his 4th appearance of the first 7 matches. Bowls now, lovely delivery, nipped away from the South African, goes through to Clark. Yes, here against Glamorgan, Brett Hutton 4 for 33, then 2 for 63, took 2 for 93 against Warwickshire, and then against Leicestershire he had to be replaced at the start of day 3 with a calf injury, replaced by James Hayes. So not seen him for a couple of matches, but Brett Hutton back. No Josh Tong, of course, no Ollie Stone. Herman, the left-hander, turns this up to Pennington at mid-on. Not sure if he's played here before, Jordan Herman. Still a young man making his way in the game.
I doubt it. Brett Hutton had a tremendous game here for Notts 3-4 years ago against Somerset, and he took 6 for 45 and 3 for 44. Somerset were beaten in 3 days, I think, in that game.
Hutton again. I think the drizzle's eventually stopped as this is turned to Mo Ali at mid-wicket. Was presented with his Nottinghamshire cap by Paul Franks in a quite moving moment about an hour or so ago. Paul Franks, of course, did a little bit of coaching 3 or 4 English winters ago in Pakistan. Was really impressed by Mo Ali. He's sort of been banging the drum on Mo Ali's behalf for the last couple of years, and has got him here for the first time to play in England as Hutton drifts one down the leg side, tickled down to Fergus O'Neill, and there'll be a couple of runs. Somerset go on to 3. These sides, you would say, a banker draw perhaps from this round of matches. 5 consecutive draws, the last 5 meetings, both games in 2024, both last year that were played with the Kookaburra ball, of course, and the match at Taunton in April. And Notts have just gone 2 years now without losing at home. The last defeat was in May 2024 here against Essex. So you'd say the draw is the...
How have the pitches been playing here this season?
First day, whilst there's a little bit of life in them, you've got to make inroads.
Here's O'Neill coming around the wicket, and that's, I think, a little bit of bat on that. It's gone down to... No, it's just byes. He's got his line wrong there, O'Neill, and Joe Clark diving across to his right in vain behind the stump. So 4 runs go on the board, 7 for no wicket.
Like a lot of the grounds around the country now, it's the new ball and it's the first morning where you've got to make your inroads, and then it becomes easier for batting as the match drifts into days 2, 3 and 4. That's assuming we get the promised better weather. I expect that to happen here.
O'Neill in bowls Thomas, and he's caught at third slip. Lyndon James taking the catch, 7 for 1, and had a certain inevitability about that from Josh Thomas. He nicked Fergus O'Neill short of the slips 3 times in the previous O'Neill over. It's Jack Haynes, in fact, taking the catch at third slip, and it's 7 for 1, and one fears for this inexperienced Somerset batting lineup in these conditions against a very strong Nottinghamshire seam attack.
Yeah, he's a good bowler in these conditions. Fergus O'Neill, he's got plenty of catches there, and Jack Haynes taking it by his left knee. Good sharp catch. One of 3 slips in the cordon. Jake Ball on 12th man duties, just coming out just to attend to young Master Herman there. He has brought a bottle of drink out for him. Don't know if something's ailing the South African youngster there, but Josh Thomas, who scored good runs at Taunton when the sides met in April.
He did.
Has gone for a 7-ball duck.
It's it's Lewis Goldsworthy coming out at 3. So much for my prediction that he'd be 5 or 6.
Well, last year's match, of course, we all remember the double 100 partnership between James Rue and Tom Abel, but of course they joined up because Somerset were 0 for 2 early on. Josh Davey and Lewis Goldsworthy, was it Goldsworthy or Lammonby, were dismissed by Mo Abbas.
Gregory, wasn't it?
Right at the start of the match.
That was wasn't that in the days of the Lewis Gregory and Josh Davey opening partnership?
May well have been, but they were 0 for 2.
One of the least likely opening partnerships in the county championship.
So Fergus O'Neill is up and running for this match, his last match for Notts at Trent Bridge this season. He's contracted until the end of next week after the Essex game, and he'll be disappearing.
Yeah, it was Gregory and Davey. This is O'Neill into Goldsworthy, right hand left hand combination now. Lewis Goldsworthy and Jordan Herman. Yes, it was Gregory LBW to Mo Abbas without scoring, and Tom Lammonby caught by Harrison off Mo Abbas also without scoring. That was 0 for 2 wickets, and they became 25 for 3 when Josh Davey was out, as O'Neill is into Goldsworthy bowling a good full length, and then it became 338 for 4 as Tom Abel and James Rue added 313 for the 4th wicket. And then both of them, well, Abel gave his wicket away. An obvious trap, the short ball trap was set with deep square leg and long leg out, and short pitch bowling as playing a miss this time from Lewis Goldsworthy, and Tom Abel fell headlong into it, just lofted the ball down to long leg and was out, and Somerset innings rather subsided after that. They could have put really seriously big runs on the board and put Notts under real pressure, but missed the opportunity to do so. O'Neill then, last ball of the 3rd over, he's into Goldsworthy and beats him on the outside edge. The ball carrying through quite low to Joe Clark. So not a huge amount of bounce in this pitch, but plenty of movement at the moment. 3 overs have gone. Somerset have lost the wicket of Josh Thomas, caught by Jack Haynes in the slips without scoring, and the not-out batsmen are Jordan Herman, who has 3, and Lewis Goldsworthy, who's yet to open his account.
Of course, in that match last year, Somerset made the decision that they weren't going to replace the ball, and as a consequence, it's now a museum piece.
It is. It's in the Somerset Cricket Museum.
159 overs old. They didn't want to replace the ball, give Notts the chance of being able to score perhaps a little freer, a little quicker against the new hard ball. So they carried on bowling with the old one. Here's Hutton in this morning, working his way down the track to meet this one on the rises. Herman drops it on the leg side, takes a single. Mohammed Ali doing the fielding. There he is, bareheaded. Like I say, it was Paul Franks who presented him with his cap. Sort of his only real contact at Trent Bridge. Paul Franks, but came to the side, his first stint in English county cricket, and got off to a flying start on debut, sending one stumps flying left, right and centre on his last debut. There's Hutton into the new arrival, Goldsworthy, who pushes us into the offside. He's made a big impression and now gets a chance with the red ball to show what he can do.
Only Lewis Goldsworthy's 3rd game in the championship so far this season, because he tore a hamstring in the 2nd game of the season up at Chelmsford. He's just 93 runs so far.
Here comes Hutton. Bowls. Lovely shot. Good bit of fielding from the Notts skipper. Receiver made it. Didn't know where it had gone and did a complete 360-degree spin on the ground like a whirling dervish there, wondering where the ball had gone, but he stopped it. It was underneath him. Did a bit of a knee slide, Hamid, so he's got a dirty right knee, but saved 4 runs. It was a good-looking shot, wasn't it?
It was.
Hutton, looking fit and well, comes in from the far end, the Stuart Broad end here at Trent Bridge, and almost dragged on by Goldsworthy. That one nipped back off the seam, and an inside edge took it out onto the leg side. Again fielded by Mo Ali.
Another aggressive shot from Lewis Goldsworthy. But he's playing with fire at the moment, with the ball moving around as it is.
Just a little shot. Those of you watching the live stream of the ground staff, they've not gone too far away from the hover cover, all on their phones, having a little look at the weather, no doubt, as Hutton bowls and Goldsworthy defends. Still work going on in front of the pavilion. They, as I understand, have allocated the seats in front of the pavilion for the test match, which starts in a couple of weeks. So got a bit of work to do just to get all those seats in. And
so the seats will be
seats in front of the pavilion.
The pavilion itself won't be finished.
Correct, yeah. 8 for 1, Somerset. Early stages here. As Hutton bowls, Goldsworthy leaves it alone. Goes through to Joe Clark. The end of the over. Brett Hutton 2 overs. None for 3. Somerset 8 for 1. They've lost the wicket of Josh Thomas, caught at 3rd slip by Jack Haynes from the bowling of Fergus O'Neill. That was in the 3rd over. Just to say, up and down the country, well, not too far away, a delayed start in the match between Leicestershire and Essex. At Stanley Park, Blackpool in Division 2, delayed start between Lancashire and Kent. They've started everywhere else. Glamorgan are 14 for 2 down at home against Sussex. Yorkshire 18 without loss at home to Warwickshire. They're the other Division 1 games.
Fergus O'Neill then to bowl his 3rd over. Just conceded the 1 run. He's in and bowls to Jordan Herman, who plays that back up the pitch. Good news for Nottinghamshire supporters. Steve Pittard has produced some stats as to what has happened when Notts have either won the toss here at Trent Bridge or lost it in the current decade. There have been 20 tosses before today, and Notts have won, which Notts have won, as O'Neill is in and bowls and defensive shot. On 6 occasions, Notts have chosen to bat after winning the toss, and they've won 1 of those, drawn 4 and lost 1. On 14 occasions, they've chosen to bowl first, as they have done here this morning, and on 7 of those 14 occasions, they've won, drawn 5 and lost 2. So winning the toss and bowling appears to be the recipe for success for Notts here at Trent Bridge. O'Neill in and bowls, takes Herman on the pad, and Goldsworthy spots the opportunity for a leg by and is halfway down the pitch before Herman responds, but perfectly safe. The leg by is taken. 9 for 1. Slightly delayed start here at Trent Bridge owing to mixture of drizzle and bad light. The light is a bit better. The drizzle has stopped. The floodlights are on.
We'll be all right now.
The crowd are scattered around the ground as O'Neill is in and bowls outside the off stump on a full length, but Goldsworthy declines the invitation to have a drive. Yes, it's almost as if there's a giant sort of salt cellar in the sky and spectators have been sprinkled onto the ground, scattered all around. Every stand, barring the seating in front of the pavilion, is open.
You old romantic, yeah.
It's O'Neill to Goldsworthy, who goes for a wide ball outside the off stump and cracks it away through extra cover for 4 runs. Well, the invitation was there, and on this occasion Goldsworthy accepted it and is off the mark with 4 handsome runs through extra cover, 13 for 1.
Yeah, last thing Notts would want, won't be so fussed about the 4 runs, but it's run across obviously the slightly damp extremities of the ground and then clattered into the wall at the base of the Fox Road stand, so the ball not exactly being looked after as they would wish. 13 for 1.
Last ball of the 5th over. O'Neill in and bowls to Goldsworthy down the leg side, nicely taken by Joe Clark, diving away, tumbling away to his left. End of that over, it's 13 for 1, and I'll make way for Kit Harris for the next half an hour or so.
Thank you very much, Anthony. More from Anthony Gibson in the fullness of time. Ed Taylor's been in touch on the email, bracecricket@icloud.com. Morning, Dave. Writing this at 11:04. We've got a steady downpour down the road from you in Bingham. We had a curious one in a game I was umpiring at the weekend. The heavens opened so much I couldn't see through the raindrops on my glasses, so I took the players off. More in a second. In fact, Brett Hutton was coming in and then he paused. Now he's ready to go. Herman on strike, 13 for 1. Hutton bowls, elegant looking drive, and Mead sprawls full length to save some runs. So Ed Taylor continues. Heavens opened enough. I couldn't see through the raindrops on my glasses, took the players off, but we'd only got halfway to the boundary and it had completely stopped, so everyone was happy to continue. Few stop-start club games this week. Fingers crossed for a full day's play at Trent Bridge today. That's Ed Taylor, who's emailed bracecricket@icloud.com. Hutton, second ball of the over. In the 6th over, no power play overs, of course, in county championship cricket like we've been used to over the last few days. This has worked to the square leg umpire Ali Fields. And there's a single, 15 for 1, as we say. Very good morning for the first time today. Been a while since we've seen you at Trent Bridge. Kit Harris, good morning, how are you?
Good morning, Dave. It has been a while. In fact, I think this is my first commentary call for the BBC at Trent Bridge.
All good in your world?
All good in all cricket worlds for me. It's nice to see the champions in action.
Hutton in to bowl to Goldsworthy, just squared up a little bit. Good delivery, just held its line. I don't think he played at that one. As it goes through to Clark, 4 slips, Patterson White, McCann, Haynes, who's taken a catch, and Lyndon James at 4th slip. Yes, defending champions and current table toppers. Surrey, fancied this week, might have got the better of Hampshire had it stayed dry. I was expecting Notts to lose their top spot, but it didn't happen as this has turned onto the leg side. 14 for 1.
Well, I was just reflecting, Dave, that Nottinghamshire really must be the envy of everyone. I mean, imagine losing to the Test team, Duckett and Tongue, and then being able to leave out Ollie Stone and Kyle Farina. What luxury! They even named 3 overseas players in the 13.
Yeah,
that's swagger, isn't it?
Raised a few eyebrows when I saw the squad last night, I must admit. Goldsworthy on 4, leaves us alone, swings through to the keeper. I shouldn't have been surprised because I interviewed Mo Ali. I had a chat with Mo Ali after the Blast game on Sunday, and how are you sort of going to spend the next couple of weeks? I'll be in the squad, Dave, I'll be in the squad. And I thought, they've perhaps sort of told you that, you'll be in the squad to come in and do some gym work and some fitness training and turn your arm over and whatever.
Named in the list and around the team.
Yeah, but Mo Ali on debut is there at mid-wicket. Looking forward to seeing him have a bowl. As Houghton bowls, and it's turned away on the leg side, and the bare-headed Ali will do the fielding. 15 for 1. He's enthusiastic. The guy's absolutely love what he's brought to the side. His first stint in English county cricket, and of course, with a name like Muhammad Ali, an absolute commentator's delight.
I'm not going there. I assume you have many times, or you've got them all lined up for the rest of the season.
There's been 1 or 2 used already. He's delivered 1 or 2 knockout blows, etc., etc.
Yeah, I'm not going to go there. Now, Fergus O'Neill continuing. He has the first breakthrough of the day. Left-handed Goldsworthy on 5 to face him, still with the 4 slips, and he fires one in straight off stump, and Goldsworthy just taps it to mid-on.
Notts captain, one of your Wisden players of the year, and turned up for you.
Hasib Hamid, yes. Well, it was going to be very difficult to get any of the 4 Indian men who we named to come to the launch at Lords, but Hasib Hamid did come as the 5th, the Englishman. Here's O'Neill again. The Goldsworthy taps it out to leg, and it's mid-wicket who picks up. That's Ali himself, who shouldn't be too far off the attack. It was all the Nottinghamshire supporters listening will know it was a shoo-in, really, not just to lead your side to a championship that Surrey were very much favourites to win.
Yep.
But also to really lead the team from the front with the bat. Easy decision. O'Neill bowls. Goldsworthy just plays inside the line. The ball whistles past the outside edge to Clark. Not quite as lavish swing as O'Neill was getting a couple of overs ago. And it is a touch brighter. I feel as though the cloud is less grey, maybe even a little higher, and over towards the southwest, even very slightly broken. But even so, the pitch is dark. And difficult batting conditions. Goldsworthy gets a bit of a leading edge on this one. Tried to play to leg, found cover, but they're able to scamper a single. Goldsworthy to 6, Somerset 16 for 1, and the field switches round.
Yeah, just seen a close-up of Hasib Hamid on the live stream there. As always, it looks like he's been in a bit of a battle, been dragged through the hedge backwards, and throws himself about. One thing he's not been doing is hurting opposition batters. He's scored a century this year, but a lot of low scores, only averaging 26. Sooner or later, somebody's going to be well and truly punished.
O'Neill round the wicket to Herman. He's turned a little bit inside out as the ball angles in. Tried to play to leg, and the ball was pushed to cover. There's no run this time. And here he goes again, Hamid. Now look, he's a captain, he's a championship-winning captain. He hasn't brought a towel. He's desperately polishing the ball on his extended sleeve.
Yeah, does that
I hate to think
regularly.
what he wipes his nose on, Dave. Last ball of the over from O'Neill, and Herman drives all along the ground, and that shortish mid-off position is Hamid again, and he fields very cleanly, so a single off the over. O'Neill has 1 for 6, and Somerset are 16 for 1.
There's no sort of curse of the Wisden Bible, is there? A little bit like the Strictly curse or the Manager of the Month curse or anything?
Until fairly recently, people always used to talk about a curse for the cover star of the Playfair Cricket Annual, but I think that's lifted a bit recently. We certainly don't have one at the Wisden Almanac. Let's see. Playfair is Ben Duckett for 2026. Well,
Let's hope he's not cursed. Goldsworthy on 6. Somerset 16 for 1 in testing challenging conditions as Brett Hutton bowls the first ball of his 4th over, left alone outside the off stump. Some oohs and ahs out there, remains 16 for 1.
Any particular reason, Dave, for leaving out Ollie Stone, or do you think it's just a question of rotation?
I think it's a question of rotation. I really do. Pennington didn't play in the last match. Stone did. I know there's been a fortnight between them. As Hutton comes in once more, and Goldsworthy did well not to have a nibble at that one, but it is 2 runs to the total as umpire Saggers indicates that Brett Hutton has overstepped. It's a no ball, 18 for 1. The game at Taunton back in April, as I'm sure Anthony will have in his notes as well, was one of those all too rare cricket matches that went all 4 days and there wasn't a single no ball bowled in the game, which is
right?
Absolutely astonishing in this day and age.
Was Lewis Gregory playing?
No, Lewis Gregory pulled out on the morning.
Well, there you go.
On the first morning. Hutton. Well, he wasn't playing either, by the way, Brett Hutton. He can bowl 1 or 2. This one off the outside edge, the upper portion of the bat near the top shoulder, and he runs it through sort of gully and gets a couple of runs. O'Neill loses his floppy sunat as he chases after it, and Somerset are 20 for 1 in these challenging conditions having been put in.
There's not loads of carry. The pitch does a slightly darker pitch at Trent Bridge mean a little softer?
Yes, for the first day. There was prodigious movement there from Hutton. That was the one that he jagged back, came a long way. Clark ended up taking it, as you sort of look at it, a long way down the leg side, but the ball went past the bat and off stump before jagging back. Yes, it will, in theory, get easier to bat on as we move into the middle portion of the match, but it's always a challenge on the first morning. Historically it has been.
Yes, easy decision in the conditions on winning the toss.
Goldsworthy 8 from 24 balls. Brett Hutton hitting a nice line here, bowls, and again it's left alone by Lewis Goldsworthy. Somerset have the Roux brothers listed on the card at 4 and 5. James Roux, Thomas Roux, Archie Vaughan, Lewis Gregory and Craig Overton, who was warming up in his shorts, but he got a huge protective covering on his left knee. Came and had a natter. He used to play with his dad back in the day. Mark. This is edged, caught again by Haynes at third slip. 2 for Haynes, 2 for Notts. First one of the match for Hutton, and Goldsworthy goes for 8. Just troubled by that line from Brett Hutton. He's had 1 or 2 that have nipped back. That one held its line. Goldsworthy, I think, went really hard at it. And Jack Haynes, one of the safest pairs of hands in the Notts side, takes the catch, and Somerset lose their second. They're 20 for 2 here in the 8th over.
Yes, Goldsworthy was on the drive. And, the ball was a fraction fuller, perhaps, but it's swinging all over the place for Hutton, and he had no business playing it, I don't think. He only faced 26 balls, he'd made 8. There's no pressure on Somerset whatsoever to get on with it. Slips really close together. He played, it wasn't an extravagant drive, but it was certainly, he was aiming straight down the ground, and the ball had enough sideways movement in the air. It took a really big piece of the bat. Good catch, went low to Haynes, had to dive forward for it. But Somerset, almost too predictably, given the situation, are in bother in the 8th over, 20 for 2, as out comes a left-hander to join a left-hander. Here comes James Roux.
Yeah, century on this ground last year, that big partnership with Tom Abel. Just trying to remember what he got at Taunton. Abel got the century in the first innings back in April. Scored good runs in both innings, I know that. Cola Cadmore got the 100 in the second innings, didn't he? At Taunton. No, he did get 100. Abel, Roux and Cola Cadmore all getting centuries back at County Ground Taunton in April. Joe Clark top scoring for Notts with 92. And last year they put on 213 for the 4th wicket in that high scoring draw. 20 for 2, 1 ball left in the 8th. Been exactly the sort of start that Notts would be looking for, having won the toss. Left-hander, of course, James Rue. Pleased to see that he's getting cricket. Can be a bit of an issue when you're sort of part of a large England squad of 14 or 15 throughout a summer and you don't get any action. 20 for 2. Hutton bowls and is away. First ball, working it square of the wicket out to O'Neill. So they're surely not going to contemplate a second, and they weren't. End of the over, a successful one for Brett Hutton. 4 overs, 1 for 10 for Hutton. Somerset 21 for 2 after 8. Josh Thomas out for 0. Lewis Goldsworthy out for 8. O'Neill and Hutton with the wickets.
Not much more than a couple of hundred, 300 or so people seem to be here today, and it seems to me to be a day for finding your own spot in the larger stands. People like to have a sea of seats around them.
We're with Sports Extra listeners now as well. Dave Bracegirdle, Kit Harris on commentary. Anthony Gibson behind us will be back with us before too long. Good start from Notts, having won the toss.
And Fergus O'Neill bowling to James Rue, who's just arrived, and the first ball of the over is clipped tidily enough to mid-wicket, where Muhammad Ali is still awaiting his first bowl of his championship stint at Nottinghamshire, which Dave Bracegirdle has been explaining to us has come a little bit earlier than might originally have been expected, and might end a little bit earlier than might be expected if he makes the Pakistan Test squad later in the summer. Next ball is Fuller, and just guided down between fourth slip and backward point for a couple of runs. Rue had to run around O'Neill on the turn for the second. Soft-handed stroke outside off. I think it was deliberate. Rue goes to 3, 23 for 2.
Yes, Notts have got 2 normally new ball bowlers that we haven't seen in action yet. Dylan Pennington and Muhammad Ali.
And the quicker 2 bowlers.
Yeah.
Am I right in saying?
Yes, yeah.
There isn't going to be any respite after the openers are seen off. Rue is beaten outside the off stump. A big appeal, but an aborted one. In particular, Clark and Patterson-White, keeper and first slip, were interested in that, and I think O'Neill, who started racing towards the slip cordon in celebration, more as a reaction to the appeal than anything else. Rue stood there, impassive, as a batsman will in this situation.
I fancy it's a good bit of umpiring by James Middlebrook.
I think he might have clipped something, Dave.
Yeah. Pocket, left pocket, sort of that area.
All it is in the book is a dot. O'Neill bowls again. Shorter ball. Rue gets behind it and defends. 2 more to come in the over.
Yes, that book that the dot goes in will be put by Roger Marshall and Kevin Mitchell. They both popped up to say hello this morning, the scorers. Said I'd give them a shout out. They'll have the commentary on there in the score box. Not the greatest of views for our scorers. Ian Smith in there, as always, working the big screens here at Trent Bridge, keeping everybody up to date.
O'Neill bowls, and Rue is beaten outside off stump. I think he did play at that. I reckon that ducked back into Clark. So, more swing for Hutton than O'Neill, but O'Neill is still getting enough movement. A wicket apiece. Somerset have just got to remain, even against this quality 5-prong seam attack. Once you include James, opportunities will come. Not often, but they will come. Last ball of the over. Rue leaves this time. Good tight line from O'Neill. Somerset at the end of it, 23 for 2. That's the 9th over.
Have we got World Cup fever yet?
I've only got one World Cup fever, Dave, and that's for the women's T20 version.
You see. I was going to lure you into a trap there, and you've you've seen it coming a mile away and just battered it away with a stick of rhubarb.
Well,
That's what I was referring to.
You've asked the wrong man really, because can I say this in the Midlands? Or maybe I shouldn't.
No, I was going to draw you towards the ICC.
Football doesn't move me much, Dave.
No, I was going to draw you towards the Women's T20 World Cup, which starts tonight. Full start from Brett Hutton. England women playing Sri Lanka at Edgbaston.
Forecast is good and dry for that.
Hutton turns again. Sets off from behind a pile of sawdust at the far end, which is there just in case it's needed, and bowls to Herman, who pushes it back to the bowler. Should be a really good event. And whilst we're just momentarily talking women's cricket, many congratulations to three of the Blaze players, three of the younger Blaze players called into the England A side yesterday for a forthcoming series of T20 and ODI matches against India A. Grace Ballinger, Charlie Phillips and Emma Jones. Absolutely terrific for those three. As Hutton in again, it goes through to the keeper, and I can tell you their bowling coach Luke Fletcher, who also popped in this morning to say hello, absolutely full of it, and so he should be. Well done, fella.
Well, you've got that's a pretty decent bowling coach for any domestic team to have in Luke Fletcher.
Yes, but the senior side, they get underway this evening. Competition running over the next is it three and a half weeks, something like that. 23 for 2. Herman on strike on 5. Pushes this back to the bowler, and in slow motion it runs off the fingers of Hutton into the stumps at the non-striker's end. The Footy World Cup, of course, did start last night. The World Cup of Darts, which I know has only got minimal interest outside this particular commentary box, or maybe even in this commentary box. I know I'm heavily outnumbered, but that started last night as well. So whatever your sport is, there's plenty going round at the moment. For county championship lovers, this day seemed to drag on over the last couple of weeks as Hutton bowls to Herman, turns it to Mo Ali at mid-wicket, and he, in the time-honoured fashion, spears it into the wicket-keeper Clark.
Yeah, England women, well, I certainly don't know what their first choice 11 is, and I'm not sure they're 100% sure. The really big question seems to be whether they leave out Sophie Eccleston. Has hardly been in form so far this summer.
Herman has 5 since the start, and it just lets this one hit him. No realistic appeal from anybody. One or two groans. Yeah, certainly Lindsay Smith has sort of nailed down one of the spin bowling spots, hasn't she?
And Dean will play.
Charlie
so
Dean.
You've got the ball going the other way, but Tilly Courtine-Coleman. I mean, it sounds like crazy talk, doesn't it? When you, from the start of the season, well, obviously you choose.
He's
Eccleston,
a crazy man.
But Courtine-Coleman, I think, has been out bowling Eccleston, both slow left armers.
Next ball goes through to the keeper. End of the 10th over, 23 for 2 here on BBC Radio Nottingham on Sports Extra. Sports Extra 2 all day as well if you're out and about, want to know where to catch us, and if you're able to see a monitor or a screen or a TV set. There are pictures available via both of these county clubs. There'll be a link on the websites. Mark Muggerseth's been in touch. Dave, just stopped raining here in Radcliffe after a shower. How is the? I presume he means the Dave Bracegirdle residential care home, which will have been built away to our right since you were last here. It's fine. Still not had the invitation.
O'Neill to Rue. Very straight ball. Rue comes forward. Defends.
And Mark says, enjoying the coverage. Come on, Notts, he says, if you want to come back at him, you Somerset supporters, bracecricket at icloud.com. We cater for everyone, don't we, Kip?
I'm not sure Somerset supporters massively want to come back at him.
Let us know what you think.
23 for 2
let us know what you think.
I mean, there's shells a bit, I would imagine, the Somerset fans. Next ball is tucked off the legs. Now this is racing down towards fine leg, and it's given up by Hutton. So 4 runs to Rue. A rare misalignment from O'Neill down the leg side. Rue is very good on the leg glance, even early in his innings. And that's his first boundary. He has 7 now, 27 for 2.
I had a little look the other night. The televised game against Glamorgan, where the floodlights went pop. That was quite a dramatic ending, wasn't it?
Yes.
When it all unfolded. Jimmy Neesham, has he played for everybody? No, he hasn't played for Notts.
O'Neill has now switched over the wicket to angle it across Rue. It's wide enough for Rue to shoulder arms and let it go through. Yeah, Somerset. Well, we know they've had an awful lot to cheer over the last few years. They certainly have lots to cheer, lots to boast about, but it has been a tough month, however you slice it.
Steve Crawley might have to start calling Asiba Derek the way he's fielding this year. I was going to come on to that a little bit later on. In fact, I will a little bit later.
O'Neill on Rue's pads again, and he clips it hard out towards deep mid-wicket where there is a fielder, Ali, which means Rue is restricted just to a single. 28 for 2. Well, do you know, it's funny, Dave, it's an observation that came to me a couple of overs ago, that the way Hamid sort of bops around as he walks in, the slope of his shoulders, there is something sort of Derek Randall about him.
Looks as if he enjoys fielding, and that's the key.
O'Neill to Herman now, his body leg side at the moment, clipped off his legs, might get to the boundary and does. Hutton's had to do a lot of work down there, and he's reached the ball, but on diving he's just pushed it along the rope. So 4 runs to Herman now. 9 to him. Somerset 32 for 2.
George Curtis. Will Mark Davis be joining us on commentary? And not as far as I'm aware. George, if he's in the area.
Isn't Mark Davis strictly a coloured clothing man?
Is Anthony's right-hand man at the county ground for the Blast games.
O'Neill for the last ball of the over. This is straighter. Herman defends, but the damage is done. That was 9 runs in the over, and I fancy that O'Neill, having bowled 6, not quite all in a row, because there was a little break right at the beginning of the innings for drizzle, might be him done for the time being. Somerset 32 for 2, Herman 9, and Rue on 8.
This East Coast cricket today, but not yet West Coast cricket. They haven't started at Blackpool in Division 2, Stanley Park, the venue for Lancashire versus Kent, but at Scarborough in Division 1, Yorkshire 53 without loss against Warwickshire. At Hove, again a coastal venue, Glamorgan the visitors there, 42 for 3, so a bowling point this morning for Sussex. Other Division 2 games at Chesterley Street, Durham 45 for 1 against Derbyshire. Northants 51 for 3 against Gloucestershire, and Middlesex 24 for 1 at Worcester. All the scores as always on the cricket page of the BBC Sport website. Dylan Pennington has taken over from Brett Hutton to bowl from the pavilion end here at Trent Bridge, and his first ball to James Root goes past the outside edge and through to the keeper. Just 3 slips at the moment. We've had 4 for most of the morning, but Lyndon James has been released into the wild, or into the covers at any rate, and wouldn't be too surprised if we see Mohammed Ali warming up sometime soon. Fergus O'Neill from this end, 6 overs, 1 for 17. Imagine Ali will get a go in a moment. Here's Pennington in now, bowls, and there's an edge, and it's not quite carried to Ben Slater, who's sort of with a deepish gully, a backward point position. Genuine edge. Ben Slater, of course, was it yesterday, announced he's been given a testimonial year by Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club for next year in recognition of his service. 9 years. Next year we'll bring up the decade, and he's been given a testimonial year. They're few and far between these days, but nice to see Ben honoured by the club as Pennington bowls, and Rue turns it to Ali on the leg side. Seems like we've not had much cricket this morning, but we are already at midday. The BBC Radio Nottingham midday news is with us. Of course, we have lost a little bit of time this morning, 5 or 10 minutes late starting, and then they went off for another 5 or 10 minutes. Not particularly accurate timings, I agree, as Pennington bowls again to Roux. Just eases this one away on the leg side. Not much of a backlift. Not wanting to get himself into any sort of trouble against the moving ball. 33 for 2. Just do this update for BBC Radio Nottingham and then we'll hear more from the great man. Anthony Gibson. 33 for 2. Both players on 9. As Pennington into the South African, and he's tickled this away fine, and this will probably run away for 4. O'Neill with the attempt just to cut it off. Doesn't quite. Little shot there of Simon Trafford, club photographer on the boundary edge. Throwing it back. 37 for 2.
Pretty much all the runs are coming straight into the leg side, aren't they? As soon as the bowlers are outside off stump, they look incredibly threatening. And on the hip, that's the cash-in area.
It's Pennington's first over. Last ball. Comes in now, the former Worcestershire man bowls and thuds this nice and full into the pads of Herman. And the over ends. We're through 12 overs. 37 for 2. Here is that update for local radio listeners. Yeah, slightly late starting, and then they went off for 5 or 6 minutes, but Notts have picked up 2 wickets in the 12 overs cricket we've had. Somerset put in 37 for 2, a wicket for Fergus O'Neill and 1 for Brett Hutton, both to catches at third slip by Jack Haynes. Somerset 37 for 2. Quick update for BBC Radio Nottingham. End of the over. It's going to be Fergus O'Neill to continue. I'll get out of the way and Anthony will slide in alongside Kit.
So I was wrong about O'Neill having a rest. He's got a chance to atone for his previous over, in which he conceded a couple of leg side boundaries, one each to Herman and James Roux. But he's bowled so well on the whole this morning and throughout the season so far. I think he will atone. He's still bowling right arm over on the hip of Roux, who just drops the ball in front of him and has to be dissuaded from taking a quick single by Jordan Herman. Or Josh Herman, as I heard him repeatedly referred to on a sub-commentary the other day.
Josh Herman? I don't know where that came from.
Went through about half an hour of him being called Josh Herman on a T20 match that was more night than day-night. Roux has 9 as he faces O'Neill, and a halting LBW shout, but that ball was leg side-ish, might even have pitched outside the leg stump.
Yeah, he batted very well in that T20 against Glamorgan. Very important partnership with Lewis Gregory that gave Somerset what they would have hoped would be a winning total of 202, but Glamorgan chasing it down. But he's got a very good record in both first class and limited over cricket, Jordan Herman.
Yeah, decent signing. O'Neill bowls to Roux, who will get a single here, round the corner, down to long leg, where Muhammad Ali, I think, is fielding. Yes, it is him.
Averages 46.65 in his 43 games of first-class cricket, which is well, better than decent.
Now, Hamid has just given a warming-up signal to Ali. So O'Neill bowls very full, and Herman just checks a drive. The ball is picked up at mid-on, where Ben Slater is looking at it curiously. May have got a little bit of mud in there. He's examining it with care. That's the point at which the saliva would once have gone on to give it a polish, but that's not an option anymore, not at any level of the game. Herman on 13 waits for O'Neill down the leg side again. He hasn't got much on it, but enough to get a single to Ali. And I wonder if at some point, no, not a single, a leg bye. I wonder if at some point O'Neill might think he's going to go around the wicket. From the signal that Hamid gave to Ali, this might well be O'Neill's last over. His 7th on the bounce. He has 1 for 18 so far. This is the last ball. To Rue, 4 slips waiting. And Rue ups the periscope and lets the ball go through. Decent carry there. No run. And Somerset are 39 for 2. Herman 13, Rue 10.
Important innings this for James Rue. He's in the England squad. Not hotly tipped to play, but it's not beyond the bounds of possibility, because England will have to rejig their batting order in the absence of Ben Stokes. Jordan Cox has been brought into the squad, presumably as the sort of spare wicket-keeper batter, which is the role that James Rue was filling in the previous squad. But it's just possible that he might get into the final 11.
I feel like it hinges on Bashir. Having lost Stokes, do England want someone who can bat at 6 or 7 and offer a bowling option? If they do, that's Rehan Ahmed. If he plays, you probably don't need 2 spinners.
Here's Pennington in to bowl to Herman, who just drops that into the offside. It'd be rather tough on Shoaib Bashir. I mean, just come back into the side. Didn't bowl badly. Well, he didn't bowl at all.
He didn't bowl badly.
There wasn't a single over of spin bowled in that truncated Test match at Lord's. But yes, but he hasn't done anything either to impress or the opposite. Pennington comes steaming in from the Stuart Broad end, and this is played defensively by Jordan Herman out into the offside. It's been a measured innings from Jordan Herman, just 13 runs. Hasn't had a huge amount of the strike, 29 deliveries.
Well, he's got to be there at lunch.
Yeah,
that's the Somerset plan, and that's the way he's playing. I just wonder whether the fact that James Rue is playing in this game suggests that he is not planned to play in the England 11 at the Oval. That's my hunch.
Pennington in and bowls to Herman, who's taken on the pad. Appeal for LBW, but given not out. Looked a pretty good shout, I must say.
We'll have to see the replay on this one, because it was a decent one. Maybe just outside leg stump the tip pitch. We haven't seen it yet. Angling across the left-hander from right arm over the wicket is a bit trickier to get the LBW. I'm not convinced we're now going to get a replay. No. Well, it looked good from our angle, but it didn't look plumb. Is that fair?
Yeah. Pennington in and bowls to Herman, who plays this again defensively into the offside, and just gives that signal with his right hand, or left hand, is he left-hander, just to indicate that that one just bounced a little bit more than he was expecting.
We've seen that replay. That did definitely pitch outside leg stump.
Yeah. Pennington, tall, 6'3", 6'4", something like that. Formerly of Worcestershire. In bowls. Herman drives fiercely away over the top of mid-off. And he's gone for 6.
Well, as I say,
he's a shot out of the blue.
He's just, he's playing for lunch. He's occupying the crease. And where's that come from?
Bolt from the blue. It was a fine shot. Certainly middled it, and sailing away over wide mid-off for 6.
I suppose it was a half volley. Wide mid-off was tight in, and he knew all he had to do was pop it over the top of him. And look, Hamid at mid-off has gone back a few yards.
45 for 2. Herman on to 19. Pennington bowls, and that beats him on the outside edge. Through to Joe Clark. Well, the best possible riposte there from Dylan Pennington, having been hit for 6, produced an absolute jaffa next ball, which could easily have brought him Jordan Herman's wicket. It didn't. It's the end of the over. We have had 14 overs, slightly delayed start, and it hasn't been a particularly sparkling over rate subsequently. Somerset 45 for 2, with Herman on 19 and James Rew on 10. And we are going to get Muhammad Ali. First time I've seen Muhammad Ali.
Before we get him, it's all happening at Hove, where Glamorgan are 46 for 4 against Sussex. The men out, Zainul Hassan, Asa Tribe, Carlson and Ingram for a duck. Very gingerly up to the wicket is Ali. Real shoulder work there. Very quick from an almost ambling run-up. Left alone by Rew as it flew through to the wicket-keeper. Now there's a traditional sort of action.
He got a lot out of the pitch, though, didn't he? I mean, really got that one to take off.
Well, he bumbled in like he was going to bowl a gentle medium pacer. And then, he's built well up top. He's got strong shoulders. A little bit more pace about his strides now, and he comes in again. Quick, full. This is quicker than Rew's face from this end, at least. I think he might even be a bit quicker than Pennington. Rew is forward in defence.
Yeah, he doesn't really accelerate much in his run-up, does he? It's quite long, but
he doesn't run up like an RF, more an RFM. A bit of not a sprint.
Exactly.
Now, I realise that Nottinghamshire have signed him for the rest of the season, and he's the strike bowler. He may have a different aim in mind as he runs in now to bowl to Rew. Across Rew, Rew jumps into a leave.
It's almost like he decelerates into the crease, as if he's more interested in winding up his shoulders than in generating that big leap.
Yeah. He doesn't explode into his action as far as his bottom half is concerned. So Nottinghamshire will hope that they've got this strike bowler for a while, but Muhammad Ali's view will be he's been put on the long list for the 3-test Pakistan Tour of England later in the summer, and he wants to be in the final squad. Now, this is his chance to start proving he should be on English pitches. He bowls to Rew. Rew has hurried there, had to play off the back foot, but it's climbed on him just a touch, and it hasn't been a very climby pitch.
These are good conditions for James Rew to demonstrate what he can do against the red ball.
Yes,
helpful bowling conditions.
Yes, exactly, because the New Zealand seam attack is they don't really need helpful bowling conditions. It's a fantastic swing and seam attack. So this is Rew's chance just as much as it is Muhammad Ali's chance for later in the summer. So good little contest this. Ali motors in again, outside off. Yeah, this is quicker than anything we've seen so far this morning.
He's getting more carry than either Fergus O'Neill or Brett Hutton, or even Dylan Pennington for that matter.
He hasn't relentlessly made James Rew play in this over so far. He's bowling right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Rew. 3 slips. A slightly unconventional gully that's about as deep as backward point would be, but on the gully line. Cover mid-off, mid-on, and 2 men out for the hook. But he hasn't bowled that short yet. Ali bowls very full, and Rew attempts a drive. That was the quickest one yet. Misses it completely. Flies through to the wicket-keeper, and that's really energised Nottinghamshire cordon. Well, he looks like a great signing so far. I haven't seen him since he played a couple of test matches for Pakistan a while ago, and that was fairly quiet for him, but he's injected some real pace into this game, and that's with Pennington at the other end, who's no slouch.
That last shot was illustrative of what I think is James Rew's Achilles heel, which is the tendency to go hard outside the off stump. He loves playing the off drive, and he plays it very, very well, but not always against the right ball. And that was pitched up. It was there for it, and he went hard at it. Unfortunately, didn't get an edge. Pennington to bowl another over from the Stuart Broad end in to bowl to the left-handed Herman, who plays that up to mid-on to Brett Hutton, and there's no run. The weather, I'm glad to say, is improving all the time. There's even one or two patches of blue sky away to the southwest, which is the direction from which the weather is coming. It was a filthy day in Somerset yesterday. Cold and wet and windy. But weather forecast to improve as this game goes on, as Pennington is in and bowls, and there's a run here as that's turned into the onside. Herman on to 20, 46 for 2. Somerset, they'll be hoping against hope that these two can get through to lunch without any further damage. Thomas Rue to come in next, and then presumably Archie Vaughan, 18 years old and 20 years old respectively. Pennington in bowls to James Rue, who's now quite a senior player for Somerset at the age of 22.
Nearly 20 past 12, so just over 40 minutes left till lunch. And you know, if Somerset, if these two are still there at lunch, you'd be tempted to say that was Somerset's morning, because this is not a 2 wickets in the first session pitch, bowling attack or overhead conditions.
Here's Pennington to Rue. Oh, it's taken on the pad. Appeal for LBW as the ball goes down into the slips, picked up by Jack Haynes. Looked a bit high and a bit offside, that to me.
Well, Pennington's seam movement is, well, for a left-hander, it's leg to off. And that's what we saw with the LBW shout. I reckon the LBW shout was hitting the stumps, but it definitely pitched outside leg stump. LBWs are going to be harder to earn if that's the movement that he's getting off the pitch and he's moving in from right arm over the wicket to the left-hander.
Pennington bowls to Rue, who plays an indeterminate almost didn't play at all at that. It was short from Pennington and rather stuck in the pitch, and tennis ball bounced through to Joe Clark, and Rue goes down and gives the pitch a prod where that one landed.
It sort of died a bit, and it's almost as though you've now got a rare situation where both the bowler and the batter are dissatisfied with the outcome, because Rue and Herman have had a good old prod around the short of a length where that went, having a good study of the pitch. Pennington didn't like it at all. He looks angrily at the popping crease where they've now put some sawdust down.
He's in again at bowls and turns Rue around, taken on the pad, but only a half-hearted appeal, so a bit of a curate's egg of an over. That one from Dylan Pennington, but penultimate delivery, the one that seemed almost to stick in the pitch and came very slowly, well, comparatively slowly, through to James Rue. Didn't know quite what to make of it. 46 for 2 then. At the end of that over, 20 to Herman and 10 to Rue.
So a switch around for who has to face Muhammad Ali for his second over. His first was a maiden to Rue, and now he's starting out to Herman. The field is the same, and he's still bowling right arm over the wicket to the 3 slips. Herman has opened his stance slightly and is really cramped up and hit on the midriff, was it, or back pad. The ball rolled along the floor to the cordon, but he was beaten for pace there. I don't suppose Herman will have faced Muhammad Ali before. He'll have faced pace like this, though.
Not unless Muhammad Ali's been playing franchise cricket in the SA20, which would not be on the bounds of possibility, but that's, I think, because they both play for Herman and Lewis Gregory, the Somerset captain, both play for Sunrisers Eastern Cape.
Here is Ali. Herman plays around his front pad. He almost sells Rue down the river. He says yes, no. And in that half a second Rue was coming, they both realised that Ali had sprinted over towards the covers, to mid-wicket, where there isn't a fielder, and picked up very quickly.
It's interesting. My first reaction was the same as Jordan Herman's. I thought there was a single there. But there wasn't, because, as you say, Kit, Muhammad Ali was very quickly across.
Yeah, in his movements, Ali gives the impression of a man who is not quick across the ground until he has to be. We've just learned the truth, I think. Herman backs away this time. Some sort of distraction. Umpire signals dead ball and looks... gives an accusatory glance towards something behind him.
The sun is coming out.
Maybe that's it.
And Somerset will be very pleased about that, because conditions aren't quite so bowler friendly as they were at the start of play.
Hamid's taken the opportunity of that false start to swap places with Hutton. So Hamid has now gone to mid-off, mid-on, Hutton at mid-off. Wide of off-stump with a roar this time, and Herman is able to leave that alone. Ali went all out for pace there, without much concern about making Herman play.
Yeah, Muhammad Ali has played 4 tests for Pakistan, and he's got a decent first-class record, 232 wickets at 24.8.
Yes, not far off, in as much as these things can be compared when most of your cricket is in the Quaid-e-Azam Trophy in Pakistan, but broadly similar figures to Josh Tongue's. Here he comes, wide outside off stump, very quick again. Herman is not interested in attempting the cut here. Just leaves it alone again. You can hear, perhaps you can hear on our effects microphone, the grunt as Ali lets go of the ball. And now Herman is pointing out towards deep mid-wicket at something that's moving. Not only the sun, but also a bit of breeze now over the ground, as Herman's shirt is cracking like a flag in the wind. As Ali bowls to him. Ooh. And he jams it off his pads, one-handed in the end, out towards the squarer of the 2 boundary riders on the leg side.
I think he was shaping to leave that ball, which pitched outside the off stump, but really cut back quickly, sharply into his pads, and he played it well, did Herman.
A single was the result, 21 to him. 47 for 2, Somerset. And that's the first run that Muhammad Ali has conceded from his 11th ball.
Who's your pick to win the county championship this year?
Well, I think one of the teams here. Ali bowls, lots of lift there, and Rue allows it through more on length than anything else. It was close to the body, but well above the stumps. A dot ball, Somerset 47 for 2 at the end of the over.
It's very open this year, isn't it?
It's really, really close, but it seems, now that teams have sort of worked out how you handle Surrey in terms of preparing a ground that they can't bowl you out twice on.
Well, they're doing that themselves, though.
Well, and Lee Fortis, the Oval groundsman, also seems to have alighted upon this excellent scheme of making it impossible for Surrey to bowl a team out twice. They must love him for that. So yes, I think I don't see any material difference in what Nottinghamshire have got compared with what they had last year, and I don't see any difference from any other team that's big enough to best them in the end. So I think Nottinghamshire.
Here's Pennington in and bowls, and this is driven nicely by Herman, very well stopped at mid-off by Hasib Hamid. That was a classical off-drive from Jordan Herman. It lacked the violence of his lofted off-drive that went for 6 a couple of overs ago, but it had plenty of style about it.
There was a point in April when I might have said Somerset, Anthony.
Well, quite. Here's Pennington in and bowls and squares Herman up. Huge appeal for LBW, but nothing doing.
Pennington is bowling... I don't want to take total credit for this, Anthony, but he is now bowling around the wicket to the left-hander, which I think brings the LBW into play a lot more because he's bowling seam. Did I say to the right-hander?
No.
His seam movement would straighten the ball to the left-handed batter when he's bowling around the wicket.
He's in again. Bowls to Herman, who smashes this one back, and it hits the stumps at the far end. Oh, and James Rew is run out. The bowler Pennington just got a hand to it, and James Rew backing up. Well, how cruelly unlucky that is for James Rew. He's been working so hard, and Somerset relying on him so heavily for runs in this depleted batting lineup, and Jordan Herman just going across to apologise to him, but it's not Herman's fault. He absolutely smashed that straight drive, and Pennington must just have got the fingertip onto it, back onto the stumps, and Rew just didn't have time. Yep, no doubt about the decision at all. He was certainly out of his ground, and a dejected James Rew, head down, head bowed, makes his sad way back to the dressing room, and Pennington shaking his left hand because he just got his fingers to that fierce straight drive. It's the third wicket though. It's 47 for 3. James Rew run out in the most unlucky way imaginable for 10.
Having been the bowler in such a dismissal in the past, you know, and you're the first one who knows, and sometimes you're the only one who knows that the ball has hit your finger. I mean, Pennington certainly knows it because I think he's really hurt his finger, which I think is certainly on his left hand, so I don't think there's any risk to his further participation, but I think it might be his ring finger on his left hand. He knew immediately that it had hit, and his reaction was such that the umpire gave it out easy. I wonder if the umpire did hear anything or just sort of went with it. No complaints though.
No. I don't think there wasn't any doubt about it. It was just one of those very unlucky things.
Fantastic bit of luck, and you know that, well, don't really believe in fate, do we? But those are the sorts of things that need to go your way if you're a champion team.
Not much is going Somerset's way at the moment.
Well, they dug in for a good long time, but in the end it was a run out, and on the scorecard that looks careless, but no, that Rew was backing up in just the sort of way he should. Herman had a long half volley from Pennington, he hit it hard, so it just came down to luck.
Yep, well, one Rew is succeeded by another. Thomas is the new Somerset batsman.
Well, Thomas, not Thomas, but Thomas.
Thomas Rew.
Thomas Rew.
Yeah.
Never Tom Rew, apparently.
No. Here's Pennington in bowls to Tom Rew. Thomas Rew. You got me going.
No, it's Herman, of course, because the run out was a non-striker.
It's Herman. Run out of the non-strikers in. Get it right. 47 for 3. And whatever can go wrong is going wrong for Somerset at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, well, you can always find fault with a team, but most of what's gone wrong for Somerset in the last month is beyond their control.
Exactly. Pennington in bowls to Herman, who drops this into the offside. Succession of injuries, missing 5 frontline batsmen.
Well, and all right, Banton, I suppose, could have been press-ganged into playing against his will in this game, but if you take Banton as unavailable, Somerset are, looking at the whole squad, they are down to all
bare bones
of their specialist batters.
Yep.
I mean, Finn Hill is injured.
Yep.
There is no other specialist batter.
No. Pennington into Herman outside the off stump. Herman lets it go through to Joe Clark. End of that over, which was a maiden over, I fancy. So Pennington figures of 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 12, 47 for 3, 21 to Herman, and Thomas Rew yet to get off the mark, yet to, in fact, to receive a ball.
One more injury, and I wondered whether Somerset might call up Savin Pereira, a trialist, who in the...
He's been playing for the seconds, hasn't he?
He's played one game for the second 11, which finished yesterday.
And he got runs.
He got 115 in the first innings and 99 in the second, was out to a crazy slog sweep. And this was the 10th county second 11 that he's represented in a proper second 11 competition. Right-handed Thomas Rue now facing Muhammad Ali. Outside off stump. Feints a defensive shot. Sails past the edge. Maybe he wasn't actually playing at that one. He's played inside the line. The ball races through. One of the quicker bowlers, I'm sure, that Rue has faced. Thomas Rue. Dear oh dear, I hope I'm going to start doing this. It's very easy to call a Thomas Tom, especially in the Somerset team. Maybe that's why he's gone for Thomas, Anthony.
Too many Toms.
But yes, well, stranger things have happened. And
mind you, all 4 of them are out of action. All 4 Toms.
Yeah. Here is Ali. Slightly comfortable defensive shot from Thomas Rue, not wholly convincing. Blocked out into the covers. I mean, if Savin Pereira, he's been to 9 counties, never signed a professional contract. He's now with the South Asian Cricket Association. He's got 1 run shy of scoring 100 in each innings in the second 11 championship. Well, so what? If that's a trial, so you've got to sign him, haven't you?
Well, certainly.
What more can you ask a man to do?
If somebody gets injured, a batsman gets injured in this game, I think they'll have to. Ali bowling to Thomas Rue. In a drive, he wants the single. Hamid has a shy at the stumps at the striker's end, which would have run out Herman by 5 yards. Herman gave it up. Certainly did. I'll tell you what, if Herman had been running any more slowly, he would have been running backwards towards the pavilion. He knew he was gone. That was 2020 cricket. Thomas Rue just hit straight to the best fielder in the side, Hasib Hamid. And he was exceptionally lucky that Hamid didn't hit. He hit it and he said go. And Herman was ball watching. And only in the way that a man watches a truck coming towards him. He's only 18 and he wanted to get off the mark.
Well, he's done that now. nearly got rid of the overseas, who is now on strike facing Ali and defends around his front pad. Rather startled to find himself at the striker's end. He was perhaps expecting to watch a bit more of this over from next to the umpire.
Yes, I suppose the other possibility would be to recall Peter Trigo from retirement and play him.
Or Dylan Trigo, because he was
Dexter.
playing... Dexter Trigo, he was playing in the...
He was, but he's playing for Gloucestershire.
Don't know how that... A man like Peter Trigo can allow that to happen. Ali bowls to Herman. A drive into the onside. Hamid is chasing hard. He slides out towards deep mid-wicket. Herman's able to gather 2.
It was meant to be into the offside.
It was, yeah. My voice went in the same direction as the shot, but he turned the bat on it, got inside edge.
50 on the board.
There it is.
Somerset have struggled to 50.
Just 200 more, and first batting point will appear. So there's that. And now, hopefully his heart's racing a little less after all this drama of this over. Herman faces the last ball and again opens up in his stance a little. Back leg across, defending into the offside this time. So Ali is lively. Run-outs on the cards. A missed chance. Hamid probably had 30 metres to throw in. And he took his time, which was the right thing to do, and he lined it up, but just plain missed. Then that would have been Herman gone, but the run out in the previous over, Pennington got Rue backing up. We say goodbye for the time being to Anthony Gibson. Or do we say goodbye to me?
We say goodbye to you.
What's happening? Dave Bracegirdle is resuming his throne. I shall say bye-bye for a moment. After a few words from Dave, it will be Anthony Gibson back online.
Thank you very much to Kit, who'll be back with us after lunch. 50 for 3. Pennington from the far end bowls ball to the right-handed T-Roo, Thomas Rue. This one goes over the shoulder of the bat and through to the keeper. So almost a full session this morning, but we did have a slightly delayed start, and then we only had 5 balls and they went on for another 5 minutes or so. And I guess by lunch it'd be, 26 overs maybe bowled in this session. 4 quicks operating throughout. Here's Pennington. Spot of good fortune in the last over. Bowls to Rue, turns this behind square on the offside. Fielded by Mo Ali. And there's no run, 50 for 3. It'll be the first time Thomas has played here, won't it?
Certainly is, yep. Yep. He's just 18 years old. Cruel luck on his older brother, though.
Umpire Saggers in no doubt.
Oh no, there's no doubt about it at all.
Pennington in again, bowling. Nice push into the offside. Just steered into the gap. Hamid, as always, loses his floppy sonnet as he chases after it. There's 2 runs. Rue trebles his score, goes to 3. 52 for 3. Lovely to hear from Bobby Chapman, late of this parish, former Nottinghamshire cricketer, of course, played for Worcestershire. Dave, can you give a big shout out to club legend at Plumtree Cricket Club, local club, very successful club in the area. Plumtree Cricket Club legend Ken Carter. He retires this Saturday on his 60th birthday. There's more in a second as Pennington bowls past the outside edge. Bobby goes on. He'll be playing on Saturday, 60th birthday, playing at Kinalton for Plumtree Thirds. Outstanding club servant, great guy. Best wishes from all at the Thirds and everybody at Plumtree Cricket Club. That's brilliant. Lovely to hear from you, Bobby, and have a great day, Ken. And no doubt everybody will be able to toast his magnificent career and all he's done for Plumtree Cricket Club at the end of the day tomorrow. Have a lovely day, everybody there. 52 for 3, Somerset. Thomas Rue on 3. Dylan Pennington bowls to the youngster. This goes through to the keeper. Also been asked just to steer everybody's attention towards an event coming up. We've got the test match, of course, starting here on June the 25th. That's a fortnight as yesterday. Starts on the Thursday, the 3rd test of the England-New Zealand series, the night before the match starts. So this is Wednesday the 24th. There's an event in Nottingham. 52 for 3. Somerset batting. Pennington bowls and leaning forward. Little push into the offside. Mo Ali with the fielding, and he underarms it towards the far end. Didn't hit the stumps, and in any case, I think Rue was home. Herman likes a sharp single. There's no doubt about that. End of the over, 53 for 3. Rue up to 4, and we've had 20 overs at a local hostelry, the Poppy and Pint in West Bridgford. There's going to be an event to commemorate Harold Larwood's 100th. Duncan Hamilton, who wrote one of the best biographies of any cricketer, he wrote the Harold Larwood biography. Duncan Hamilton will be there, Hugh Turbeville and George Dobell from The Cricketer. There'll be memorabilia from the Trent Bridge Museum commemorating Harold Larwood's life. It'll be a lovely evening. And if you want to go along, tickets available now, thecricketer.com/Larwood, or from the Poppy and Pint, Wednesday the 24th.
Here's Muhammad Ali in and bowls to Thomas Rue, who plays that defensively out into the offside. And the weather is improving all the time. Lots of blue sky overhead now. Clouds high. The sun is out. The floodlights are on, but they're superfluous. And a few more people here. Hard to say how many because they are spread all around the ground, but I should think that 1,500, something like that, Dave?
You'd imagine so. It's always difficult to tell how many's actually in this stand. Can't see downstairs.
It's Muhammad Ali. He's in, bowls to Rue, turns this around the corner, and Slater is quickly onto it by the square leg umpire, and this time Thomas Rue does not call for a suicidal single.
Lads all call him, actually, Daisy, and it's the nickname he brought with him. You look everywhere on all his biographies and everything. I can't see any reference to it, but apparently one of his middle names, which doesn't feature in any of the things, is Daisy, Dayzy, and he goes by that sort of name. I didn't know if he's one of these sorts of cricketers that has this Daisy nickname. Some days he does and some days he doesn't. Well, it isn't. It is, rather than Mo or Mohammed, he goes by the name of Daisy. He bowls now nice and full, turned on the leg side. Beg your pardon, Anthony.
It's all right. It comes off the inside edge and rather squirts out to Slater by the square leg umpire. Yes, it's a sort of one-speed run-up. He doesn't really accelerate up to the crease. But, he's got a very good pair of shoulders on him, and he hits the pitch hard. And this is a good test of Thomas Roo's pretensions as a red ball batsman in only his third first-class game. Ali in bowls, and Roo gets this, played it with soft hands, which is just as well. It ran off thick outside edge down between force slip and backward point just for a single. He goes on to 5, 54 for 3. Somerset put in here this morning under overcast skies. It's very dark and damp when we started off. Looked a very good toss to have won for Haseeb Hameed, and you would have thought for just about a millisecond before deciding to ask Somerset to have a bat.
Don't even think it was as long as that. Don't think the coin had even landed.
Here's Muhammad Ali into Herman, bowls a bouncer, but not a particularly well directed bouncer, and Herman just ducks underneath it as it sails through to Clark.
Something else the club have announced over the last couple of days. They're going to have a wall of legends somewhere on the concourse. I don't know if it's at the pavilion end or where it is, actually. I ought to read it more. And they're asking supporters, members, followers, listeners, viewers, who they think should be amongst the 6 Nottinghamshire legends. I don't know how you can limit it to 6. I really don't. It's like, you've got 8 kids. Who's your favourite 6? You can't do it.
Muhammad Ali is in and bowls. Oh, and that almost runs back onto Jordan Herman's stumps. But it doesn't. He gets away with it. 54 for 3 at the end of that over. 21 to Herman and 5 to Thomas Roo.
But there we are. If you want to let me know what you think. I don't think there's any sort of guidelines to it. Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club legends. Does this go right back to the 1830s? Is it sort of one from each 50-year period? It'd be very easy to look at probably the most successful period of Nottinghamshire, the 80s, and there's several outstanding candidates in that period, but I just don't know how you can limit it to 6. Brett Hutton's back into the attack. Sunshine here. 54 for 3. Bowls now to Thomas Roo. I heard Kit talking about the Muhammad Ali grunt. That's very much as they come back for 2 byes. That one just scuttled under Joe Clark. Liam Patterson-White doing the fielding. The grunt on the release is very much the property, almost copyrighted by Brett Hutton. He's always done it in his career. A little bit like the tennis players. You'll hear the Hutton grunt when he releases it, and that one somehow slid under Joe Clark's right glove for 2 byes. 56 for 3. Listen for the grunt. There you go. And
Jake Ball does it as well. It's obviously a Nottinghamshire thing.
Jake Ball, of course, who made his first-class debut in the same match as Brett Hutton right back in 2011. 56 for 3 the score here. Not involved in this match, Jake?
No, he'd be disappointed. He's been having a rough time of it in the 20-over format.
One of a number to have played for both counties over the years, and indeed in recent years, as the grunting Hutton bowls again outside the off stump. Mentioned Daniel Sams earlier, Jake Ball, talked about Peter Trigo. Jack Brooks, of course, had a little spell with Notts just before he retired.
And Lewis Gregory, not Notts, but Trent Rockets captained them.
You're counting that, are you?
Well, it's a connection with Nottinghamshire, the county.
I've played out there in a sponsors match. Where does it stop? Thomas Roo on 5. This is eased into the offside, and there's no run. That's almost like saying I've played cricket with Mark Lathwell, therefore I'm a Somerset player.
Well, no, I mean Trent Rockets are based here on this ground.
All right. 56 for 3. Lunch will be at 1 o'clock today, despite the slightly late start and the short stoppage, they won't affect the luncheon interval. This was cut away into the offside, fielded by Lyndon James.
Missed out there. That was short and wide.
Under normal circumstances, I think Lyndon would have had an over or two by now, but of course he's no longer the fourth seamer in this side. He's the fifth seamer, in case you weren't with us earlier on. Lots of and there's nothing wrong with Carl Verena. He's here. I say there's nothing wrong. He apparently has taken it all in in very much in good heart. Feels that if the side have taken a decision, it's for the good of the club. This one past the outside edge, just nipped away off the seam, and Rue left groping at fresh air. 3 overseas players were in the squad. We knew somebody would miss out. We thought it was Muhammad Ali because we were told all along that he would be here for the blast, for the Metro Bank 50 overs and for the 6 matches end of August and September, but things have changed quite dramatically over the last day or two in that he's been selected for a Pakistan training party, a huge squad that they're going to select, the squad for the England series later on in the summer here, so he won't be around for a while with Notts.
He's bowling now to Jordan Herman, who's on 23. He's in, bowls to Herman, who just lets this hit his bat, and it runs out into a gap on the onside for a single.
Mark says, Dave, reference the legends. Agree, Dave, it's absolute madness to restrict it to 6, but me and my mate will be there, beyond there for 300 quid. I think it's money well spent.
Who'd be your 6
Thank
then?
you, Mark. Sobers and any other 5.
Yeah. Well, Larwood's got to be in there, hasn't he?
Well,
Larwood, Hadley. Thinking of the more recent ones. George Gunn.
well, that's it. You see, modern people don't know about the Guns and the Hardstaffs and the Parrs and the Clarks.
Yes, Muhammad Ali in and bowls, and Thomas Rue plays that defensively out into the offside. There's no run. Yeah, Joe Hardstaff, yeah.
Right on cue, Alan Wilson. Dave, guessing your legend would be Sir Garfield Sobers. Mine would be Derek Randall, and that's another good shout.
Yeah.
Just brilliant, Randall. Can't imagine that you could find 6 without Derek Randall, but then can you find 6 without Clive Rice, without Richard Hadley? It's just absolutely bonkers to restrict it to 6 without guidelines saying an initial 6 and then there'll be 2 added each year.
Yes, Ali in and bowls, and rather a loose off drive played by Thomas Rue, comes off the bottom edge of his bat into his pad, slips all with their hands in the air, 4 of them. So Nottinghamshire still very much on the attack. They've picked up 3 wickets, which is reckoned to be the minimum that you need to take before lunch on the first day to justify a decision to insert. At Taunton back in April in the first game, Notts managed 2 before lunch, so they've gone 1 better by virtue of the very unlucky James Rue run out. Muhammad Ali in and bowls a long way outside the off stump. No shot from Thomas Rue.
Josh Roberts, Dave, if Kyle is there but isn't playing, does that mean you'll get the pleasure of his company in the commentary box? Well, I hope so, Josh. That would be very nice indeed. And if he's around for the match, then we'll see what we can do. Always very good company, Kyle.
Muhammad Ali. 4 slips go down. He's there and bowls. Full length delivery, driven nicely this time by Thomas Rue. Didn't try and hit that too hard, just used the pace on the ball, timed it away between extra cover and mid-off. It's a relatively short boundary on that side of the ground out to the Fox Road stand.
Yes, yeah.
Out to the Fox Road stand.
Well, that's the Fox Road side of the ground. The stand actually is now sponsored, the logo all over it. the one away to our right used to have sponsors' names all over it. It's now the Bridgeford Road stand, or the fridge, the cold one away to our right, because it never gets warm in there, never gets sunshine in there. Just call that the fridge locally.
61 for 3 as Muhammad Ali is in and bowls outside the off stump, and no shot from Thomas Rue. End of that over. 5 overs, no wicket for 10, Muhammad Ali, so he's been economical. Got past the outside edge a few times. Brett Hutton 1 for 10 in his 6 overs, and 24 to Herman, 9 to Thomas Rue.
See, John Starbuck says, Dave, I'd like to think Tim Robinson, Brian Bowles and Samit Patel would all be in with a shout.
Samit Patel, not in the top 6, I wouldn't have said.
Let me just say, I shouldn't really need to say it, why I said Sobers. There was, I'm of an age where, when I first got into cricket, well, he was the man that got me into cricket, Sir Garfield Sobers, but at the time, Nottinghamshire were far and away the worst side in the country. They regularly finished bottom of the county championship, seldom got a win or two in a season, as Hutton comes in from the far end down the leg side, taken by Clark. Herman, who's been there since the start, is on 24. Through the 60s, there were worldwide 3 great sports people, all known throughout the world for their different sports. One, funnily enough, has been mentioned many times this morning in with a different fella, Muhammad Ali, Pelé the footballer, and Sir Garfield Sobers, or Gary Sobers, as he was then. This is worked away on the leg side for a single. 62 for 3, Herman up to 25. Obviously the cricket playing nations, everybody from east to west knew of Gary Sobers. And
how many years did he play for Notts?
68 to 74. But in that first year, of course, the focus was so much on Nottinghamshire. That's when the sort of, if you like, the restrictions were lifted to bring in overseas players. As Tom Rue on strike faces Hutton, eases it into the offside. Straight away brought about a winning culture. The move up the table began, and of course he did something that he was the first to do, and he's still incredibly one of only 2 people to do in first class cricket. Hit the 6 sixes. He brought a focus on Nottinghamshire which was never there before, a focus that meant the name was spread around the world. A number of years ago I was fortunate to go to Barbados with Notts on pre-season as Hutton bowls, and this has eased into the offside, and the acting Prime Minister gave a formal welcome drinks do for Nottinghamshire, and stood up and said, everybody in Barbados, great to have you here, everybody in Barbados knows Nottinghamshire because of Garfield Sobers, and everybody here supports and follows Nottinghamshire because of Garfield Sobers. And that was the draw. People didn't know about Notts up until then. He got them some worldwide notoriety as this is past the outside edge and through to the keeper. And this is all before you start looking at the phenomenal amount of runs and wickets he scored for Nottinghamshire as well in his time whilst doubling up as the West Indies captain.
It wasn't just the numbers, though. It was the way he scored his runs, and the way that wonderful long striding loping run up that he had, and the way he could he'd bowl it across the right handers and then they get that one to nip back into their pads.
Well, he was about 4 different bowlers in one, wasn't he? 62 for 3. Hutton bowls, and this is cut into the offside, and there's a single for Tom Rue. Out to Ben Slater. 63 for 3 at the end of that over. Hutton has had one spell and now into his second spell, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 12. There's others that have been part of successful trophy-winning Nottinghamshire sides. There's others that have skippered Notts to trophies that I'd certainly have in the list. But I don't think you should forget about people like Reg Simpson, who was a prolific run scorer for Nottinghamshire and England for 2 decades, and then some other names.
Well, if you're talking about captains, Joe Carr, who captained Larwood and Vose and invented Bodyline.
Exactly. I just don't see how you can restrict it to 6. I really don't.
63 for 3 as Muhammad Ali is bowling to Thomas Rue. Rue gets one on in leg stump that he was looking to turn into the onside, gets a leading edge, but fortunately for him it went all along the ground back to the bowler.
You know, you look round the ground, we've now got a Stuart Broad end, surely worthy of being a legend. We've got a Larwood and Vose stand, Harold Larwood and Bill Vose. We've got a William Clark stand, the man who turned this old meadow into this cricket ground. We've got a Hadley Hall, we've got a Sobers Hall, and so on. We've got a Derek Randall suite.
Ali in bowls to Rue, and that goes through at good height to Joe Clark.
You know, what do you do with these 6 legends if you're not going to include those that have already got things named for their achievements? I don't know. Don't leave it at 6, but you know, if it's 10 or 12 or 15 or 20, you know, you're still going to be leaving people out.
Yes, very difficult. Not a problem that we've got at present in Somerset.
Ian Warrington has gone controversial.
Is Muhammad Ali in bowls to Rue, plays a defensive shot to a good ball.
See what Anthony thinks. Ian Warrington at Brace Cricket on X. In my opinion, that type of run out suffered by James Rue is just not cricket. If there was one law I would change, that would be it. Plan to make it for tomorrow's play, coming from Hunstanton in Norfolk. Thank you, Ian. There's a view. What do you think, Anthony? Out your ground?
I don't know. I think it's just part of the game, isn't it? I mean, it is rough. But you know, if the batsman's out of his ground and the ball hits the stumps, that's out. Outside the off stump this time from Muhammad Ali, a long way outside the off stump, and Thomas Rue lets it go through to Joe Clark. There are lots of aspects of cricket that aren't fair.
Are you a Mankad fan?
As long as there's a warning, yeah. Because the batsman backing up excessively is stealing an advantage. Particularly, obviously, in limited overs cricket. And I think if he's warned about it, then don't have any problem if subsequently he's run out, as this is outside the off stump again, and lots of oohs and ahs from the slip cordon, but that was pretty wide from Muhammad Ali.
So if you're the captain and your bowler runs in, there's not been a warning, you can clearly see that the guy has gone a yard earlier, pace early, whips the bail off. How's that, umpire?
I'd withdraw the appeal.
Yes. We're on the same page there, I think. Yep. I think you're right. You just have to give them enough notice that, look, we can see what you're doing. We don't know whether you're doing it intentionally or not, but if you're out your ground and do it again, you'll be run out.
Muhammad Ali, last ball before lunch, is played defensively by Thomas Rue. The bails come off. The players head towards the dressing room, and Somerset go into lunch at 63 for 3. They've lost the wickets of Josh Thomas and James Rue. And who was the other one?
Goldsworthy.
Lewis Goldsworthy. And Goldsworthy and Thomas both caught at third slip by Jack Haynes, and James Rue very unluckily run out at the non-striker's end. A fierce straight drive from Jordan Herman being diverted onto the stumps by a merest fingertip touch from Dylan Pennington, and that was the end of James Rue.
Yeah, he'll feel awful, Jordan Herman. The best way that he can sort of pay back James Rue, not that there need to be any payback, of course, but to bat through the day and get a big score. And he looked very good this morning. 25 not out from 54. Thomas Rue 10 from 34. 63 for 3. Huge thanks to Kit Harris, to Anthony Gibson this morning, to you for being there. If you want to get in touch on email through the lunch, bracecricket@icloud.com, or on X at @AntGib or at bracecricket, and we'll give you a shout out afterwards. I'll be doing an update for BBC Radio Nottingham in just a moment, but then after then you'll next be able to hear from us round about 20 to 2 when the players return. Lunch at Trent Bridge, Somerset 63 for 3, and the sun's come out. Speak to you soon.
Welcome to East Midlands Airport. Or should we say, the easiest Midlands Airport. The airport at the heart of the UK, flying to over 70 destinations. The easier airport with faster check-in and security that gives you extra time to relax and get in last-minute shopping. The airport that gets the kids on board before they get bored. East Midlands Airport, the easiest way to get away. To book your next holiday, visit eastmidlandsairport.com.
Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge. The sunshine greeting the arrival of the players back into the middle for the second session of this ROTHESAY County Championship Division 1 match between Nottinghamshire and Somerset. The visitors put into bat this morning. Very much the worst of the day's conditions greeted them at the start of play. We were delayed by 5 or 6 minutes, and then after just 5 balls went off for another 5 or 6 minutes, so we only got 25 overs in. Somerset 63 for 3 wickets for Fergus O'Neill and Brett Hutton early on. Somerset 20 for 2 at that stage. Little bit of a counter, but at 47 Jordan Herman drilled a ball back towards Dylan Pennington, which deflected off his hand onto the stumps to unluckily run out James Rue, who'd made 10 at the time. That was 47 for 3. Since then Herman has moved on to 25. Thomas Rue on 10. Somerset 63 for 3 as the afternoon session gets underway, with Brett Hutton bowling from the far end to Herman. First ball past the outside edge. We'll, I'm sure in the fullness of time, be joined by Kit Harris, who's with us as a third voice from the cricketing Bible Wisdom, and hopefully fully satiated by what was on offer downstairs in the canteen, in the workers' canteen. Anthony Gibson back alongside, 63 for 3 as Hutton from the far end bowls, and that's just ballooned up on the leg side. Don't know if there's any bat involved, but there's no run. Welcome back.
Yes, I was a little bit late, but I was just having a chat with Michael Vaughan, whose son Archie is going to be featuring probably later on this afternoon. And good to see Michael here supporting his son.
You pointed as if he was sat out in the seats minding his own business.
He's upstairs. Also had a chat with Chris and Debbie Rue.
63 for 3. Herman on 25. Hutton bowls to him, left alone, goes through to the keeper.
Chris Rue said, well, it's James's own fault. He shouldn't have been out of the crease. Which I thought was a bit harsh.
It's a horrible way to get out.
It is.
It's your day as a bowler, I guess, if you get the verdict. I smashed on my right hand, my little finger, and the one next to it. A ball drilled back at me that went onto the stumps, and the batter was about 5 yards out. The umpire didn't give it, he was ducking for cover. This one's hit back towards Hutton, who just parries it, and Hamid does the fielding. We talked about all sorts of things this morning in the amount of cricket that we had available. One of them picked up on by Paul Drain. Thanks for the online coverage from an expat Australian, says Paul. Because you asked at lunch, Dave, happy. It's 11:20 Australian time. So here's something for when you get back. I totally agree with your Mankad discussion, although maybe it should be 2 warnings. One, a polite request between overs, and the umpire keeps an eye on it as Hutton comes in to bowl, leaving his creases Herman, but this one wide enough to leave. This is about Mankadding and whether people are believe it should be still part of the game. Give him a polite request between overs, and then the umpire can keep an eye on it. The second is a look. We know you're doing it, next time you're out, sort of warning. That would make bowlers bowling dangerous balls before being removed from attacks.
No, I think 1 is enough.
Hutton in again, tidy enough first over here. It's a maiden, 63 for 3. Keep up the excellent work. Paul finishes. Thank you very much, Paul. Appreciate you getting in touch on the email bracecricket@icloud.com. Dave Bracegirdle alongside Anthony Gibson.
Yeah, lovely afternoon now. Quite pleasantly warm out there. Plenty of blue sky overhead. The sun's not actually out at the moment. Fergus O'Neill. Funny enough, I was just looking up England Lions against Australia A back in December last year, with Fergus O'Neill bowling to Thomas Rue, who got 47 in England A's second innings, in which Fergus O'Neill took 4 for 53. So not a new experience for the young Somerset right-hander, as O'Neill comes rocking in and bowls to Rue, gets his nose over the pitch of that one, out into the onside.
I think we've said hello to everybody, but we're now joined by listeners to Sports Extra. It was a right old miserable morning weather-wise here at Trent Bridge, but pleased to say the floodlights are now turned off. We've got much brighter conditions, the sun beaming down through gaps in the white fluffy clouds, but there's enough blue sky up there, and I think we're set fair now for the rest of the day.
O'Neill in his 8th over in bowls to Rue. That one leaving him outside the off stump, but too far outside the off stump for Rue to have to play a shot. 1 for 18 in his previous 7 overs.
We know cricket, Anthony, is a game dominated by the clock. I'm told that tea will be 3:46 p.m. today, irrespective of overs left. Normally we'd play until there were 32 overs left, but that little bit of a stoppage this morning has just kiboshed that. Tea at 3:46, folks, if you've got plans later.
O'Neill in and bowls, full length, comes off the inside edge of Thomas Rue's bat out into the onside. Slater fields. Well, if Somerset have still got wickets in hand, that could actually help the batting side, because it means it'll be a long, long final session, and hard work for the bowlers. So all the more important that these two stand up for Somerset, with Archie Vaughan, Lewis Gregory next in. O'Neill in bowls, driven beautifully through the offside by Jordan Herman, by Thomas Rue rather. Beautiful flowing off drive.
Who, Anthony, in the Somerset tracksuits is taking the afternoon air over by the William Clark stand just on the net wickets? That's Steve Kirby with his back to us.
It's Curbs and Jason Kerr and Mark Stoneman, possibly.
Is Mark Stoneman on the coaching staff?
He's a batting consultant, because Somerset's batting coach, Sean Berger, has gone to Hampshire. This is another nice drive, but straight to Haseeb Hamid at mid-off. I don't think it is Mark Stone. I'm not sure who it is. Perhaps it's Pereira.
I've got some binos, but that doesn't necessarily mean we'll still be able to pick
Kean
it up.
Roberts. Kean Roberts is the...
He was in the squad, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's the 12th man. Here comes O'Neill in bowls outside the off stump. No shot from Thomas Rue, 67 for 3 at the end of the over, but the Somerset squad is right down to its bare bones. There's Kean Roberts, but there really isn't anybody else that they can bring into the side if they suffer injuries.
Nice to see a school party here in the William Clark stand. I think they were here before lunch, and nice they've been allowed to stay on, and they're now getting the better of the conditions. Brett Hutton to bowl, 3rd over of the afternoon, with the 28th over of the innings. Somerset 67 for 3. And that's with a bowling point. Hutton with the grunt, bowls to the left-handed Herman. It's been very well organised today, very compact. Dropped this on the leg side. He opened his shoulders on one occasion to heave a 6 majestically over the offside away. Slightly out of character. He had one real alarm, and it was a case of if you hit, I've gone. Sutton comes in and bowls to him, and this is turned away onto the leg side. They'll get 1, and they're going to push hard and come back for 2 very early on in this 4th wicket partnership. Thomas Rue, to get off the mark, pushed it straight to Haseeb Hamid and went for the run, called Herman through, and Hamid throwing from about 30-35 yards. If he'd hit, Herman wasn't even in the frame, was he?
No, he'd given it up.
Yeah. 69 for 3. Brett Hutton bowls again wide enough to be left alone as it goes through to the wicket-keeper. Three out today. Josh Thomas, the opener, didn't get off the mark today, dismissed by Fergus O'Neill. Lewis Goldsworthy out for 8 That was Brett Hutton with the wicket. They both fell to catches at third slip by Jack Hames, and then Rue, as we were talking about, or Rue Senior, run out by the fingers of Pennington for 10. Hutton bowls again. Herman leaves his crease, and there's no run. Pleasant enough day. One or two more I fancy have come into the ground. It was Friday afternoon now. The old working from home looks very attractive, doesn't it? I'll take the laptop and pop down to Trent Bridge. The builders seem to have... Oh no, I was going to say they seem to have gone. I think we can peer into the old dressing rooms, and I think there's some in there, look, with the fluorescent jackets on. As Hutton once more bowls. And this is edged, and Patterson White has taken it, I think, on the bounce. Didn't quite carry to him, and there's no real animation. Still be nice to see it again as to where it bounced. A little bit of a chat going on. Now it bounced there, so perhaps I should stand there. Didn't quite carry, I don't think, to Liam Patterson White. Freddie McCann was also moving towards it. He's just gone a little closer. Hutton's coming in to bowl. I don't think we got the chance to see the replay there, or I missed it. Next ball again, left alone wide of the off stump, and Hutton's been bang on the money since we've come back out after lunch, as he usually is. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 14. Somerset 69 for 3. The principal Nottinghamshire team news is that Muhammad Ali, Pakistan test player, 4 tests to his name. I've just seen the replay. Thank you very much to Kirsty and Aaron for popping that on our screens. It did take a genuine edge and fell well short of Liam Patterson White. Mo Ali gets the nod alongside Fergus O'Neill. No Kyle Verreynne playing in this match for Notts.
Fergus O'Neill then to Thomas Rue in and bowls outside the off stump. No shot from Thomas Rue. Just looking up Jordan Herman when he played for South Africa A against the England Lions back towards the end of May. He got 70 in the first game, and then in the second game 103 in the first innings and a not out 32 in the second. And in the first of those 2 games he was batting against Liam Patterson White.
So he played in the first class games and his brother played in the one-day matches.
One-day games. This is cut away through the offside, short and wide, handsome shot from Thomas Rue. Just stood tall and smacked that away, backward of point. For 4 good runs, he goes on to 18, 73 for 3.
A shot of some authority. They've just started actually in the 2 games where they didn't get any play this morning. At Blackpool in Division 2 between Lancashire and... I'll have a look in a second. But the other game, Leicestershire-Essex, has started at Grace Road. O'Neill
in and bowls to Rue. Comes forward, back pad close together.
And already Essex are 5 for 1. A wicket for former Somerset man Benny Green early on there. Benny Green, part of the new band of players, the new wave of players that have gone to Grace Road. Kent are at Blackpool. They are 19 for 1. A wicket for Jimmy Anderson.
Yeah, the late lamented. Well, he's not late, only in the sense of no longer being a Somerset player. This is turned into the onside by Rue. It'll just be a single as Muhammad Ali goes to his right at mid-on. But
I read yesterday from Liam Livingston that he'd retired from first-class cricket and he's been persuaded by Jimmy Anderson to come back and have another go. So Liam Livingston's playing in that match for Lancashire, the rebirth of Livingston as a first-class cricketer.
Well, some people have been suggesting that the fact that Tom Banton isn't playing in these 2 county championship games suggests that he might be contemplating a white ball only contract for Somerset. I sincerely hope that's not the case, because he's done well in red ball cricket since he returned to it. This is edged, and it's not edged. There's an appeal for a catch behind, but umpire unmoved. Would have been off the inside edge, I think, if it had taken the edge. As that one jagged back quite sharply. O'Neill bowling around the wicket. Watching the replay, I think it just flicked the top of his pad.
Yeah. I agree with you there. I will also, something I've sort of commented on over the last couple of years. I think Notts are very, very good at dismissing disappointment instantly.
Here's O'Neill around the wicket, in and bowls, and this is punched into the offside. They won't go for 4. They'll probably come back for 2 as Brett Hutton makes his rather laboured way out to do the fielding. 76 for 3. Herman on to 29.
We all know the umpire's not going to change his mind, and so there's no point going down that avenue. But whether it's under a Mead, whether it's the coaching staff, or it's just collective, individual responsibility and common sense. They don't tend to have a whinge and a moan and a continual feeling of disappointment. They don't let it linger on. Very good at getting rid of that, and I think we saw on the replay it was another good decision from umpire Middlebrook. This partnership worth 29, 19 of which have been scored by Thomas Roos on strike now as the right-handed Hutton comes in, bowls to number 45. This is steered to backward point, fielded by Slater. Michael Lumb's old number 45. I think Lyndon James had it as well before he took over the number 8 when Stuart Broad retired. It's funny how some numbers tend to stick more than others.
Number 7 is always very popular. It was Pete Trigo's, it's now Craig Overton's.
76 for 3. So this is pushed up to Hamid at mid-off. Of course, here Chris Reed had number 7 for a long time, and the next player to have number 7 actually didn't have number 7. He had 0-7, and that was Ben Compton, who then moved to Kent. Farhan Ahmed's got number 7 now, and it is the traditional 7. There's no 0 in front of it. Never did really find out why Compton wanted 0-7. Rood 19, and a little nibble I think towards that, not enough to get him in serious
Perhaps
trouble.
he wanted 007.
Maybe.
Let him have it.
Maybe.
That should have been Jackie Bond's number though, shouldn't it?
It should indeed, yeah. Yes, he certainly kicked on Ben Compton when he moved to Kent, didn't he? He went there and
he did
3 centuries, I think, in his first 4 matches.
He hasn't quite maintained that form subsequently.
76 for 3. Next ball sent down, driven onto the onside. There's no run. One of a triumvirate of former Notts players down at Canterbury. One is Matt Milnes, who's had a little spell at Yorkshire, but is now having his second spell at Canterbury, and the other is Joey Everson, who I see has gone on loan now to Leicestershire.
Good cricketer.
Little surprising he can't find his way. And of course there's another one there as well now. Of course, Sam Northeast, who played 2 matches for Nottinghamshire, 1 against Somerset, I think. This is hit nicely by Root. They just had to wait a moment just in case it clattered into the stumps at the non-striker's end. And again fielded wonderfully by Hamid, who out-sprinted Pennington there to get down to the pavilion end and keep them to 2. 78 for 3, 1 ball left in the 30th.
Yeah, nice shot from Thomas Root.
This is a ground, of course, where back end of 2018 we saw 2 Somerset bowlers claim hat-tricks. Extraordinary fare as Hutton is in bowls, driven through the offside for 4 this time. Previous one was dragged back inside the rope by Hamid. No chance this time. Lovely shot through the offside. Final ball of the 30th over. Yeah, that 2018 game. Anthony Gibson on commentary as Tom Abel finished with figures of 3 for none. He only bowled 9 balls. Got rid of Luke Fletcher, Andy Carter and Harry Gurney. And then in the second innings, Craig Overton dismissed Ben Slater, Samit Patel and Ricky Vessels, all caught by Marcus Trescothick.
I remember it very well. It was a lovely day as well. And I think Paul Johnson was our third voice that day.
Yes, may well have been. Part of Leicestershire's academy these days. It was Harry Gurney's last first-class match as well, by the way.
Here's Fergus O'Neill to bowl to Jordan Herman, and mixture of bat and pad Ball goes out into the onside. They go through for the single. 83 for 3. Herman into the 30s.
Is he here now until you don't need him anymore? Is he here till the end of the season, Herman?
No, he's not. Just these 3 county championship games, and he has played 3. It's either 2 or 3 last games. This is punched into the offside and very well fielded.
That's Ollie Stone, who is obviously on as a sub-fielder. He's not playing in this match. Ollie Stone sitting this one out.
Notts will miss his batting. Was it 2 years ago here that he scored a mountain of runs? 83 in the first innings and 63 in the second.
Yeah.
On a very flat pitch.
He's fitting well, Stone. I would imagine he's being saved for Essex next week.
O'Neill in a bowls, and Rue plays a very well organised defensive shot. Seemed to have plenty of time to play that, Thomas Rue. His highest, this is only his 3rd first-class game, Thomas Rue. It's his 2nd game for Somerset. Played against Yorkshire at Taunton, got 30. Got 47 for England Lions against Australia A, including the man who's bowling now, Fergus O'Neill, in and bowls, and again getting a good stride in to play that defensive push. I know Chris and Debbie Rue will be on the edges of their seats. It's going to be, she said, Debbie said, it's going to be another nervous afternoon with Thomas Rue out there. She also said that James Rue has been released for the duration of this game by the ECB. O'Neill in outside the off stump, and no shot from Thomas Rue. So he will join up with England once this game has concluded. So no concerns about him having to go off down to London on Sunday afternoon.
Yep, you'd imagine the sheer weight of runs that Jamie Smith scored at the start of the season for Surrey has meant that James will have to wait a while for his Test debut.
Is O'Neill in and bowls, and this is punched through the offside. That's a very distinctive punch shot from Thomas Rue, beautifully timed. Just a short arm punch, not a conventional back foot off drive, but it brings him 4 runs, takes him on to 29, takes the score on to 87 for 3.
Been right on it, Fergus O'Neill, since lunch, and put his shirt up there over his face as if to acknowledge that. 87 for 3. It was a Nottinghamshire hat-trick. I was just talking about Abel and Overton. I'm pretty sure I was here for this one. I'll just do an update for Radio Nottingham first. We're into the 2 o'clock news. Best conditions of the day right now, Lisa. Somerset batting having been put in. It was tricky early on as they lost 2 wickets. One later on in the session due to a run out. Somerset 87 for 3 against Notts. Single taken there. Quick 20-second hit, Anthony.
Very quick.
No, they didn't. I get 20 seconds for the afternoon ones. The news bulletins are regionalised. 88 for 3. Rue on strike on 29. Hutton bowls wide enough to the off stump, or outside the off stump. Goes through to Joe Clark. So he saw and noticed this morning he's wearing pads, but they're underneath his flannels. It's the modern way, isn't it? He's got his shirt out as well. I know what your dad would have said commentating on. 88 for 3.
Wicketkeepers had proper pads in those days. A couple of barn doors strapped to their shins.
Sure would have been tucked in. Hutton bowls and eased out into the offside. Wicket-keeping gauntlets, twice the size of those these days. Bring Kit Harris in at the end of the over. 88 for 3. Thomas Rue has 29.
What have you made of him so far, Thomas Rue?
There was understandable nerves, obviously, that very first run, wasn't there? But since then, he's quite down. He's played some lovely shots and gets well forward here again to Hutton. That's the way. That'll negate any movement. He's put the bad ball away very nicely. So what is his best? No, he said it's only his third first class
47
game,
for England Lions.
Okay.
His best for Somerset is 30.
Okay. Early days. He keeps wicket as well, but he won't be keeping wicket in this game. Or he doesn't keep wicket so much. As Hutton bowls. Again, solidly before with textbook defensive block into
There's
the offside.
a big debate goes on as to which of them is the better wicketkeeper.
Okay.
And
So if James
their
missed
pair-
next week's match,
Oh,
Thomas would keep.
Yeah, would certainly keep. There's not a... His parents will not be drawn on the issue. And I haven't seen enough of Thomas Rue's wicket-keeping to be able to express an opinion.
Playing very nicely out there at number 5 and very nearly jinxed him there as he inside edged it onto the boot. Hutton has been pretty good. 11 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 21. Do you want to break? Or I was going to bring Kit in here alongside you to chat about something interesting. More from Anthony, and then he'll be joined by Kit Harris.
Yep, 88 for 3 in the sunshine at Trent Bridge. And a few more people here this afternoon than there were this morning. Nice atmosphere around the ground. Quite a few people up from Somerset. This is one of the more favoured trips. It's a very nice city, Nottingham, and it's certainly amongst the really big grounds. I think this is the friendliest of the big grounds to away supporters. Here's Fergus O'Neill in and bowls to Jordan Herman. Plays that back up the pitch. Would you agree with that, Kit? Friendly place to come, Trent Bridge?
I think it's a lovely place to come, and I'm not just saying that because I'm here. My editor at Wisden Almanac, Lawrence Booth, did a piece last summer where he went through all 18 county headquarters and ranked them. I won't tell you where Taunton came, Anthony.
Oh dear. Is O'Neill in and bowls, and he has Jordan Herman sort of turning around there, but manages to find the middle of the bat. What didn't he like about Taunton?
Well, it was... Everything was positive. It's just I'm not sure it was quite in the top 10. But Trent Bridge was number 1, and
Chelmsford number 2.
Northampton was quite high on the list, but that was for parochial reasons.
This is a defensive push from Jordan. Northampton, Wantage Road.
Well, we like our own ground, don't we? And that everyone has a right.
It's never been the same since they knocked the football stand down.
Well, see, Worcester New Road.
They've ruined that.
Was up there, but yeah, the hotel has. Ruined is a strong word, but I'm not far off the mark.
88 for 3 as O'Neill is in and bowls down the leg side, and a good tumbling take by Joe Clark. And it wasn't an appeal, there's just some excitement amongst the slips just in case Herman had got a nick on that. But, Michael Atherton, when he came to Taunton earlier this season, thought it was the absolute perfect example of a county ground.
Yeah, there's two types, aren't there? There's the county ground that's a small thing done well, and that's Taunton.
Yes, O'Neill in and bowls full of length to Herman, who doesn't time that particularly well, brings him a single. Out to Ollie Stone, who's on as sub.
Yeah, I'd say you've got your 3 categories. You've got your out ground,
Yeah.
Your small county ground done well, and I'd say that was Taunton, by a distance. And then your big ground, you've got your 100 hosting Test match hosting ground, and well, on that particular subject, I believe there are more people to offend by one's choice than there are to satisfy.
Is O'Neill in bowls and sweetly driven by Thomas Rue. Two fielders going to be cut off by Stone just inside the boundary rope, and he manages to keep it in at the second attempt, and they have come through for 3 runs in the space of that. That takes Thomas Rue onto his highest score for Somerset in first class cricket. He has 31, 91 for 3. Well, for my money, this of the big grounds, this is my favourite. But I guess a lot of people would go for Lords, wouldn't they?
I agree that this ground is, well, it's my favourite too, and the reason for that is it never seems, even when it's full, it doesn't seem as squashed as Lords. During an interval, it's very hard on a sell-out day to take a stroll around the ground at Lords because it's absolutely rammed, whereas here you've always got a sense of space. It's big enough to feel like a stadium, but small enough to feel that you've always got a good view, you're always quite near to the action. So, we all differ, don't we? And I'm sure
I like the Oval as well, I must say. Headingley and Old Trafford less so.
There's a provincial town element here. It doesn't feel too built up. There's lots and lots of greenery around. Well, we've all got our favourites, I guess. Here is Hutton, bowling to Herman. It's well set now, about hit on the pad, but that was an ooh rather than a how's that from bowler and the cordon, which is now down to 2. Patterson White at first.
Suggests that the pitch is flattening out, doesn't it? And the ball, of course, is getting softer.
Yes, well, McCann at second, and so did that shot in the last over from Herman through the covers, and there hasn't been much on the up through the covers today, Lord knows. 5 saving the single in the ring. So Herman digs out a really full one from Hutton. That was speared in. Still the 2 men back for the hook. And they're both 10 metres in from the boundary line. Am I allowed to say metres? Have we crossed that Rubicon yet?
Well, I think either is acceptable, isn't it?
They're not that different, really, are they? When push comes to shove.
10%.
Here's Hutton once more. This time Herman cuts, full-blooded, but on the bounce to backward point, which is James. And he has also adopted the Hasib Hamidian method of shining the ball on his sleeve. What would Debrett's have to say about such a practice? It doesn't seem a gentlemanly thing to use one's sleeve for anything other than covering the wrist.
Niggy Pretorius uses the bottom of his shirt to polish the ball. So there's a huge red stain on it.
Hutton to Herman, driven, straight. Will there be runs? Just a quick one. Hamid scoots around to pick up the ball just next to the bowler's sawdust. Herman races through as Hamid was doing his own racing. 33 to him, 92 for 3 Somerset. Of course, back in the day, Anthony, it was much harder to polish the ball on the bottom of your shirt because it wouldn't have been sticking out. It would have been jolly well tucked in, wouldn't it? No, not in.
You'd have to pull your shirt tail out in order to do the polishing, which wouldn't have looked very elegant.
I, in my own club cricket, have gone shirt out for the last couple of years.
Dear.
I've made the transition. Hutton is in again, and Tom Rue just places it into the leg side. There's no one saving the single square of the wicket. There's just the man out at deep forward square on the boundary, so that's an easy single. Rue just moved across his stump and tapped it.
Thomas Rue's had much more of the strike than Jordan Herman.
Is that 62 balls for Rue and 79 for Herman? But Herman been around for many more overs.
Yeah.
When did Rue come in? Overs?
In the 18th.
The 18th over. So he's about 3 overs short of equalling Herman. He's only 1 run short of him. Herman is now on strike. And just defends into the offside. That completes the over from Hutton, who has 1 for 23 from 12. Herman 33, Roux 32. Thomas Roux will be on strike for the next over. 93 for 3, Somerset.
Yeah, interesting how both of these batsmen just taking half a step down the pitch towards the pitch of the ball as Brett Hutton bowls.
That's usually about negating swing, isn't it?
It's something that Tom Kohler-Cadmore takes to extreme.
Well, he's on the march, isn't he?
Yeah, exactly.
It's almost as though he's decided to walk for the pavilion.
And when it comes off, it's very effective because it does put the bowlers off their length. And bowlers don't much like batsmen who are coming at them. They're much happier bowling at relatively quiescent batsmen, and they feel that they're in control. Somerset Council of War taking place under the scoreboard, far end of the ground. We're going to have Dylan Pennington to bowl from this Radcliffe Road end.
Who's in the Council of War? Kerr?
It's Kerr and Curbs, and I'm not sure who the third one is.
It isn't grey enough to be Andy Hurry.
No, it's not Andy Hurry. Here's Pennington in and bowls to Roux, goes for a big off drive. Fine looking shot, except it made no contact with the ball.
It had the potential for not being quite so fine on the as far as the slips were concerned. 3 of them.
He plays.
Oh look, we're very kindly being given a look about who's in the Council of War, but the man we can't identify has his back to us.
Still don't know.
Strength and conditioning.
Could be.
TV cameras have gone to all that effort, and now we've muffed it.
Here's Pennington in and bowls. Another swing and a miss.
Stop it.
Thomas Roux. Good bowling this though from Pennington. He's noted the penchant that Thomas Roux has for that flowing off drive. Interesting to compare the off drives of the two brothers. James's off drive is more of a punch, whereas Thomas has got more of a flow to it.
I think there's more bottom hand in Thomas's, and he's happy to play further away from the body and with less of a stride.
He's got another chance now as Pennington is in and bowls, and this time it's outside the off stump and keeps his bat well out of harm's way. He's not tall, Thomas Roux. He's slightly shorter than his brother, but he's probably still growing. His brother just around 6 feet, just maybe slightly under 6 foot, 5'10". Thomas around just slightly shorter. Not quite so solidly built as James. And a very different style of batsman as Pennington is in and bowls. This is nicely tucked down to long leg. It'll just be a single as the throw comes in. 94 for 3 goes on to 33. Jordan Herman also on 33. Jordan Herman looks very well organised batsman, doesn't he? Obviously been well coached as a youngster. Can play all forms equally effectively.
Great opportunity for him. That he's not an international player yet. An A-team player.
Here's Pennington going around the wicket to Jordan Herman. Why do you think he's going around the wicket to Herman and over the wicket to Thomas Roux?
I had a chat about
I
this.
suppose it's just right hand, left hand, isn't it?
Earlier on, he did start to the left-handers when James Roux was batting with Herman, so there were 2 of them. He was bowling right arm over and got a little bit of seam movement from leg to off to the left-hander and had 2 or 3 LBW shouts, all of which were pitching outside leg, so I thought maybe he was switching round for that reason.
He's in now and bowls. It's a good ball, which is well played by Jordan Herman. End of that over. Elsewhere, they've started at wherever Essex are playing Leicestershire, at the Upton Steel Grace Road, as we must learn to call it. Essex 37 for 2. Jordan Cox going well there, 22 not out from just 10 deliveries. Jordan Cox been recalled to the England squad. Whether he'll play or not remains to be seen. He'll probably be the spare wicket keeper.
A change of bowling at is that the Stuart Broad end now? Is that what we call it?
Glamorgan in trouble against Sussex, 106 for 6. Yorkshire going great guns against Warwickshire, 141 for 1, with Luxton 69. Adam Lyth is out for 29.
Lyndon James it is, coming into the attack, bowling to Thomas Rue. He's got 2 slips. The first ball is back of a length, and Rue defends coming forward. James has he hasn't had a penetrative season with the ball. He's played a role so far in the Championship. 10 wickets with a best of 3 for 79, averaging 47. So not front-line bowler stuff, but a useful support role. While Nottinghamshire rotate their seamers, they've decided that the third change bowler will be James rather than Patterson White, who I don't think we've seen yet.
No, yet.
It's not that sort of pitch, not yet. Unless you are of the type who subscribe to if it seems, it spins. James bowls to Rue, goes for that drive, flies away over where Gully would have been. 4 runs down to deep third. That was the off drive he tried a couple of times in the previous over of Pennington, and it didn't quite come off this time because it didn't go where he intended, through the covers. It does bring up the 50 partnership for the 4th wicket from 107 balls. Rue has contributed 37 of those, Herman just 12.
But he has had a lot more of the strike.
He has, he's still catching up. James now looking for revenge, outside off, left on length. The ball just coming a little back in, I think. Thomas Rue came forward and just lifted the bat. A leave of confidence. And, 98 for 3 is not a total to inspire colossal confidence at this point, but it's a lot better than it might have been from about 20 for 2. Batting conditions have just eased a bit as the skies brighten. James to Rue, turned him round a bit, back of a length. The heavy ball, perhaps. Rue defends.
It's still doing a bit off the seam, isn't it?
There's obviously still moisture in the pitch because it's still dark. Though it'll, as Dave Bracegirdle told us earlier on, it'll lighten over time. Of course it will.
Well, the used pitch that's 2 away from it is straw-coloured. That's presumably how this will turn out eventually.
James bowls. Rue just taps it into the leg side. No fielder saving the single there still. So he can jog the single. Just walks across his wicket and pushes the ball for the single there. It's on offer and he takes it. 38 to Thomas Rue. 99 for 3 Somerset. Rue is now only 11 balls behind Herman. So yeah, he has really dominated the strike. Herman just going along in his own way, at his own pace. And the only time he really did anything in a different gear was in the morning session when he suddenly decided to bash a 6 over mid-off. Leg glance here, he's going to get 4. The ball was misdirected. That's the trouble with the old left-hand, right-hand combination. Herman to 37. Somerset have reached and passed 100. 103 for 3. It's taken them exactly 36 overs to do it. But in the conditions and against a seam attack of, well, such skill that it was able to leave out Ollie Stone.
Yeah, makeshift top order as well. But I think of this top order, probably, well, James Rue would certainly have been in it. Jordan Herman, well, he wouldn't have been in it because he was only signed because of the injuries.
Yeah, the top 6 has got one of its regulars.
Yeah. Is Pennington in a bowls, driven nicely but well fielded by Lyndon James in the covers. Somerset missing Tom Kohler-Cadmore, Will Smead, Tom Lammonby, Tom Abel, and for reasons that aren't entirely clear, Tom Banton. But the supposition is that Somerset don't want to risk him in red ball cricket in case he suffers some sort of injury which might keep him out of their remaining games in the Blast. Pennington in and bowls, and this is played defensively into the offside by Thomas Rue.
Is there any reason, Anthony, to have optimism of Somerset fans about getting any of these injured types back for the second tranche of Blast fixtures?
Tom Kohler-Cadmore is, I think he's due to play, he's to have a tryout for the seconds next week. I think he'll be the earliest to return. Will Smead broke his hand up at Edgbaston 3 weeks ago. Don't think he'll be back just yet. Pennington in and bowls outside the off stump.
The trouble for Somerset is that you haven't got the Blast split into several bits with a final right at the end of the season and they'll all be fit for the final. The Blast final comes at the end of the next set of fixtures.
Well, I think realistically Somerset are going to win 5 out of their remaining 6 games in the Blast if they're going to qualify for the quarter-final, and it's very hard to see them doing that without Will Smead, Tom Lammonby and Tom Abel, even if Tom Kohler-Cadmore is fit. The 3 big guns at the top of their order are their main strength. This is down the leg side in Blast cricket. Banton, Smead and Tom Kohler-Cadmore.
Yes, it's made it look like losing Dixon, not offering Sean Dixon a contract so he could go to Glamorgan, looks incredibly stupid now. But of course, it only looks like that because
Sean Dixon was signed
injuries
as
to
an opening batsman in the county championship, and his record, I think he averaged 17 for Somerset in red ball cricket. And in white ball cricket, he would be keeping out of the side the likes of young Thomas Rue here.
Yep.
Short outside the off stump, and I think it was fair enough for Somerset to say, well, you know, if we want to, we've invested a lot in our young players through the pathway.
Yep.
We've got to give them the chance to play first team cricket, and because if we don't, they'll go somewhere else.
Well, and as silly as the Dixon decision may look because of these injuries, you know, had no one been injured, it oughtn't to be a problem. So it's just a bit of an unfortunate situation all round, but I'm not sure I would go as far as blaming anyone for it.
Pennington in and bowls, and this is pushed into the offside. I think about a single, but Pennington very quickly across to do the fielding. Someone mischievously suggests that perhaps Somerset could ask Glamorgan if we can get Sean Dixon on loan for a couple of games in the county championship. But
nice for him that he twice played important roles in Glamorgan victories over Somerset.
Very nice. Yeah, he won the county championship game effectively. Played the key innings in the second innings as Glamorgan beat Somerset from behind at Cardiff, and then they had the winning run at again at Sophia Gardens when Glamorgan absolutely hammered Somerset in their first of 2 Blast games, and he batted pretty well in the second one as well, which Glamorgan also won. So I think he's be fair to say he's had his revenge.
Yes, he's made his point. Right, James's first over went for 9 as he strayed onto the pads of the left-handers a bit. Herman this time, said left-hander, just able to collect a single out into the leg side around mid-wicket. So James, he's had to watch 34 overs being bowled without him. Shouldn't be too unused to that. Just got to get his radar right. He's been bowling a little bit shorter of a length than the others, as the swing disappears from the ageing bull, presumably. Thomas Rue to face him. Back of a length again, chest level, and Rue just waits for it. And there really is a drop it down single any time you like for the right-hander on the leg side. He collects another 39 to him, 105 for 3.
Sean Dixon, top scoring for, no, not quite top scoring, but Kellogg got 33, but he has made 31. But he's out now, and Glamorgan in all sorts of trouble at 109 for 7 in their game against Sussex.
Was he opening for Glamorgan?
No,
Dixon?
He comes in 6.
James now going to bowl around the wicket to Herman, and that's outside the off stump. That's a good line. Herman has nothing to do with it. Lets it go through. Short of a length again it was. James so far has not bowled deliveries that would trouble the stump. But he's trying to bring the slips into play, but it's also not quite full enough. But he's only 9 balls into his spell. Here's the 10th. Herman, tighter line, leaves it alone, and you could hear the reaction from the fielders. I don't think it was quite as tight as all that, but there's a bit of jeopardy at play out there. We've all played with people who will go ooh and ah for absolutely everything, and will shout catch it every time the ball is hit for 6. I notice World Cup fans, T20 World Cup fans, Indian wicketkeeper Richard Ghosh is particularly good at shouting catch it every time the ball goes in the air. Herman's next ball cut. It was quite full, or it didn't bounce quite so much, out towards the boundary where there's a sweeper.
Interesting that
Single to him,
got sweepers on both sides, which again suggests that the balance between bat and ball is just shifting in the direction of the batting.
Thomas Roux faces down the leg side. He went for the big swish there, but slightly quicker ball, an effort ball perhaps from James. He missed it, and it was nicely collected to his left by Joe Clark, keeping wicket today in place of the omitted Kyle Farina. What we understand was that it was an extremely gentlemanly omission that Nottinghamshire, according to Dave Bracegirdle, who does know these things, were trying to juggle their best attack, and Farina said, "Look, I won't be upset if you need me to make way." So he did. But,
Well,
we think no politics, no injury.
No, it was all about reinforcing their seam bowling attacks.
Imagine being in such a position as to be able to leave out Kyle Farina.
Here's Pennington coming around the wicket to the left-handed Herman, who drives at a full-length ball and misses out. Comes up a thick edge to backward point. He swishes his bat in irritation and frustration.
There's a slightly unusual thing about Jordan Herman's setup, Anthony, which is when he's in his batting stance, and like a lot of people nowadays, he lifts his bat, he doesn't hold it on the floor, but his head is almost sort of over-rotated, not looking at the bowler or the umpire, but almost pointing towards mid-on.
Such as the Rory Burns. This is slightly uppish, turned through backward square leg down to long leg for a single.
Being a left-hander, it's almost as though he wants his left eye to be doing the looking.
Yeah.
His left eye is pointing at the bowler and the right eye is at the mid-on fielder.
But he's a very well-organised
He is.
batsman, Jordan Herman. He looks the part.
But is this the last of his games for Somerset?
Yeah.
Or
No, one more.
One more.
Warwickshire at home next weekend. Pennington in and bowls to Roux outside the off stump, and that's that through to Joe Clark. Still the 3 slips for Dylan Pennington. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off. Mid-on, Muhammad Ali is just doing some stretches, so we would expect him to come into the attack. Fergus O'Neill's down at deep backward square leg and a long leg. It's presumably Brett Hutton down there. Pennington to Roux, just lets that hit his angled bat, runs down through the gully to backward point. Very pleasant afternoon now. Plenty of blue sky overhead. Cotton wool clouds.
Yeah, it is. It's nice now, and If you're contemplating a little trip to the cricket this afternoon, after school or after work, yeah, it's a really nice atmosphere.
Pennington is there, bowls short, and Thomas Roux not to be tempted to play the hook shot. He's obviously spotted the trap that's been laid for him, with deep backward square leg and a long leg out for the top-edged pull shot.
But I think it requires quite a bit of effort to get for the bowler to get the ball that high. Even to bowl a shoulder height, the ball's been having to land well inside Pennington's half.
Not much life in the pitch, is there? Pennington in a bowls, and Roux has plenty of time to play a back foot defensive shot. 107 for 3 at the end of that over. I tell you what, I was at Bristol last Friday night for the 20 over game.
Yeah.
And that pitch, the Bristol pitch, is completely changed.
Oh, right.
It was flying through.
We need a bit of pace at Bristol.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't believe it.
Well, they're going to host some World Cup games, so it'll have quite a lot asked of it in terms of volume of fixtures over the next fortnight.
Dwan Jansen, that's where Dwan Jansen broke Tom Abel's finger. Right. And it wasn't a, it was a short of the length ball that got up and took him on the gloves.
Herman on 40 facing James, pushes it into the offside, off balance, and he went back and then tried to drive, so it didn't have any power. James hasn't been moving totally freely. I reckon he bruised himself a bit a few overs ago when he slid along the boundary rope in order to field an off drive from Thomas Roux. Not injured, but hurting a little perhaps. James bowls full, cut in the air but safely. A race round on the boundary at deep backward point, restricts them to 2.
It's got to be Brett Hutton. It
is Hutton, yes.
He's not the most athletic mover in the field, I think it'd be fair to say.
Well, his job was to cut off the 4 and he did it. He's not exactly gambolling back to his original mark. Herman to 42. 109 for 3. Here's James again. Short, cut, 4. The last one wasn't really full-blooded, but this one barely gave Hutton a chance to move. It was too short and it sat up to be hit. I think bowling short and straight is alright on this pitch to tie the batter down, but bowling short and wide is
slow, isn't it?
It's not, the ball is not flying, it's not going to bring the edge into play that much.
You've got to pitch it up. Pitch it up, risk being driven.
So Herman to 46. James bowls once more. Fuller, cut, this time, well, too full to get all the meat of the bat behind it, and just the single out to the increasingly busy Brett Hutton. On the square offside boundary, Herman to 47. 114 for 3 Somerset, and Thomas Roux has a couple of balls to face as the field switches round for the right-hander. James not really coming off in this short spell, and there are 4 other seamers to rotate. He bowls to Thomas Roux. Lets it alone outside off stump. We're a long way off halfway in the day. I can't see us
getting... It's going to be a long final session if you're having tea at 3:46.
Yeah, why is there that sort of the fixed time for tea? We lost 6 minutes right at the after 5 balls, I think it was, of the first over. So those 6 minutes have been added on, which seemingly throws the old 32 overs left tea time thing out of the window. James bowls. Roux pulls. 4 runs, forward a square.
Beautiful shot.
Again, the ball sat up and said, hit me, and Thomas Roux was only too happy to oblige. thumped it away, moves into the 40s. Uncharted territory for him in county championship cricket. 43 to him, 47 to Herman. This partnership continues to flourish. It's now up to 71. Somerset are 118 for 3, and James's 3 overs. Well, he's let the side down a little bit as far as the seamers are concerned. For Nottinghamshire, 3 overs for 23.
Expensive. I'll just do this over, and then Dave Bracegirdle will come back in alongside Kit. And it's going to be another over. It's not going to be Muhammad Ali, although he's having a chat with Dylan Pennington. And Hasib Hamid joins in. They're talking about where to place the field. Still got the 3 slips in place. Two slips. And batsmen just have the edge at the moment over this Nottinghamshire bowling attack. Down the leg side, an appeal for a catch down the leg side. That didn't seem to me, Dave, to have much going for
No, I don't think so. Sort of at that stage where they're not quite absolutely desperate, but they'd not like an opportunity to go begging that they haven't asked for. Almost, I guess, at the stage where maybe the captain will have a couple of looks at the ball and offer it towards the umpire.
Yes. That's always a sign that the batsmen are on top. Here's Pennington in the sunshine. In a bowls to Herman, who gets that down to long leg. Not a very good delivery from Pennington. And that's 50 for Jordan Herman. His first 50 for Somerset in first-class cricket from 95 balls with 5 fours and a 6. And it's been a cool, calm and collected innings. He's slightly fortunate still to be out there because he was very, very nearly run out by Thomas Rue. If Hasib Hamid had hit the stumps, he'd have been gone by about 5 yards.
It's been one of those seasons where Hamid has hit the stumps about 5 times, and every time they've been in, when he's had a chance, he's missed.
Pennington in a ball miles outside the off stump, and Dave Bracegirdle signals wide, and I don't really know why it wasn't given as a wide. It was very wide.
Steve Crawley's in the ground. Dave slapping on the fact of 30 wasn't on my to-do list at 11 a.m, he says. So pleased. It's just warmed up out there a little bit for you, Steve. 122 for 3. This has been Somerset's hour, without any shadow of doubt, since lunch, I beg your pardon.
Here's Pennington in bowls. Oh, and that's a good delivery. Goes past Jordan Herman's outside edge. A little bit more bounce, a little bit more pace there from Pennington. I fancy the pitch is a little bit too paced. That one scooting through. 1 or 2 others have come off the surface really quite slowly.
I'll read Dave's email in full at the end of the over, but can I just send our best to Dave, who says he's listening to us from his sickbed in Worcester Royal Hospital.
Pennington in bowls to Herman. A good full-length delivery. That's where to bowl it. Just on a full length. Get the batsman playing forward rather than allowing them to hang on the back foot, which is what Lyndon James has been doing rather too often from the Nottinghamshire perspective. Partnership now worth 75 for the 4th wicket between the younger Rue and Jordan Herman. Pennington in bowls outside the off stump. Herman not to be tempted. End of the over, 122 for 3, and I'll hand over to Kit Harris.
Thank you very much, Anthony. More from Anthony Gibson before too long. Yes, Best wishes, Dave, who says, hi to Dave and the team. I'm corresponding from my sick bed in Worcester Royal Hospital. A nasty case of gastroenteritis has hit me for 6. My very dejected disposition was lifted instantly on the realisation that the best form of cricket is back at Trent Bridge today. So whilst I convalesce, I'll have you and the team for company. For what it's worth, I would put Chris Reed in the mix for the Notts legends. Cheers, Dave, in Worcester Royal Hospital. Best wishes for a speedy recovery. Dave, Kit's back alongside. You've not made a very good job of getting a Nottinghamshire wicket in the last half hour, Kit. I hope you're going to do better this time.
I'm trying to prolong my my duration spent at the game. I want to be here for all the way through the weekend. James has been replaced by Muhammad Ali at the far end. First ball is short and wide, and only hammered as far as cover.
Martin Ward, aka Wardy, exiled in Darkish, Yorkshire, says, afternoon gents, received an email from Trent Bridge yesterday asking for my suggestion for players to be honoured in the wall. Like yourself, I was somewhat baffled as to how you can possibly pick just 6. Maybe nominations should be restricted to Notts born and bred players, or players who've played, say, a minimum of 10 seasons. Obviously this would exclude legends such as Sobers, Hadley, etc. I'd suggest scrap the idea, install a memorial wall, and to honour past players and members. Hope to get down tomorrow and hopefully watch Notts bat all day.
Ali Taru, a wild drive beaten on the inside edge. Just every now and then, Rue is so keen to get through the offside. He's almost in a limited overs mode. Herman coming down the pitch saying, look, just, you've got all the time in the world. You're facing a new bowler. Very big difference between James bowling not so well, short of a length, and Ali zipping it through outside off, very full. Ali's bowled really well without reward for 6.2 overs.
First 6 were from this end, weren't they?
That's right.
Yeah.
It's changed ends. Building site of the old pavilion behind him. He bowls now outside off, falls over, almost like he's diving in to a holiday pool.
Mark Wood would have been proud of that.
Unfortunately, he's all right. It was an overbalancing rather than twisting or turning anything awkward. Good news.
Plenty of smiles, isn't there?
Yes, he obviously realised that looked quite funny. Rue, no doubt with a couple of words of encouragement to dig in from Jordan. Herman still ringing in his ear. Left the ball alone. 2 slips Ali has got. 5 saving the single in the ring. He bowls now outside off, just curving back in, but quite late, almost after it's past the wicket and left alone again by Thomas Rue, who has done, as they say, all the hard work. The concentration must never waver, even when you're in and seeing it better. Somerset's job is to bat and bat and bat, because 122 for 3 represents a recovery. I wouldn't go much further than that. No. Not against this attack. On a helpful pitch. A good pitch, but a helpful one. Ali bowls, very full. A drive from Rue, but it's saved by Slater in the gully. Bit of an awkward bounce for him. He didn't take it cleanly, but it managed to get enough body behind it, Slater, to make sure it hit him.
He couldn't have been positioned any better, could he? A yard either side, and that was 4 runs.
Yes, it flew away off the face. Not quite sure. Rue was intending it to go backward of square. Nottinghamshire will not feel too bothered about this approach from Rue at all, because he keeps looking as though he can miss hit or edge it, flashing outside the off stump. Last ball of the over from Ali. A drive, and this has got past Slater. It was a backward punch with an open face. Slater is going to haul it in. Doesn't require any assistance. Although McCann was there for a relay, and is it 3 runs to Rue?
Yeah.
He moves now to 46. Ali has good figures, 7 overs, 2 maidens, none for 13. Somerset 125 for 3 and continuing to build.
Yeah, nice slow-mo on the live stream of Mo Ali hitting the deck from the ball earlier in the over. It's been good stuff from Somerset. Either side of lunch, this pair have now added 78. They were in a whole world of trouble at 47 for 3, but managing to steer themselves to calmer waters.
Yeah, it's good cricket now, good balanced contest.
Yeah.
The batters fighting back, but they're not dominating, they're having to fight.
It's the voice of Kit Harris with us for first 3 days of this match. Dylan Pennington runs away from it, wide of the off stump, bit of a flail from Rue. Famous cricketing Harris's kit, you must have done that. I can think of a few on this.
Lord and Chris and James and Anna, if you're an umpiring fan.
There's an ant as well, an umpire, isn't there? We had that confusion last week where on the scorecards it said Anna Harris and it was actually Ant Harris. Yes, a gentleman rather than a lady. I can think of 3 Harrises that have played here. It's Pennington bowls now. Nicely organised. Rue pushes it into the offside. No, go back.
Oh right, yes, you've got Mike. You've got Mike, haven't you?
Well, MJ, who we sadly lost last year, the great Pasty Harris, yes, Mike Harris, star of the Nottinghamshire successful team in the 20s, or one of the many stars. He actually played from the 20s into the 50s. Charles Bomer Harris scored over 30,000 runs for Nottinghamshire. AJ Harris, do you remember AJ Harris? Andrew Harris, 125 for 3. This was a long-winded way of... This is carved away through the offside magnificently for 4 by Rue to go to his first Somerset 50. Fabulous shot. That's going to be a memory that'll come flooding back to him when his head hits the pillow tonight. Fabulous shot. Crashing this for 4 runs through the offside, and his brother there on the balcony. The loudest of the cheerleaders for Somerset. 50 from 94 balls, 8 fours for Thomas Rue, and he's not done yet. That's a lovely way to get there. 129 for 3. Come back to AJ Harris in a moment. We're halfway through the 43rd over of the innings, so we're not yet at the halfway stage of the day's allocation. Dylan Pennington bowls now, and Rue defends. AJ Harris
became an umpire. Did he for a bit?
I'm honestly not sure on that. If you said he did,
is he a left arm seamer?
No, he was
maybe
right.
Confusing him with someone else.
It was right arm when he went round the counties, but he features on a list of very, very few cricketers. He actually did something very few first-class cricketers have done, and he'll be on that list forever as Pennington bowls, and it's banged in short. It's a ridiculous way of trying to set up
I know what you're talking about, because it also happened for the first time ever in a women's international game last week. But I can't remember the circumstances in which Andy Harris was timed out. I assume he was going in at 11.
Just tinker with me monitor in here, which was danger of crashing. 129 for 3. You're absolutely spot on, so you get all the...
Oh, I've got a spot on from Dave on the first day.
No, you're spot on. You get all the Brucey bonuses for that. Last ball in the over, and wide of the pegs. Joe Clark has to go a long way to clutch that swinging ball. End of the over. 43 overs gone. 129 for 3. Pennington 10 overs, 2 maidens, none for 25. AJ Harris, during his time here as a Notts player, they don't have them now as such, but for many years they had the pre-season first class match against the universities.
Okay.
And Notts were playing against one of the universities. It might have, we'll look it up. It might have been Loughborough University. But Chris Reed was in the 90s. AJ Harris wasn't going to bat. He'd pulled something or other, a hamstring or a calf or whatever. He wasn't going to bat. He was in his training gear. And the 9th wicket went down with Chris Reed in the 90s, and they made the hasty decision, get out there then, go on, get out there, and just stand at one end to keep him up. And 3 or 4 players were ripping off his clothes allegedly and putting on his whites and putting on the pad and the helmet, and he came clunking down the stairs, out the door, down towards the gate, just to be greeted by the umpires and the players who timed him out, 129 for 3. One of the last players to be given out, timed out in first-class cricket. AJ Harris.
Here is Ali starting a new over to Jordan Herman down the leg side, attempts that flick and misses it on this occasion. And just for those of you who are shouting at the stream or the radio speaker, he was never an umpire? No, he was never an umpire. He's thinking of someone quite different, and just at this point in time,
I know when he
I'm not sure who I was thinking of.
When he first retired from playing, he had a couple of years coaching at Derbyshire, and obviously for a couple of years saw him there, but then sort of disappeared off the radar a little bit. I'm sure he's still involved in the game somewhere. Good man, AJ Harris. And a little bit of a trip round the counties towards the back end. Loans with here, there and everywhere.
Ali bowling outside the off stump of Herman on this occasion, but it's been muffed by the wicketkeeper, and we're going to get 4 byes. Well, other wicketkeepers were available.
Yeah, but that's not to say they would have stopped that particular delivery.
Well, I tell you what, got to be honest and say Joe Clark in at the end of the last over took an absolutely outstanding grab from a big curling delivery from Pennington right in front of first slip. But well, he's let one through there. 133 now for Somerset. That was the 14th extra. Ali bowls, and on edge there, falls short of first slip.
Bad, I think.
You've seen it better than I have you, Dave? There wasn't much of a reaction from the bowler. Wasn't a chance either way. If you see what I mean. Just in having a little bit of a look at the replay. Yes, just hit the back thigh pad, probably just above the pad flap.
You've just been talking about Sean Dixon as well a moment or two ago. Of course, what list does he feature on then? Very much on the same theme. We're only talking about that in the Glamorgan match when they were here.
Here is Ali to Herman. So hit him again, I think, on the back thigh pad, but that was a little bit short. It's hurried him. No run. No, I don't know about Dixon.
Now the list
I would be guessing, but someone out there will know.
The list he's on, he will be on it as the last entrant forever.
Oh, was he outhandled the ball?
It was.
That is a strange law change, isn't it? Changing handled the ball to obstructed the field. I mean, plenty of handled the balls aren't obstructed the field, are they? You stopped the ball as Graham Gooch did.
Yeah.
Here? Yeah. Old Trafford in 1993.
Wasn't here.
Manchester it must have been. Stop the ball from hitting your own stumps. You're not obstructing the field. A flyer, that one from Ali. Outside off stump, left alone by Herman. And again, Clark had to do good work, and he did it well. Diving in front of first slip on the bounce.
I think Dixon did something similar in his Kent days. It played it down and then reacted to just knock the ball away from the stumps with his hand. But then I think the regulation was changed. I think he's the last one to ever be given out.
I mishandled the ball. Plenty of law changes are done for the best of reasons, but I didn't think that was really necessary. I've been out that way twice, Dave.
Well, you don't want to do that.
Ali bowls. Oh, it nearly went back onto the stumps. Herman tried to play with very soft hands just to drop the ball down in defence, and it just spun a little after bouncing, and he turned round suddenly. Oh, where is it? But it never went much further back than the popping crease by his feet. And now on comes a drink for both of the batters. Is that a scheduled drink for 3 minutes to 3? That's not a scheduled drink, is it?
I think that's fair enough. They've both been batting for sufficiently a long time just to have a quick glug of water. I don't know if you saw the Ryan Higgins dismissal a couple of weeks ago, where the bat came out of his hand and went up in the air and landed behind him on the stumps.
Tremendous.
Out-hit wicket. The thing about that I didn't realise was the bowler no longer gets the wicket. He was just out.
What?
Hit wicket.
When did that happen?
In a blast game for Middlesex a couple of weeks ago.
The bowler doesn't get credit for hit wicket? Oh, surely not. Is that true? That's devastating news if that's the case.
Yep. Pretty sure. Ryan Higgins for Middlesex a couple of weeks ago. 133 for 3. Trent Bridge bathed in sunlight. We've got a couple of minutes to go until 3 o'clock. Tea will be 3:46. No wickets for Notts since, guess, about midday. Going to be Pennington to bowl. Banged in short over the right shoulder of Rue. Goes through to the wicket keeper.
Now, we've had a lovely lunch. Will we get a lovely tea, Dave? I had a...
Yes, there'll be...
I had a steak pie, drowning in gravy, with the Nottinghamshire logo.
Was it?
Emblazoned on the top.
Oh, I didn't know about that. There'll be...
edible badges, whatever next.
There'll be... There's always been scones and jam and cream and all that, but...
Tremendous.
I think the last Champo game, they went down and there was a variety of cakes instead. There's Pennington bowls and Rue bobs underneath it.
Well, it's all good.
To Joe Clark, 133 for 3.
BBC Radio 4 food programme in a month or so is going to devote an episode to cricket teas.
There's a book written about about cricket teas 6 or 7 years ago.
You wrote something?
No, I didn't. No. But I was presented with a copy to talk about it on air. Round the wicket. Sorry, is this my end? Round the wicket. Nice and full from Pennington into the into the heel, I think, of Rue. Might or might not have been in the vicinity of leg stump. The umpire was asked and clearly shook his head, not out. 133 for 3.
It was the talk of scones and jam and cream and cakes just sent you into a pre-prandial reverie, didn't it?
I don't know if it was that or me just being forgetful that this was my end. The Radcliffe Road end where Dylan Pennington bowls nice and full, whipped away, but Notts have got Freddie McCann there in sort of a leg gully or a short, fine leg position. Would have been inside the fielding circle had it been a limited overs match. 133 for 3. Things just not happening for Notts at the moment. Partnership of 86, which is really good from the Somerset perspective. 7th going into this round of matches. It sounds like they're down amongst the relegation candidates when you say that, as this is banged in short, goes over the arched back of Rue through to Clark, but then you look in closer detail and they're just 12 points behind leaders Notts.
Yeah, it's a lot of bunching. Well, that's good. Well, no, it might not be so good for the Nottinghamshire fans listening, who I expect would appreciate a
collapse.
A good slice of daylight in the table, but it's good, healthy cricket, good competition. Got to earn your championship after all.
Pennington again round the wicket past umpire Middlebrook and gets this one again nice and short and bounces up and it's defended. We're not so toiling away here. They've not taken a wicket since about mid-daily, so Somerset currently 133 for 3. Two young Somerset stars, both just past 50. Herman 51, Rue on 50. Somerset 133 for 3. Seconds worth of the sketchiest details of what we've seen today. afraid Mr. Thomas Rue was just abbreviated to Rue, but the cricket followers, I'm sure, will be well aware that James went earlier on.
You said youngsters. You said youngsters. That ought to be enough for the cognoscenti.
Very much so.
Younger of the two Rues. Yeah, here is Ali, bowling to Herman. Flashed away outside the off stump. Don't forget there's that offside sweeper though. So just the single for Herman, 52 to him. Bringing Thomas Rue. Mustn't say Tom.
No.
That's as much an aide-memoire for me as for you, friends.
They are very much the Tom Club though, aren't they, with
he's
Abel.
He's gone in a different direction, as they say.
Cola Cadmore, Abel, Lammonby, Banton. Is that it? And Rue. Tom Gregory, Tom Overton, Tom Ogborn.
So Thomas Rue on 50 is first in the championship. It's a little bit of something on this round the corner to long leg for one run, and it was thigh. So a leg by goes down in the book. Rue will stay on a square 50, 135 for 3.
Not been a good day for Glamorgan's batters at Hove. They're 142 for 8. Essex 81 for 2, a match that didn't start until after lunch at Leicester. Yorkshire 192 for 2 at home to Warwickshire. That's at Scarborough, but they're off for rain on the North Yorkshire coast there.
Herman waits to face Muhammad Ali, drives him firmly into the offside. There's only one fielder there who could have intercepted it, and he did. Hasib Hamid. Always nimble and sure-footed. A metre or two either side, and Herman would have had himself 4, but he hit it straight to the fielder.
There was a Ryan Harris Australian, wasn't there?
Oh, yes, mustn't forget Ryan Harris, yes. Chris Harris still my favourite though, the New Zealander. Yeah. Slow medium bowler, don't get many of those. Ali bowls to Herman, just plays it to leg, where it's picked up in the covers by Haynes.
It's not gone for many, Mo Ali, gone for 14. This is his 9th over. We've not quite seen the perfectly executed block hole Yorkers with the red ball that we've seen from him. Become accustomed to seeing him bowl in the blast. He's taken 12 wickets so far in the 20 over format for Notts from his 6 matches.
He's been rapid, and Herman defends this next ball on off stump. He's been rapid and he's been economical. Just about to complete his 9th over after the next ball. He's only conceded 14 runs so far. Pennington's had a yard apace as well. Yeah. He's conceded 25 from 11, but both of them wicketless, which is fundamental to Somerset being in the ever improving position that they're in. 135 for 3.
Neither of them opened the bowling, did they? They went with the two that are more likely to swing the ball.
Yes, they went for movement rather than momentum. Fantastic attack, Nottinghamshire. Able to put up.
But for a Josh Tong week in, week out.
This last ball of the over. Herman hooks the ball, rides the bounce very well, all the way down to long leg, where Ben Martindale restricts him to just a single, and then, having thrown the ball in, rather grabs his left hamstring, which is not the sort of thing that they want to see the substitute fielder doing.
That's a very good spot from you, Mr. Harris, there. Very good indeed. How do you know Ben Martindale?
Well, I've done my homework, but
very, very good.
Presumably a relation to Duncan?
Yes, son. Yeah.
Son of?
Yeah. Fergus O'Neill back into the attack, so Seba Mead isn't letting things drift for too long. He's rotating his bowlers around.
And do we know who Martindale's on for?
We don't. But,
process of elimination get underway. There's O'Neill. It's usually a bowler, isn't it?
I'm going to say Pennington was just bowling at this end, wasn't he? Can't see Dylan. So I presume he's just finished his spell and just gone for a quick comfort break. Yeah, it looks like Pennington.
No tall blondies.
No. So it's going to be O'Neill round the wicket then to bowl to the left-handed South African. Herman. Jordan Herman. This is pushed out onto the offside behind square and there's no run. 136 for 3, Somerset. Battered since a lunch score of 63 for 3. Battered for about an hour and a half since lunch without any real alarms. Certainly, wicket appears to be getting easier and easier to bat on. O'Neill bowls again and pushed into the offside. I thought his over his little spell he had straight after lunch, Fergus O'Neill. He sort of summed it up himself when he walked away. When Ash said have a blow, he sort of walked away and he lifted his the front of his shirt up over his face as if to try and hide himself, because Rue had cut him away for 2 or 3 offside boundaries from deliveries that were just short and wide. So he's his own biggest critic. He'll be desperately keen just to make this breakthrough. That's nice and full. Just squared Herman up a little bit. He's been away for a few days in the sun, Fergus O'Neill, since the last county championship match.
Are you allowed to tell us where? Does he know you know?
He knows I know.
Oh, okay.
Because he told me that he'd gone away for a few days in the sun.
Oh, I see. You haven't had a tracker on him or something.
But I didn't.
That would be good journalism.
I didn't press him further. He did it last summer as well. The little T20 gap. 136 for 3 around the wicket. This is wide of the off stump and goes through to the keeper. I'm sure he's had a nice time a few days in the sun, but I do think it's nice as well that, you know, if you speak to him, the most fundamental thing is he'd just like to see a little bit of Europe, just see a little bit of somewhere he's sort of not been to. And you don't often get that. You know, our players go down to Australia. I know it's different because they don't spend long times, a lot of them in state cricket, but those that go down and play in grade cricket, you'd like to think they get the chance to have a bit of a look around as this is pushed into the offside.
Well, we must find out where he went. It's probably Llandudno. No.
Minehead.
It wasn't Minehead.
136 for 3. I think it was Spain. I think it was Spain.
We could call down to him. He could probably hear us from here without enough.
It's the 47th over. Being bowled now. Final ball of it. Comes in to bowl to Herman. Solidly behind it and defends. So tidy enough over from Fergus O'Neill. 12 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 37. Notts have used 5 principal seamers. We've not seen the spin of Liam Patterson-White as yet. O'Neill 1 for 37 from 12. Hutton 1 for 23 from 12. Pennington none for 25 from 11. Ali none for 15 from 9, and Lyndon James a little expensive, 3 overs for 23.
I'm going to take my leave of you now. And Dave Anthony Gibson will come back in, and for those of you who are superstitious, I'll add you a little spice, which is I've just completed 2 hours of commentary and nary a wicket. Let's see if Anthony can change that.
That's a good stint, thanks to Kit. It's going to be Mo Ali from the far end. Bowls now and chopped away into the offside. Anthony's here, so he can pick up on the rest of the over if he wishes. See if you're any better at picking up a Nottinghamshire wicket.
Did you ever play at Minehead when you were playing for Braunton?
Yes.
Fergus O'Neill's dad played 3 seasons at Minehead.
Not in any league cricket, but Sunday friendlies. Played 1 or 2 Sunday friendlies. Great tees as well, if I remember rightly. My regular summariser Mark Davis is helping out with coaching at Minehead this season. Here comes Muhammad Ali. He's in and bowls to and a swing and a miss from Thomas Rue, and that wasn't a very good shot, that, from Thomas Rue. We're just talking to Kit there about famous cricketing Harrises. And obviously the next question is famous cricketing Gibsons. Is Otis the
yeah.
most famous?
Yeah. Yeah.
Are we done?
I can't think of any others. Oh yes, of course. Yeah, Danny Gibson. Yeah,
Danny. Yeah.
Of Somerset. This is pulled down in the air, but it's safe enough. Got it fine enough. Did Thomas Rue. Wasn't entirely convincing as a pull shot. He's been eschewing pulls and hooks. He's been tempted often enough by Dylan Pennington and resisted the temptation, but on that occasion he succumbed to it, swivelled on it nicely, but it was more of a top edge than a full-blooded meat of the bat shot.
He's enjoying himself now, isn't he? He's got this 50. He's out there. We believe it's the first time he'll have played at Trent Bridge in any form of the game. He'll be nicely in, good conditions. He's faced all the bowlers now. Really looking to make the most of this.
54 to his name as Muhammad Ali comes floating in. Not much like a butterfly though, and yet to sting like a bee.
It's a nice moment.
40 for 3.
I know he just popped outside for a few minutes. It was a nice moment on the live stream as well, which showed James leading the cheerleaders when he got to 50.
Ah, good. Yeah, his mum and dad are here as well to watch him, and Archie Vaughan's father, Michael Vaughan, here too. So it's a family occasion, this for Somerset's youngsters. Ali in bowls, and this is turned straight to short mid-wicket, and there won't be a run. Jack Haynes doing the fielding. It's quite breezy out. I've been sitting in the stand just to the right of our commentary box, from which there is a lovely view of play, but because we're quite high up here, not at all sheltered from the breeze. People, the spectators in the fridge, the big Bridgeford Roads stand.
The chilly in there.
Yeah, but at least they're sheltered from the breeze, but no sunshine. Muhammad Ali in bowls, and Rue gets a good ball. Angled in at his body, plays it well out into the onside. End of another over. Muhammad Ali, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 19. Somerset 140 for 3 in this partnership for the fourth wicket, now worth 93.
Yeah, tough going for the bowlers, isn't it?
It's a slow pitch, isn't it?
The early morning movement has disappeared. We're halfway through the day, Anthony. 48 overs have gone, 48 to go.
I allowed myself the unworthy thought that maybe that even at this early stage this game has draw written all over it.
Ooh.
Well, it's the pitch. It's the pitch.
And somebody else would say, 140 for 3, just chuck 2 wickets on there.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. But
having put Somerset in, I think Notts would be disappointed if they didn't dismiss them in the day. There's Fergus O'Neill trying to pick up his second wicket. Bowls now down the leg side, and it's tickled away nice and fine by Herman for 4. That was a little bit of a gift, and Fergus O'Neill again remonstrates with himself, a little annoyed that he's got the line just slightly wrong. It's always a profitable area for a top order bat, isn't it? Just to have the skill, the technique, just to deflect that one nice and fine. Make sure you don't get into any difficulties, just snicking it close enough for the keeper to grab it. But there's usually plenty of pace on that occasion. 4 runs. In comes O'Neill, and I thought Herman wasn't ready. He was still taking his stand. Fergus O'Neill not too happy, and he's just passing the odd comment on to young Master Herman about if I come running in and I'm ready, you should be ready. 144 for 3 Somerset. This partnership worth 97. There's a fourth wicket stand of more than 200 last year, which pretty much ensured that the game would be drawn as this is eased into the offside. And of course Asiba Mead then got 200 on his own when Notts battered, and that was it.
It was
1 innings apiece.
on a pitch not dissimilar to this one, with the added handicap from the bowler's point of view, they were using a Kookaburra ball.
If you'd like to get in touch, we'll be only too happy to give you a mention. bracecricket@icloud.com, and the email is O'Neill bowls and worked onto the leg side. A sprawling stop by Liam Patterson-White, but it just ran away from his prostate body. Prostrate. He was laid on the ground anyway. He stopped it, but the ball just rolled 10 feet away from him, so they took the single. 145 for 3. Prone.
He's shaking his head, Fergus O'Neill. He's not happy, is he?
No.
Not happy with the way he's bowling.
Patterson-White goes back into slip, and 2 slips in there. Freddie McCann is the other one. And comes O'Neill to bowl to Rue, drops it on the leg side. Yeah,
well run.
Mahmeed was comfortable distance back. They take the single. It was fielded on one bit of matting that's there to protect the test strip. Starts in less than 2 weeks now, the third test, England-New Zealand. And now and again, those of you watching the live stream will see that there's another bit of matting out there. The ends of the square, just off the square, this end very, very wet this morning. O'Neill bowls. And again, in a good position just to block the ball up to mid-on, and there's no run there. Just to the bottom right there of the live stream, your pictures, you can see that that strip.
Is it a water leak or something like that?
What caused it, I genuinely don't know. Just when I went out for the toss, they'd got the blower on it and just had a little feel. It looked damp. This is pushed back to the bowler. O'Neill doesn't take it cleanly. You'd imagine now, if it weren't for cricketers out there running up and down and running over it, it would probably be best served by taking the mat up. But of course they can't do it while there's players running about. End of the 49th over. Somerset 146 for 3. Fergus O'Neill 13 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 43. Mo Ali still in search of his first Nottinghamshire wicket. It's bowled 10 overs, none for 19.
Elsewhere in the First Division, Essex 111 for 2 against Leicestershire at Grace Road. Yorkshire 205 for 2 against Warwickshire, that's at Scarborough. And Glamorgan 148 for 9 at Hove against Sussex. Here we got Muhammad Ali from the Stuart Broad end in to bowl to the right-handed Thomas Rue, just tucks that down to deep backward square leg for a single, and that's the 100 partnership between these two. They came together when James Rue was very unluckily run out at the non-striker's end, halfway through the 18th over when the score was 47 for 3, and so they have 18 overs, 49, 31 overs, going along at just around about 3 runs an over.
If home advantage is to be a thing, then this should be a round that Nottinghamshire might wish to capitalise on, because they're top of the table and they're at home.
Here's Muhammad Ali to the left-handed Jordan Herman, who lets that go through outside the off stump. There's no run.
They're 2 points clear of Surrey, who of course played their game against Hampshire last week. They're 2 points behind, so Surrey have played a game more, and then the sides in 3rd, 4th and 5th are all away from home. Warwickshire playing away against Yorkshire at Scarborough, Glamorgan playing away against Sussex at Hove, and Essex playing away against Leicestershire. So you've got to go down to Sussex in 6th for the next side to be at home. But of course Sussex very much on top against Glamorgan in that one. So Notts the only one of the top 5 at home.
Ali in and bowls is turned into the onside by Herman, and just 11 points covering the top 6 in the county championship. 12 points. Yeah. 12 points. Yeah.
Yeah. Somerset and Sussex on 79. They're 6th and 7th, or joint 6th, however you want to put it, and Notts 91. Notts the only team undefeated. 1, 2 and drawn 4. But again, you can look at stats and make of them what you wish. The only two sides they've beaten, Anthony, are the two promoted sides, Glamorgan and Leicestershire.
Muhammad Ali in and bowls to Herman. Gets that one to bounce on him and has Herman in a certain amount of difficulty there.
Both Essex and Sussex have each won 3 matches. Sussex won 3, lost 1, drawn 2, but of course they were docked 12 points before the start of the season. Essex, they've won 3, but they've lost 2 of their 6 matches. So
Somerset 1-2, lost 2, drawn 2.
Yeah. After beginning with a draw against Notts and then 2 wins, so the last 3 matches of
going well they were then, but still very far from out of it. Just 12 points behind.
Yeah.
Muhammad Ali in bowls. That eludes backward point, diving to make the stop. It's going to be pulled in by Freddie McCann just inside the third man boundary. And they come through for 2 runs, 149 for 3. Herman on to 60.
Oh yeah, it's fair to say that apart from Somerset supporters, there's going to be supporters from another 3 or 4 or 5 counties hoping that Somerset turn Notts over this week. We've got the first century of this round of matches just happened at Wantage Road, Northampton. Saif Zaib, who came in at number 5 with the score 41 for 3, is 105 not out. They're 231 for 3 now.
Yeah, he's a good player. This is defended by Herman up to mid-off. It's the end of the over, 149 for 3.
Yeah,
60 to Herman and 56 to Thomas Rue.
Sorry, Zabe 105 from 116 balls. It's Nathan, isn't it? Nathan McSweeney is with him 67 not out now from 158. Former Notts player Calvin Harrison made 21 today. Durham, Derbyshire, Durham 163 for 4. Up at Chesterley Street. No play this morning at Blackpool. Kent 96 for 2. I think they started about 1 o'clock there, took an early lunch. And at New Road, Middlesex 155 for 3 against Worcestershire. 149 for 3.
Oh, look, we've got some Liam Patterson-White coming up, I think.
We've only got 15 minutes to go until... No, we've got about 20 minutes to go until tea. Here's Fergus O'Neill continuing. Nicely played by Rue. Turns it behind square and then runs the first one quickly. Might have been, but Herman wasn't going to take the risk. They've already had one slight miscommunication with regards to the running. Somerset's 150 is brought up. A smattering of applause. It's one of those that... You feel you should clap if it's announced over the tannoy, but in cricketing terms it doesn't really mean anything. You don't get any bonus points for reaching 150 and there's no personal gratification. O'Neill to the left-handed South African Herman. Plays this to mid-wicket and there's no run. Haynes doing the fielding.
I don't think the near run-out was a miscommunication. It was just Thomas Rue doing a Geoffrey boycott. He was going to get off the mark come what may, even if he did hit it straight to the fielder. That's what they always used to say if you were opening the innings with Jeff Boycott before he'd scored. You had to be on your toes. Peterson was another one. Kevin of that ilk.
Yeah. There's O'Neill in again. Bowls into the thigh pad. It's played away. Some bat involved. Square of the wicket on the leg side. Patterson-White does the fielding, but they take a single. 151 for 3. I won't say Joe Clark was a poor caller or runner, but he's another one who'd like to get off the mark first ball, and he would get a long way down the track, and occasionally it was his undoing. He would generally advance towards the bowler, looking just to drop it one side or the other and call his partner through. And of course, the more you do it, the more people get wise to it. As O'Neill bowls, Thomas Rue defends. Just momentarily lost the sun. Haven't had the floodlights on since the luncheon interval, but they were on for all of the morning session and needed.
I think we're going to get all of our overs today.
Yeah.
Even if it does take us up to 7 o'clock to get them in. Coming up to the longest day next weekend, next Sunday.
O'Neill. Where's 11? Down the leg side, this one, and Root didn't get a tickle on it like Herman did in the last over. Taken again by Joe Clark. Notts wicket keeper.
The remade pavilion beginning to take shape at the far end. Is it going to look similar to the original one? Pretty similar, is it?
The changing rooms are exactly the same on the right-hand side. There's O'Neill bowls, and this has eased up to mid-off, and there's no run. End of the over 151 for 3. But they're a lot deeper. There's more room, obviously, for the women cricketers. You know, when you have a double header, there's the facilities to have a couple of men's changing rooms, a couple of women's changing rooms. They needed better facilities, more spacious facilities for the umpires and match referee, as well as all the new changing areas. And then there's obviously going to be more hospitality areas up towards the top. The committee room, as we look, the left-hand side as we look, is now a double-decker building rather than just the single-decker as it was before. And what they've done there very, very skillfully and cleverly was take the roof off piece by piece by piece, build another layer so it matches the dressing room side, and then put the roof back on.
Yeah, very good.
151 for 3, but there'll be new seats, plush seats, and led to believe in front of the pavilion, and we'll all be in a fortnight's time from now, there'll be people sat in them watching the second day of England versus New Zealand. There's LPW.
Liam Patterson-White with some slow left arm from the Stuart Broad end, bowling to Jordan Herman, who drives and gets it out to the cover sweeper. Lyndon James out there, just a single.
Yes, his early career path had 2 big Somerset entries, made his first-class debut against Somerset, and got his maiden century against Somerset as well a couple of years after that.
Yep, and has he played in the same team? I don't think he's played in the same England Lions or England A team as Thomas Rue. This is turned round the corner by Thomas Rue. Won't get a run.
Well, he played against South Africa A in the 2 first-class matches.
So he'd have played against Herman.
But didn't one of the Roos play in that?
James did. Oh, edged and just short of Freddie McCann at slip. But signs there of turn, I fancy. Yes, I'm very much mistaken.
Yes, that very nearly brought the afternoon to life. An edge that, I mean, he's fairly close there, Freddie McCann. I think it was a genuine edge.
Down the pitches, Thomas Rue lofting that over straight mid-wicket for 4 runs. Fighting fire with fire, deciding to use his feet. To Liam Patterson-White. Played it nicely. 61 he has, 156 for 3.
Yeah, we've seen a replay of the shot, but nice to see a replay of the one that went to McCann. A, was it bat, and B, how close to Freddie was it?
Patterson-White in and bowls, and played back up the pitch by Thomas Rue. Yes, I wondered about that, whether it might just have been turned and bounced that took it to first slip. Patterson-White in bright sunshine, in bowl shorter, quicker, and Rue quickly responding to it, plays it out into the offside end of that over, just the 5 runs from it. 156 for 3, 62 to Herman, 61 to Rue.
Yes,
here we go.
Those of you watching a monitor.
No, it just hit the pad, I think, wasn't it?
His pad or his forearm that took the pace off it.
Yeah.
Didn't carry to Freddie McCann. It's going to be Brett Hutton into the attack. We've only got about 13 minutes to go until tea. 44 overs remain. It's going to be a 40 or 41 over final session. 156 for 3. Somerset. Brett Hutton had 2 spells. This is going to be his third. 12 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 23. Dismissed Lewis Goldsworthy this morning with the new ball in his first spell. He's going to bowl to the left-handed Herman. Plays from the crease. Just watched it onto the face of the bat and then pushes it out into the offside to Patterson White. No run.
Only 9 balls between the 2 batsmen now. And Herman had been batting for 17.5 overs before Thomas Roux joined him.
The only real alarm they've had was that run out before lunch, or a chance for a meet which wasn't taken. This is wide of the pegs, goes through to Joe Clark. Day 1 of 4. Of course, we continue over the weekend. If you're in the area, come on down. You'll be made very, very welcome indeed. Notts next in action next Friday, a week today, away at Chelmsford in the County Championship, and then there'll be 6 more Blast games. Notts currently second in the North Group. Strange old Blast campaign. This is chopped to backward point. They lost the first 3 matches, and some would say they lost the first 3 matches quite convincingly and deservedly, but then played really well and won the next 3, so they've not only got themselves back to winning half their matches, they've found other sides in the group that have been equally wasteful, and Notts have found themselves second in the group on run rate.
Somerset, by contrast, won their first 2 handsomely and have lost their last 4 dismally.
Hutton bowls, again a little bit of a grunt wide of the off stump, goes through to the keeper. George Linder, the South African slow left arm spinner and middle order batter, has been playing in that competition.
He's been around a bit, hasn't he?
Yeah, played a bit for Kent, so I'm sure you'll have come across him in the Blast for Kent in the past, along with Mo Ali. .156 for 3. A little chilly out there, but got the sunshine. Herman turns this to mid-wicket. This is good intel from my old. Let me get rid of that. Oh, it says I've got to sign in. It says I've got to sign in, Chris. I can't do that. From my old mate Chris Smith, who says, "Look at this, Dave. I can't get into it, Chris." On Play Cricket, you may be aware Herman played 3 games with your friends at Whittam before being recalled by South Africa. This is chopped into the offside. I can't get in, Chris. It wants me to sign in. Also, I imagine you played at one of the old Minehead grounds, not their new ground. Okay, thank you. Thanks for that, Chris. I don't think I played locally with Chris Smith, who sent that in here. Been on tour several times down to North Devon, North Somerset there with Chris over the years. I can't remember playing there with Chris for Minehead, but certainly my Braunton days played at one of the Minehead grounds anyway. Was it next to a school? Can't remember back in the day. So I can't get into your link, but the info, Anthony. Herman had played 3 matches in the East Anglian Premier League before playing for South Africa.
Patterson White in and bowls to Thomas Roux, makes room for himself and plays that out to deep backward point, where Slater is quickly across to field. They take a single, 156 for 3. Yeah. We were in Braunton, your old stamping ground.
Fish and chips
this week, yeah. Fish and chips twice at Squires.
Well, the chip shops aren't available in Braunton.
Well, there are. There is another one which is also pretty good. This is a reverse sweep and from Jordan Herman, and it just bounces over the top of Freddie McCann at slip, and it is a bye.
Yeah, give us a bye.
That's very strange.
As far as you're aware, and I appreciate you've probably not got close enough ties with a lot of the clubs there, but as far as you're aware, do they still have the same amount of touring teams coming through in the cricket season to play?
Yeah, definitely. Yep. This is punched back by Jordan Herman to the bowler, and he won't get a run. Yeah.
I mean, when I tell people I could get a game of cricket literally every day of the week in the 80s, yeah. But it was true. I could get a game for North Devon, for Braunton, for Givenah.
Linton and Lynmouth, Valley of the Rocks is very popular. This is played into the onside.
And you all helped each other out because, a touring team would have committed in sort of the January, February. We've got 20 players coming down. We've booked in a chalet or a
It's quite
hotel
demanding for the home clubs, though, to find, teams. If we've got 3 or 4 games a week.
Yeah.
Which,
so 2 or 3 of us would go and play for, say, North Devon, and 2 or 3 of their players would come and help Braunton out.
This is played defensively into the offside.
And the poor old touring team would rack up and, didn't you play against us yesterday? Whatever, but they'd come from all over the place, and it was terrific.
Patterson White in and bowls reverse sweep, and second time that Jordan Herman has played the reverse sweep, and the second time he's missed it. But no harm done. End of that over, 159 for 3. Yeah, if you're really lucky, if you're playing against North Devon, you might come up against an Overton if they. That's their home club.
Yeah, well, I think Mark. I think last time I saw Mark, he was at Westwood O with Bideford.
He's quite often at North Devon.
Yeah, well, obviously he's got close family ties there. It's going to be Brett Hutton to continue. Tea will be 7 minutes away, so maybe a couple of overs. 159 for 3. Here is Hutton bowling, and this is dropped on the leg side. And when I say you could get a game every day of the week, I mean, some of us had jobs and lives and families and whatever, but pretty much wherever you played, former Somerset stalwart Brian Rowe would be playing. Not Brian Rose, who
ROE.
Came a little later, but Brian Rowe, and I can remember during my time down there, he passed a century of centuries in club cricket, which was a great feat. The old North Devon newspaper, can't remember what it was called at the time, but
North Devon Journal.
That's it. Yeah, there's a big feature on it. This is chopped into the offside. No run. 159 for 3. Yeah, a lot of Somerset players have either started in the Devon leagues or they've had spells where they weren't in favour with the county club, or indeed having left the professional game have moved. I think Gary Palmer played for Braunton for a while. Of course, Mark Lathwell as a young man. 159 for 3. This is again tickled fine down towards the pavilion. When I was down there was the Follands.
Yep. Nick and Neil.
Yeah, there was the Toosers. Roger went on to play for Warwickshire and indeed New Zealand. Was never entirely sure about that. The Tolchards. Roger was the England wicket-keeper. There's Bob Cottam, who played for Hampshire in England. He played. And a lot of overseas first-class cricketers would be there. 161 for 3. Tony Allen of Glamorgan played for Bideford. This is turned to leg. There's no run. We're closing in on the tea interval here at Trent Bridge. So 14 and 6 minutes past 4. The post-tea session should start, all being well. We'll leave you in the next 5 minutes or so. That's when we'll be back. 161 for 3. We're in the 55th over. Somerset bidding to go the entire afternoon session without losing a wicket. Brett Hutton has other ideas. Comes in now and bowls a good delivery. Slightly slower delivery that just jagged a little bit away from Thomas Rue, who's played beautifully for his 64 not out, having gone past Herman. Face more balls now as well. No, he's not. Beg your pardon. Rue 64 from 127. Herman 62 from 140.
40 over final session it's going to be. Hard work for the bowlers.
In comes Brett Hutton once more. Tosses it up there. It's driven up to O'Neill at wideish mid-off. End of the over. 55 overs gone. 161 for 3.
Not easy for the batsmen to time their shots on this pitch. There's a hint of too paciness about it. Odd ball scooting through, odd one sticking in the pitch. But it's predominantly on the slow side.
Incidentally, whilst we've got Chris Smith, and he's just mentioned Whittam Cricket Club in Essex, if Jamie and Khan and everybody are still playing, and Whittam are at home a week tomorrow, I might just go down there after the second day of Essex Knots at Chelmsford. Let me know.
Patterson White to Jordan Herman, plays no shot to a ball outside his off stump. Fired through by Patterson White. Just one slip, Freddie McCann. As Patterson White is in and bowls outside the off stump. Freddie McCann just swinging his arms. I don't think that's an indication.
Yeah, I was going to say golden arm. Golden arm, yeah, it's been bowling.
Could do, yeah. I think we'll probably have time for another over.
It's been bowling in the
before
blast.
tea. This is shorter and quicker. Played off the back foot by Herman, out into the offside. Won't get a run.
Chipped in with some useful wickets last year in those occasions where sort of everybody else had a bit of a go, and if that doesn't meet that description, I'm not sure what else does.
Patterson White in bowls and Herman on the back foot.
Got is it Verma, who played for Hampshire last year. It passed 3 figures. Nobody else could get him out. He was just smashing everybody to all parts. Freddie came on and got him straight away.
Patterson White to Herman again, playing him from the crease, and he's got time to do that on this slow pitch. Last ball of the penultimate over of the afternoon session, and it's cut away out to the sweeper on the cover boundary, who is Lyndon James, and Jordan Herman will keep the strike. 162 for 3. He goes on to 63, and it is indeed going to be Freddie McCann.
Young Master Herman, he's played 1 or 2 shots that make you think, oh, he could be a bit of a dasher, and then you look, he's 63 not out from 56 overs.
He is a bit of a dasher in white ball cricket.
Apart from the 6 he hit this morning, he's been very restrained. He's put a high price on his wicket. He's rotated the strike nicely. He's played pretty much the perfect innings, a chanceless innings so far.
I think they are finding it hard to time their shots on this pitch.
So it is going to be Freddie McCann, just the one slip. Right arm off spinner, tall young man. Spent a lot of time working on his bowling in the winter. First ball's chopped into the offside. Mead doing the fielding, and Mead is getting wider and wider. Usually you see him start the day at mid-off. Well, now he's very much extra cover. 162 for 3. McCann bowls. It'll be chopped in his direction again, but out of the reach of Mead. Out to Ben Slater, who underarms the ball in to Joe Clark. 163 for 3. So exactly 100 runs scored in the session. No wickets taken. We were through 25 overs at lunch. 63 for 3 from 25. Can Notts make a late strike in the session? McCann's got 3 balls left. He's got 3 balls left now. That was the 3rd ball of the over.
Quite a defensive field, isn't it?
It is indeed.
Just the 4 saving the one slip.
In again, and ball just dropped by Root onto the onside, straight to Mead. You wonder if they might have dangled the carrot. It's Freddie McCann coming on. Bring them in, see if they'll take a chance. But they're not. Tom Root defends again. Thomas, they're both on 64. 163 for 3. And there's 1 ball left in the session. Normally run through the card of the session, but that won't take very long. There's been no wickets to go down. Final ball of the over, and there's going to be at least 2 runs here as Thomas Roux he's going to get 4. In fact, he's run away quickly down towards the home Hound Road stand with O'Neill in hot pursuit. They get 4, so 104 runs in the session, 32 over session. Somerset 167 for 3.
Very good session for Somerset, very good session for Jordan Herman, and indeed for Thomas Rue, who has scored his highest score in first-class cricket. 68 he has from 132 deliveries, his previous best 47 for England A against Australia A, and he's batted very sensibly, as indeed has Jordan Herman, on a slow pitch which isn't offering the bowlers much in the way of assistance, but on which it is hard for the batsmen to play their aggressive shots. But very satisfactory afternoon from the Somerset perspective.
Yep, the visitors dominating that session. It's tea here at Trent Bridge. Somerset 167 for 3. It'll be about 6 or 7 minutes past the hour when they restart, and if you've nothing else on your social calendar, we'd love it if you could come back and join us for then.
Welcome to East Midlands Airport. Or should we say, the easiest Midlands Airport. The airport at the heart of the UK, flying to over 70 destinations. The easier airport with faster check-in and security that gives you extra time to relax and get in last-minute shopping. The airport that gets the kids on board before they get bored. East Midlands Airport, the easiest way to get away. To book your next holiday, visit eastmidlandsairport.com.
situation. Somerset, having been put in this morning by Hasib Hamid, the Nottinghamshire captain, have reached 167 for 3, a flawless afternoon session for Somerset, in which they added 104 for 3. They being Jordan Herman, who is on 64, and Thomas Rue, playing only his second game, first-class game for Somerset, is on 68, which is his highest first-class score. I'm Anthony Gibson from BBC Radio Somerset. Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham will be taking up the commentary in about half an hour's time, and in the meantime, delighted to welcome to the commentary box Kid Harris, who is part of the team that puts the Wisden Cricketers Almanac together and is our third voice for this game. And, well, stating the blindingly obvious, Kit, it was a very good afternoon session for Somerset.
Surprisingly good, given the trials and tribulations, especially regarding the selection of the team, or selecting who was available, and in one case, who wanted to play. That having been put in against a great attack, an attack so good that it could leave out Ollie Stone on a initially helpful pitch, certainly helpful overcast conditions for swing, but there was early seam, and now these two batters have got through the whole of the afternoon session without being parted, now in their 60s and well set.
On a slow pitch, which is not offering much help to either bowlers or batsmen. Bowlers not getting much out of it, and the batsmen finding it hard to time their shots. Liam Patterson-White's going to bowl the first over of the evening session from the Stuart Broad end. This is driven away and on the bounce to short extra cover, and there won't be a run. Jack Haynes fielding it there. Beautiful late afternoon, more blue sky than at any stage during the day. Herman drives on the bounce to Patterson-White, who doesn't field cleanly.
Yeah, it's lovely now, and the Trent Bridge supporters very much in two camps. I'm staying in the shade, or I'm basking in the sunshine.
Patterson-White in a bowls outside the off stump. A little bit of bounce there through to Joe Clark. Yes, the shady side of the ground has the advantage of being sheltered from the breeze, which is coming from the southwest, whereas the sunny part, you are exposed to the breeze, but it's very pleasant wherever you are. Sweep this time, and that's going to be cut off. I think that's 4 runs. I think Muhammad Ali was in contact with the rope when he made that stop. The umpire asked him, and he signalled he did it okay. Well,
I don't think he asked him. I think the square leg umpire just turned around and said to his colleague, sort of shrugged as if to say, well, you know, how do I know?
2 runs taken outside the off stump. 169 for 3. He must have known he was in contact with the rope.
I wonder if we'll see. It's
honesty is the
stream.
best policy.
Will we see a replay on the home stream? That's the interesting thing.
Patterson-White in and bowls, and Peel for LBW, but answered in the negative by umpire Middlebrook, and that's the end of the first over of the evening session. We've got another 38 to be bowled, which is going to take 2.5 hours, so we're going to be here until 6:45, I reckon, and that's assuming we get plenty of spin in the course of the next 2.5 hours.
Yes, we're rooting for Patterson-White to have a really long spell here, so that we can catch the start of the England-Sri Lanka game at 6:30.
Yep, and the Women's World Cup. Where are they playing that?
Old Trafford, I believe. I wonder what the weather's like up there. It's been a little bit sketchy, but it is clearing.
I think it's clearing from just about everywhere.
Oh, I've made a terrible error. It's at Edgbaston.
Not far away.
Not far away, so it will be sunny. I don't know why Manchester sprung at me there. But a slow start after a scone and cream filled sort of tea, clearly. Now there's just the one slip for Ali to resume the attack post-tee to Thomas Rue, and that slip is quite wide. Ali bowls, very straight and out. Beat him on the outside edge, I think, in front of off stump. Looked pretty good from our distance and angle, and Ali very quickly has the breakthrough. Thomas Rue's highest first-class innings comes to a swift end after the tea break. LBW to Muhammad Ali for 68 from 133 balls with 11 fours.
Maybe just a little bit late on it. Just taken by surprise by the extra pace of Muhammad Ali. Haven't watched the replay yet, but wasn't at all surprised when the umpire's finger went up. Just watch this again. Yeah, it's pretty good. Pitched leg stump and straightened.
It didn't beat him on off stump, did it? He was late on it. And that would have crashed into leg stump. He was bang in front. And he gets a very decent ovation.
Well, it's been a fine innings, a very mature innings for someone of 18 years of age. And an innings of huge promise as well. Jake Ball just having a word with Jordan Herman. No sign yet of the incoming. Here he comes, Archie Vaughan.
Now his dad's here.
Yep.
Michael Vaughan is here to have a look. I don't suppose Michael Vaughan, father of Archie, gets as many chances as he'd like to come and watch him play.
He's been down to Taunton a few times.
Oh, good.
Yep. Played a bit of golf while he's been down there as well.
He's a bit of a utility player for Somerset in the Championship at the moment.
No, he's not.
Well, he's up and down the order.
Well,
yeah,
and, but he
sometimes he bowls a load of spin, sometimes he doesn't bowl at all.
He's an opening batsman who bowls a bit of off spin, but he's found opening the innings, especially early in the season, with the ball moving around, a very hard road to hoe. So he's been moved down the order, but he certainly himself sees his future as an opener. And his off-spin is a little bit of a bonus.
Well, he's facing a decent pace in Ali. He's got his first wicket. 5 balls left in the over, and Vaughan faces now, and it's right through him past the edge and not out. I don't think anyone on the Nottinghamshire side really thought that was out, but there was a bit of leaping and yelping, and Ali has made an immediate impact on the rhythm of the game. This extra bit of speed.
Well, what I've liked about it is the fact he's come out after tea and there's no sort of warm-up delivery. He's gone straight in, bowling as quick as he has done at any stage during the day.
He's not getting life out of the pitch, but he's quick enough through the air to cause problems. Vaughan prepares to face his second ball down the leg side, and he's got a lot of bat onto it. Unfortunately for Vaughan, there's a forward square leg and the ball flies to him. That was a lovely clip, really well middled. Bit of a gift of a ball early on. I think as far as Muhammad Ali is concerned, a dot is a very good result for that one.
Yes, it was, as you said, nicely timed.
He won't mind a bit of pace, Archie Vaughan. As someone who likes to go in at the top, as you say, it's the nibble and movement that has caused him bother when opening for Somerset. There's not lots of that on offer just at the moment. Ali is in again, defended into the onside, where Haynes at shortish mid-wicket scampers to pick up. There's a well-reinforced leg side field, 3 saving the single. The other 2 being Hamid, the captain, with his polishing sleeve at mid-on, and Slater at forward square leg. There's also a long leg, 45 degrees under the scoreboard.
Yes, much more, or much less defensive field now.
It is a field that encourages Ali to bowl straight.
And a length ball, which Vaughan plays off the back foot with a very straight bat. An extra fielder saving the single on the leg side, just hopefully, as Nottinghamshire would see it, an inducement for Ali to bowl straight and not be afraid of being clipped off his legs. But in fact those two fielders at short mid-wicket and forward square leg are kind of there for a clip in the air. Last ball of Ali's over, outside off, defended by Vaughan, half coming forward, and it's a wicket maiden. That's the over that brings Nottinghamshire the breakthrough. I don't know if that makes any difference to Anthony Gibson's favouring the draw as the likely outcome at this stage. Somerset are 169 for 4.
Well, I think it's going to be hard for either side to take 20 wickets on this pitch, is what I would opine. But not impossible. Certainly not impossible. And it's a very inexperienced Somerset batting lineup. You've got 3 in their late teens or early 20s in Josh Thomas, Thomas Rue and Archie Vaughan. Patterson White, though, is bowling to the relatively experienced Jordan Herman, who sweeps that. It's going to be cut off in the deep by Slater, and they come through for 2 runs. Although Jordan Herman is 24, I think.
Do you think there's a chance of him being brought back at the
25
at the end of the season?
I just don't know what this is a defensive shot, what the South African cricket schedule is, whether South Africa A got any fixtures. Be surprising if they did. And I think he's done enough to recommend himself. Patterson White in bowls. This is driven handsomely through the offside for 4 runs. He timed that one, Jordan Herman. Overpitched by Patterson White. A lot of bottom hand in that off drive, but thoroughly middled. 4 runs. He goes on to 72, 175 for 4.
ECB recently announced that England Lions were going to tour South Africa. That's not till the winter.
Patterson White in the sunshine, bowls, and Herman back on his stumps, defends. I mean, why not? Is what one would say, unless Somerset have got an overseas fast bowler up their sleeves, which seems unlikely. Well, Herman back on his stumps, slapping this away through the offside just for a single.
Yes, the 4-day series, first class tournament in South Africa, began last winter on the 25th of September. So that rather suggests that Jordan Herman would be required to come back a few weeks before.
Good question.
Pre-season.
Maybe ask Jason Kerr, the head coach, about, as that's turned by Archie Vaughan into the onside. Won't get a run. End of the over. 176 for 4. Herman on 73 and Archie Vaughan yet to score. Somerset did only have the one overseas player prior to the arrival of Jordan Herman. That was Miguel Pretorius. The official explanation was that they couldn't find anyone that really fitted the bill, anyone who was available. And overseas fast bowlers of quality are hard to come by.
Ali still with us, one slip, bowling to Herman, round the wicket, full. Herman jabs the bat down defensively. He's pretty crucial to his South African domestic first-class side, is Herman. Plays for Eastern Province. And I think they'll insist that he comes back early. Was the highest scorer in the domestic season, 24-25. And made 3 centuries last winter's competition. So it will be a tough ask if Somerset are going to try and get him. Another straight ball on the half volley, and Herman drives solidly, but very straight, and Muhammad Ali is able to pick the ball up on the bounce in his follow through.
I was very disappointed during the tea interval. The jam and cream scones had the cream and the jam in the wrong order. They had jam first with cream on top, whereas everybody knows the correct way is to have cream first and jam on top.
Am I going to bite?
You're not Cornish, are you?
I don't know. Well, I think there's a culinary reason why you're wrong.
No.
Ali bowling again to Herman. Again. Straight-faced bat. Straight back down on the bounce to Ali in the follow-through, and no run.
The culinary explanation is that the cream is in place of the butter.
So when you have a sort of a hot apple pie or something, and there's a cold jigger of cream to go, do you insist on the cream being put underneath the hot thing? Because cold cream normally goes on top of warm things.
It does, but if it's a scone or a piece of bread,
you want the cream to be warm.
You want the cream to take the place of the butter.
Ali bowls short and guided down into the gully by Herman. Not much lateral movement on offer at all, off the pitch or in the air. And it's the speed that Ali has got. That's his main weapon now. It certainly was enough to remove Thomas Roux from the trenches.
He's not the most athletic fast bowler I've ever seen, Muhammad Ali.
Not until he gathers.
Well,
he looks like
decelerates a bit in the last few strides.
Generates such speed. I mean, he's very powerfully built. Outside off this one, and there's going to be a punch single into the covers, as there's a little bit of trotting for Patterson White to do. Herman to 74, Somerset 177 for 4. With the way he jogs in, Anthony, for the latter half of his run-up, he's got a little bit of the Peter Trigo about it, just a sort of a kind of rolling gait, ever so slightly side to side.
I'm not sure Peter Trigo would appreciate the comparison.
Well, he's not going to appreciate this next bit, which is that Muhammad Ali explodes into his action in a way that Trigo never really did. And he bowls to the right-hander. Perfect defensive shot from Vaughan. That was like facing a bowling machine.
Peter Trigo in his youth was distinctly sharp.
I netted with Peter Trigo in his youth. The first 3 people that Andy Hurry coached 1-to-1 at Somerset in his first year there, after being demobbed or whatever he was after the army, 2000, was me and my friend Peter Trigo. And I think what might have been but Peter Trigo back then was slender. He was a very wiry man, and he didn't have tattoos either. Just goes to show. Somerset 177 for 4.
Well, I hope for your sake he's not listening.
With very friendly terms so far.
Here's Patterson White in to bowl to Jordan Herman, who again makes room and plays that peculiar slap shot through the offside. Lots of bottom hand in it. It's not the most elegant offside shot you'll ever see, but very effective. Brings him a single, 75. He has out of Somerset's 178 for 4.
Just checking my WhatsApp messages there to make sure. He's probably watching Gloucestershire Second 11, isn't that? That's what he does these days?
Could be. Patterson White in bowls, shorter and quicker, trying to take Archie Vaughan by surprise.
Yeah, that was really pushed through.
Vaughan equal to it. Just the slip in the way of close catches. Patterson White in and bowls. Vaughan bat and pad close together, forward in defence. Yet to get off the mark, but that won't trouble him unduly.
Yes, he's no Thomas Roux in that regard.
Patterson White bowls. This is a slower ball And Vaughan forward defensively. Archie Vaughan is tall, 6'5", I should think, probably.
Really?
Yep. Yeah, he's taller than he was last year. That's certainly true, as that's turned into the onside.
There isn't much on offer pitch-wise for Patterson White here. He's relying on rolling the arm over and just drifting the ball into the right-hander. They haven't had any movement away yet.
This is another defensive shot from Archie Vaughan to another good ball from Liam Patterson White. Yeah, he's got the wind blowing as he's bowling from the Stuart Broad end from left to right. So it's allowing him, or helping him, to drift the ball into the right-hander and then turning it away, hopefully off the pitch. He's getting the drift, but not yet the turn. 178 for 4.
Herman has, well, he's set up shop here. 75, Chancellor 75, I think I'm right in saying, actually.
Yep.
Ali, his role at the moment is to be the enforcer, I suppose. That was a buzzword of half a dozen years ago. To try and bowl quick and straight. Short though. Was there no, there wasn't a glove. That was an attempted hook, but not a very controlled one, and it just zipped past Herman's shoulder, and Joe Clark took a tumbling collect down the leg side. Only needs to get a little bit of something on that, and there's a good deal of space. Fine on the onside, not fine leg out there, but a long leg.
Chris Howes agrees with me about cream first. 100% correct. Thanks, Chris.
Warm cream is, I just can't get my head around it. Something warm jam on top of cold cream on top of warm scone.
Jam's cold.
You refrigerate jam? Short ball outside off stump.
Well, you certainly don't heat it up.
And there's a single. I'm learning all kinds of things that I didn't know about you, Anthony. You're a jam in the fridge kind of person.
I do actually keep jam, because if you don't, it has a tendency to go mouldy.
Not if you eat it. Jam in the fridge, and you call yourself an homme du monde. Just the single there to Herman. He advances to 76. Of all the cricket commentary box cliches, the scones and jam thing, it probably yields the most in the way of Twitter, which is why I'm sort of trying to avoid the criticise you in other ways. Short ball this time. Vaughan plays around his front pad.
But at least it wasn't gratuitously raising it, because we did actually have cream and jam scones for tea.
With the top of the scone placed as a
Yeah,
roof.
which you shouldn't really do. Shouldn't really do either.
It's an open situation, isn't it? You've got to go Danish on this.
It's a scone.
It's not a scone.
It's not
Dave's saying a scone. That scone is sort of middle bourgeois.
What would Nancy Mitford have to say about that? Vaughan still yet to get off the mark, and he won't this time as he taps the ball. Another straight one.
My wife insists on calling them scoons.
Ironically?
No.
Oh, really?
No,
she really means it?
She sets herself up in opposition.
Oh, I'm sorry, Anthony. 14 balls Vaughan has now faced. You see, I don't know whether there's a north-south divide in pronunciation, but again, we've got to be terribly careful here, because you can't accuse Dave Bracegirdle of living in the north. I've been there before. This is the Midlands.
East Midlands, yeah.
Vaughan faces Ali. Immaculate defence again, bat and pad together to a full ball. Back in the 19th century, when cricketers played North v South, North began at Cambridgeshire.
It was probably a bit of a movable feast, wasn't it? Depending on who they could get to play.
The Lords was the northernmost cricket ground, well, Southgate perhaps in the south. The north-south divide seems to have crept north. Maybe it's a magnetic thing over the years. Magnetic North Pole is somewhere over northern Canada now. Sorry, I'll be probably better off talking about scones. We've had a change in the field now. All we're doing is putting in a third slip.
Playing on Archie Vaughan's nerves.
And the fielder has come from cover, although there's a slightly more complex change of personnel that I won't bother you with. This one is full again, though. Double. Well, not a double bluff, just a bluff. And Vaughan comes forward defensively once more. So Ali's done his job there very well. Fast, straight. But Vaughan has been up to it. 16 balls he's been on naught.
The runs have rather dried up since tea. Just 12 runs in 26 minutes or so. Wicket of Thomas Rue early on in the evening session. First ball of the second over of the evening session. Patterson White's going to bowl another over. It'll be his 7th. None for 17 so far. Bowling to the left-handed Jordan Herman. Short, and Herman just gets that away into the onside, and they're going to come back for a second run. They'll have to look lively, and they do, as McCann's return comes in. Just dribbled away to backward square leg. That shot from Jordan Herman, and Freddie McCann sprinting after it from slip, and Muhammad Ali from backward square leg.
I think Herman stumbled on the turn, Anthony.
He got back all right. Patterson White in bowls. Quicker ball, driven just past the diving Jack Haynes at short extra cover. It was in the air, nearly a chance. It's 4 runs though. Takes Herman on to 82, 185 for 4. That was more of a conventional off drive than the very heavily bottom hand influence shots that he's been playing, and that's one of the latter as that goes out to Lyndon James, who's sweeping on the cover boundary, which means that Archie Vaughan will have another chance to get off the mark. 186 for 4. Vaughan 16 balls without scoring. Facing Patterson White, driven nicely but straight to mid off, so there's no run. Breeze just ruffling the Nottinghamshire fielders' shirts. Got a fresh breeze from west to east as that's played defensively by Archie Vaughan. Sense of anticipation about proceedings now, as if Nottinghamshire are expecting to make another breakthrough, and Archie Vaughan is off the mark. Just tucks that away into a gap on the offside. Goes through for the single, will keep the strike. It's 187 for 4, and after some words from Kit Harris, time for a bit of Dave Bracegirdle.
It's funny what Anthony Gibson said about 10 minutes ago about Somerset feeling that they'd looked around and hadn't identified an overseas opener. Just when we were talking about Jordan Herman, because what's been nagging at me over those minutes is that we know that Herman was the highest scorer in South African domestic cricket, in Division 1 anyway, 2 winters ago, and last winter he scored 300s and his team got to the final. Okay, they lost, but that maybe you could say that's enough evidence that there was someone out there, as clearly Dave clearly he is a decent county player. Ali bowls to Vaughan. Now he's off the mark, rolling his wrists on a hook shot that's extremely well fielded out there on the boundary, I think by Ben Slater. A short ball, and Vaughan, no, he was off the mark in the last over. I've sold you a wrong one there. He's got 2 off 20.
Kevin Marriott, get these gentlemen off.
Doesn't like it.
They're talking nonsense. Scones is pronounced like stones, and it's jam on top, and I live in Cornwall. Thank you, Kevin.
I'm not going to be drawn. He's as much a right to have such opinions as anyone, especially as a Cornishman. Ali bowls down the leg side. Herman attempts, but I think just at the last moment pulls out of a leg glance, and Clark dives across to collect very, very tidily.
Simon Trafford, photographer, is down on the boundary edge somewhere. Cherry, raisin or plain scone, and it rhymes with stone. Thank you, Simon.
Well, this was a plain one, but I think it might have had just a hint of lemon in it.
Oh.
There was something lemony going on, and it didn't agree enormously with the strawberry jam.
Yeah, your cream is your dairy, Kit, so that's got to go on the bottom.
Oh, not you too.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Ali to left-handed Herman, pulled uppishly just over mid-wicket. It bobbled out towards the onside sweeper. The short ball was certainly there for the pull. A rare shot in rash anger from Herman, and only a single in the end. But the scorebook won't reflect the near drama of that moment. That would be a giving your wicket away.
Certainly would.
Decent effort from Haynes, but he simply wasn't tall enough. He was at full stretch and he timed his jump just right. Herman to 84. Vaughan on 2, back on strike. He's just started to extend himself into a little stroke play for his 2 runs so far. He now faces Ali and defends into the onside. 289 for 4.
One of today's Centurions is now out. Saif Zabe of Northants made 142 from 163 balls, 307 for 4. He was in a long partnership with Nathan McSweeney, who's currently 99 not out. And there's been a century beside the seaside at Scarborough. Will Luxton of Yorkshire has just reached 3 figures. Yorkshire 259 for 3. And they're playing Warwickshire.
Best pie and mash and gravy on the entire circuit, Scarborough. I had it there last year when I was commentating on one of the festival games. All I wanted to do after that lunch was sleep, but you know, in a good way. Ali bowls short down the leg side. Vaughan attempts a swivel pull, but again the pace is a little too much and Vaughan's a bit late on the shot. Clark's got his work cut out. Left and right handers diving in both directions.
Yeah, you'd have to assume that was poorly directed than any sort of plan, really. I watched him in the last over, the one that Freddie, where they scampered for 2 and you said Herman had slipped over. Freddie McCann did the fielding. There were 1 or 2 looks towards Mo Ali because he was down at 3rd. I think if he'd come running in, he could easily have prevented that second run, but seemed a little reluctant to get involved.
Here he is again to Vaughan. Full. Vaughan drives just wide of Hamid. They're taking the quick single. Hamid throws at the non-striker's end, misses, but Vaughan would have been home. But any time you hit the ball anywhere near Hasib Hamid and shout, yes, 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 you're taking your life into your hands in a cricketing sense. His fielding's been excellent today, with the caveat that he did miss from a long range, a good 30 metres, a chance to run out Jordan Herman when Thomas Rue called him through to get off the mark.
Yeah, I didn't mention at the time, he's actually hit the stumps 3 or 4 times this season, and on each time, definitely the right decision, but on each time the batter has got home or had the benefit of the decision.
Off goes Muhammad Ali at the end of the over. He's waving for a replacement who I don't think is on yet.
No, so Notts momentarily down to 10. It's Ben Martindale again.
And they're waiting. And mid-off, mid-on and backward square leg are all taking this opportunity to have a good stretch. They look a bit like those plaster figures at Pompeii in contorted positions, all different. You're Patterson White.
Yeah, driven into the offside. First ball of the over. I was several thousand miles away on the Amalfi Coast.
Oh,
there,
you were on the foot of Vesuvius.
For tour, next 79 AD and all that. This is pushed back to the bowler. Yes, for many years I was under a misapprehension about those figures. I went round there several times in the 80s with the football team, Forces football team. This was pushed in the offside when I was based in Italy in the RAF, and I swore for 30 odd years that we were told they were actually mummified figures of real people. As Patterson White bowls, and this is dropped on the leg side relatively recently, within the last decade. Been back again with My Good Lady, and we were told, they were, as you say, plaster cast replica figures of what the mummified bodies were actually found like, but they weren't the real bods, as Vaughan defends this next ball. But
yeah, I took that same journey as well. I definitely initially thought, and I'm sure because I'd been told, that those were the actual remains. Maybe that's how they were once presented. Okay, Scone fans, Pompeii time.
Up Pompeii. Patterson White bowls end of the over. Vaughan blocks it. He's on 3. Herman is on 84, 190 for 4. Just under that folder. No, under the folder is my tablet, which I haven't looked at for a while. So
I've taken it for a while.
I can apologise if anybody sent a really vitally important email in that needs reading out, and we'll have a little look. And if they haven't, well, we won't mention it again.
Ali hasn't come back on. He didn't look injured. He'd be just going for a stretch or some sort of break, but he's not back in time to resume bowling. So Pennington is going to have a charge in, running away from us towards the old pavilion. He started off coming from the Stuart Broad end, but he's going to have a go at the Ratcliffe Road. Herman on 84, the left-hander, waiting to receive him, and leaves on length to a ball that perhaps very gently curled back in. 66 overs old now, this one. So about an hour away from a new one.
Yeah, so you'd imagine Hutton and O'Neill will be put into cold storage for that 45 minutes to an hour period, and we'll...
7 overs have to be bowled from each end, so it's not just going to be Pennington. Floats one up very, very full, and Herman very steadily defending there.
Gut feel would be the 7 from the far end from Patterson White, 4 from Pennington, and 3 from McCann from this end, and then take the second.
You'd have a little crack at McCann, would you, for 3 overs?
I would, yeah. He had a little bowl before tea.
He's got, what has he got? 8 wickets, 8 career wickets. Hasn't particularly bowled much this season, has he? Hasn't got a wicket.
Wicket in the blast.
Got a bit of off spin to vary it up. A drive this time, but an unconvincing one from Herman. Just kind of stunned him on the bat handle a bit there. Took one hand off it, and it made a louder noise than usual. A percussive moment.
Yeah, feel a little bit for Farhan Ahmed, who hasn't featured at all this season in either format.
Yes, who hasn't got a spinner? Yeah. Who can sign him up? Oh, he's signed till the end of 2027. Oh, the agent will have to kick his heels for a bit. Here is Pennington. A flayed drive and parried, so it won't be for just the one by the fielder at cover. That was a wide, nearly half volley. An excellent diving half stop from short extra cover. Is it James? No, it isn't. Patterson White. Yeah. And now he's being moved into the slips.
So eager to get their Indian spinner on board, aren't they?
Surrey, who are they going for this year?
Chauhan.
Patterson White into Vaughan, drives pleasingly towards the offside. Oh, there's James at the right-hander's cover. Vaughan is looking a little more comfortable now, but he has certainly worked for the position that he's in. 30 off 3, but he's not playing full-blooded shots, just easing into drives. The occasional attempted pull, which are mostly finding the fielders, as you can figure from him just having 3. But he's looking all right. Pennington bowls full to him. Another checked off drive, well played out to Hamid at mid-off, and that concludes Pennington's come back over. No wicket for 26 for him from 12. Somerset 191 for 4. And there are 29 overs left in the day, which we think we'll get. Now 13 until the new ball.
Yeah. Rahul Chahar, the Indian leg spinner. Sorry, we're hoping to get him in for last week, but I think there were 1 or 2 visa issues. But I think once they get him on board, they'll definitely have a potent weapon on turning wickets latter end of the season. There's Liam Patterson-White. Start his 9th over, none for 25 from the far end. Herman moving through the 80s nicely, gets his 86th run, driving it to Fergus O'Neill, set deep at mid-off, wide-ish mid-off.
I mean, there are singles straight, aren't there?
Yes, I'm surprised they're leaving.
It's a bit of a no man's land, isn't it? Though, certainly against Herman, that Patterson-White has got deep fielders straight, but not on the boundary.
Ball's now and nicely played by Archie Vaughan. Will get a single. Needed Fergus O'Neill to fully exert himself. Again, moving to his right in that deepish mid-on position. Mid-on to the right-hander, of course. Mid-off to Herman, who's back on strike as the sun returns. Ground bathed in sunshine. Strong shadows around all the players as Patterson-White bowls again. Herman will chop this into the deep on the Fox Road side of the ground for a single. The patrons over there to our left in pleasantly warm sunshine. You usually get 1 or 2 gentlemen popping their tops off.
Oh dear.
I wouldn't be at all surprised if there's not a bit of flesh on show.
So you've got your binoculars out?
Yeah, we'll get the binoculars out just for the briefest of looks. See, I sort of generally tend to know where I'm looking. Yes, I can see.
I can see a couple.
Yes, yes. The usual suspects sat on that side of the ground, right in the glare of the sun, with the tops off, as Archie Vaughan rocks forward and defends. What was it, about 16 balls to get off the mark? But since then he's played some nice shots. 194 for 4. Bonus points as they have been for about the last 5 or 6 years now. 250 for the first batting point, and he's cut this away behind square on the offside. Will get a single out to Ben Slater. Vaughan will keep strike. End of the 68th over. Somerset 195 for 4. Wickets today for Brett Hutton and Fergus O'Neill. Then there was a run out, a deflection onto the stumps at the non-strikers end off Dylan Pennington, and since T. Muhammad Ali has picked up his first Nottinghamshire wicket.
He's back on the field, by the way.
Wonder what he's making of his first day in the field as a Nottinghamshire County Championship player. Of course, he's played Test cricket, so he's more than used to the rigours of first-class cricket, but maybe not used to the rigours of a Seba Mead, sending him down to the far end.
Patterson-White has a half appeal there, but that was more just about the ball hit the pad. It was angling down the leg side and possibly a little high too. Vaughan shaped to play a clip off his hip, but didn't go through with it.
A couple of years ago, Dylan Pennington was called into the England Test squad, and you may remember it was the series, was it the West Indies, where Jimmy Anderson was given the first test at Lord's. That was going to be his farewell test.
I do remember. He bowls now to Vaughan. It's a beauty outside the off stump, just straightened a touch, and Vaughan plays inside the line.
Second test was here at Trent Bridge, and sort of the general perception of the way it was all done and worded and everything was that Jimmy Anderson was going to play the first test match. Dylan Pennington was 12th man, and he would come here to Nottingham and he would make his test debut. It didn't happen. He carried the drinks.
Just sort of dropped off the radar.
Well, he carried the drinks for the next test and then got injured and didn't play again in 2024.
Here he is again to Vaughan on the off stump, kept just a little low. There's no bounce anyway, and Vaughan jumps into a defensive shot.
I don't know.
Did he lose a little pace since his injury?
I don't know. Yes, no, I don't think so. don't think so. Again, at the start of the season, Jeff Arnold, the legendary former England and Surrey player, of course, but he's served the ECB many years as sort of the fast bowling guru and a scout. Been here watching him early part of the season.
Pennington bowls down the leg side, and that's a good take from Clark, because he had to take that almost on the half volley. He'd only just been concentrating moments before on signalling to the support staff what it seemed to be signalling for a helmet, and then cutting his throat sort of action, as if to say, I think he was saying, the helmet that we asked for we don't want now.
Who was that?
Joe Clark.
Joe Clark, okay. Yeah.
So maybe he's been thinking about putting in a close fielder to Patterson White and have now decided not to. Pennington rolling in again, and Vaughan edges one bounce to first slip. See, that's a reflection of Pennington bowling well, but the pitch losing pace quickly. And Vaughan didn't particularly play that with soft hands, but all the life's out of it.
Yeah, there's lots of obviously fast bowling options for England, and we're seeing in particular the squad for the next Test match them not having to dig too deep to call in many reserves, many other options.
Last ball of the over, and it's going to be a maiden. Vaughan defends again. Pennington 13 overs. He's gone for exactly 2 runs and over.
Yeah, just on that, sorry, Kit. I mean, the next match at the Oval, obviously Matt Fisher plays there and generally goes well there. Certainly they like what they see from Sonny Baker, and
he is quick.
They've got him into the system, and they're going to stick with him. But again, there's the danger that he's not playing enough cricket. They're bringing Jofra Archer back and he's straight into the squad, whereas he's not bowled any red ball cricket in recent times. I don't know what more Pennington can do really, but it does seem for the time being his brief time of being on the England radar just seems to have ended. Good for Notts, but not good for the lad.
The signal that Joe Clark made in the last over was, can you take the helmet off? His helmet, because he's not going to be standing up to the wicket anymore, because it's time for another little burst from James.
Yeah, 3 overs earlier on for 23. Bowls now to Herman, and plays this with soft hands, and as a consequence the ball just rolls, it just trickles behind square on the offside to Jack Haynes, who took a couple of catches early on. Ball was doing a lot in the early stages. Very difficult conditions for the Somerset top order players. Josh Thomas didn't survive, Lewis Goldsworthy didn't survive, James Rew hung around for 40 minutes, and this one keeps a whisker lower, fancy underneath the bat of Herman through to Clark. Rew out in the most unfortunate of circumstances, run out backing up at the non-striker's end as a drilled shot from Herman brushed off the fingers of Pennington. Herman and Thomas Rew batted through the entirety of the afternoon, and then Mo Ali got rid of the younger Rew LBW for his first Notts wicket early in this session. 195 for 4. We're in the 70th over as Lyndon James, tall, gangly even, bowls outside the off stump, and it's left alone, goes through to Joe Clark. Freddie McCann's on walkabout from slip, just to have a natter to his mate Jack Haynes. 44's very much in vogue in a lot of sports teams at the moment, and
is there a reason?
Well, 195 for 4. Next ball is dropped on the leg side. Lewis Hamilton wears number 44, and I presumed that it might be a bit of that, but it's not with Freddie McCann. No idea, Dave. Not a Lewis fan, just given the number. So that was that. End of that little chat.
I haven't seen a whole glut of 6 7s over the winter.
way, and Herman, who wears 7'6", squared up there. He, I think, was looking to hit it in the V, as they say, down the ground, and comes off the outside edge along the ground into the covers. I've no idea what this 6-7 thing is, but occasionally I hear people saying it on TV, and everybody else roars with laughter, so I've no idea.
There's a video,
No.
a little viral video, tiny clip of an American teenager at a basketball game.
Lyndon James bowls to Herman, drops it on the leg side, fielded by O'Neill, no run.
And he cups his hands and says 6-7, and that's it. That's all it is.
Okay,
but I'm assured by my 10-year-old daughter, who is in primary school, that 6-7 is now over, and it's only ever met now with a roll of the eyes.
I was thinking I'd heard it, but it's just come to me. I came in, was it last week or the week before? My good lady was watching the final of Britain's Got Talent, and a magician asked Simon Cowell to predict two numbers, and somebody from the back shouted 6-7. It might even have been a stooge. That's why it was 6-7. But I had to ask them, what does that mean? Here's Pennington, here's Kit.
Here's Vaughan driving through the offside. Oh, that's so pretty. That is a stand-up back foot cover drive. He's been waiting for that for 42 balls, and it was on the up, and it wasn't that wide. Just a shot of beauty and class, and Vaughan moves to 9.
I thought you were giving us a bit of Julie Andrews there. What was it? So pretty? Was that Sound of Music, or was that Mary Poppins?
That's neither, I don't think, is it?
Pretty and witty and gay.
Isn't it Gilbert and Sullivan?
Julie Andrews sings it in one of those, I'm sure she does.
I don't think it's in either of those.
Oh, okay, all right.
I don't know what I note those
Help.
two. Yeah. Vaughan now into his defensive shot over the off stump again, as Pennington pushed it in a little fuller. I feel pretty and witty and gay.
That's where I thought
That
you were
sounds like
going.
Gilbert and Sullivan to
Okay.
me, but I don't know Gilbert and Sullivan very well.
bracecricket@icloud.com if you can ask or if you can clarify.
Send him the lyrics and he'll sing it.
Well, I thought that's what you were doing. But it was a pretty shot, I agree with you.
Three boundary riders as Vaughan prepares to face. Now he goes for the pull, and he hasn't got everything on it, just a single out to deep backward square. The trouble is that because there's not much pace in the pitch, the ball, when short, doesn't really sit up. It loses a lot of pace off the pitch, so you've got not a lot to work with, and you end up just guiding the ball on the swivel pull, as Vaughan did there, rather than being able to give it a proper crack of the wrists. Vaughan to double figures. Somerset have reached 200 for 4 wickets down. It's more than seemed likely when they lost their first 3 this morning. Pennington round the wicket to Herman, hurries him into a crouchy sort of stab on the leg stump, and there is no run.
I think it's probably fair to say if 4 right-arm seamers aren't going to do the job for you, 5 aren't likely to do it either. And of course, lots have taken that route today. They've given Joe Clark the gloves, something that he'll willingly do for the good of the team, but it wouldn't be his first option. Kyle Verreynne not playing, so they've sort of sacrificed a number 6 batter keeper for an extra bowler.
Pennington bowls, Herman defends. I hate to steal your script, Dave, but spot on. I mean, maybe they did it. Maybe they selected the bowlers because they thought the pitch was going to end up, really dying, and you just need the bowlers to pound and pound and pound the outfield. But well, if you're going to play 5 seamers, at least make one of them different. But then who's your? If it's a seamer, correct me if I'm wrong, but do Nottinghamshire have a left arm seam option?
No.
Pennington bowls very full, and Herman defends. 87 he is at the end of that over. Somerset on the round 200. But they could have played the second spinner. They could have played the off spinner. They could play Farhan. Yeah. That's variation.
I sense they felt all along they were going to need a battery of bowlers to bowl Somerset out twice, and it may well turn out that it's the right decision in the end. That's the way they've gone. I think they've sort of very much enjoyed having Josh Tong available, that extra bit of pace, the X factor from the England man. They were just hoping that Muhammad Ali might be able to step in and provide it. And he's done okay, Mo Ali, hasn't he?
Been impressed.
Just the one wicket. I mean, obviously, the hope would have been that he could perhaps just provide a little bit of an option. This is driven nicely by Vaughan to mid-off, that the Somerset batters and the Somerset analyst maybe wasn't aware of. Maybe caught Somerset perhaps a little bit unguarded. Hang on, who's this fella they've brought in? But he's got one wicket and bowled nicely.
Patterson White, he's the leading wicket taker of the season. Now, is that in any way down to the pitches that Trent Bridge has been producing? Have they been helpful to spin?
No is definitely the answer to that one. As Lyndon James bowls, Vaughan turns it onto the leg side. He's just bowled hundreds of overs and letting the quicks rotate from the other end. And if you bowl hundreds of overs, you've got more chance of picking up 3s, 4s and 5s eventually, one way or another. Quick update for BBC Radio Nottingham just in the next moment or two. Best conditions of the day right now, Lisa. The sun is out, blue sky. Somerset 200 for 4. Been a tough day for Notts after 2 early wickets. They have had a wicket since tea, though. Muhammad Ali, the Pakistan international on debut, picking up his first Notts wicket. Somerset 200 for 4. We're in the 72nd over. Lyndon James bowls and Vaughan pushes it back to the bowler.
Have any of your correspondents identified? Someone has, another member of the cricket press has texted me the answer, but that doesn't seem particularly fair on.
It does
on your correspondence. But I can tell you that we were both wrong.
I've got one presumably correct answer. As this is Vaughan again driving into the offside. Good stop by O'Neill, and just momentarily the two Somerset batters were almost face to face in the middle of the strip, but they got back. Well, I've had one person. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what I've
Should
had.
I say that? Yes. So Ross Knuckles, thank you very much, Ross. Says it's West Side Story, Dave. Thank you very much, Ross. Appreciate that. We got there. I'm always armed with a little bit of knowledge, never the full story. Usually gets me in a spot of trouble. Lyndon James, last ball of the over bowls, and this is dragged by Vaughan onto the leg side. He'll get a single and keep strike. 201 for 4. Who's your correspondent? Does he want to be named, or is he an anonymous contact?
He always wants to be named. Dan Norcross from Test Match Special.
Oh, we know. Oh, crikey, Mr. Norcross, the great man, is with us, is he?
I like to think
he'd know.
I like to think the great man is always with us.
The only Connect man.
Oh yes, he's very good on a quiz team.
He likes a quiz.
He does like a quiz.
How are you, fella?
Oh, isn't that, if you're on the stream, isn't that a pretty picture? Oh no, it's not now. It's us.
There we are.
Before, two more recently installed gargoyles were put on the screen. We had this lovely. Yes, there we go. That's a pretty picture. And here is Vaughan facing Paddington again in defence. You've got an event you're going to read out to us.
Yeah, just a reminder that the Test match, 2 weeks from today, it'll be the second day of the England-New Zealand Test match. So the Test starts on the Thursday. The night before the Test starts, Wednesday, June the 24th, 7 o'clock, nearby here in West Bridgeford at the Poppy and Pint, there's an event to commemorate Harold Larwood, 100 years. 201 for 4.
Pennington bowls, very, very full, pushed through the leg side. Gentle dive from, I think it's Hutton.
I'm an idiot because earlier I said to commemorate Harold Larwood's 100th. Of course, it wouldn't have been his 100th. It must be 100 years since Bodyline, mustn't it?
No, that's early 30s. 100 years since his debut.
100 years since debut.
Vaughan got a single there, goes to 12, 202 for 4 Somerset. We got there in the end.
Well, we will get there in the end, yeah.
Herman still on 87, drives, and this time it's an easy bit of fielding for Hutton to do.
OK, there's a great biography of the great Harold Larwood by Duncan Hamilton, and the night before the test starts at the Poppy and Pint in West Bridgford. They'll have some memorabilia there from Harold Larwood's career from the museum here at Trent Bridge. From the Cricketer magazine, Hugh Turbeville and George Dobell will be there. Duncan Hamilton will be talking about Harold Larwood. Tickets available either from the Poppy and Pint in West Bridgford or from thecricketer.com/Larwood if you're interested in coming to that.
Herman faces Pennington and glides it off the face. There's a run here for McCann, but he's not going to make it. 4 runs down past first slips, lone slip. Take Herman into the 90s, 91. And the pitch becoming increasingly benign. I'm going to sneeze now.
OK. Well, I was just about to say, and also on international matters, England versus New Zealand, of course, that third test. It'll be very interesting to see who's leading England and what the composition of the side is. Of course, Kane Williamson won't be playing. He's announced his retirement today from international cricket.
Pennington to Herman, jumps into a crab-like defensive shot. Yes, a mid-season retirement. Well, they do say that, those who play 100 tests and more tend to say that one day you just wake up and you know.
Go on your own terms.
And it's not fair on other people who care about it desperately, and youngsters who want to play to carry on as a, what do they call it, lame duck almost. Go. Pennington bowls very, very full, and Herman gets slightly tangled defending on his leg stump, and he asks Jack Haynes if he can pick up the ball himself, and Haynes is more than happy for that to happen. I don't imagine there can be anything untoward about the retirement, given that it's Kane Williamson, about as straightforward a cricketer as ever played.
Yeah, you wonder if they'll reinforce their test squad for the last 2 tests, so they've got ample cover. You wonder if he's picked up a knock, and I suppose I should have read the announcement in full, really. Maybe he's picked up a knock and wouldn't be fit for the next 2.
I don't think so.
Liam Patterson-White back into the attack. We momentarily had Lyndon James having another go from the far end. 206 for 4. Archie Vaughan is on 12. He's on strike. Patterson-White to bowl to the Somerset young all-rounder who pushes the first ball of the over back to LPW. 206 for 4 in the 74th over. The headmaster's in town. Mr. Howells is behind, observing from the back of the box. Best behaviour kit as the next one's eased into the offside, and there's no run. Do we have a missive, sir?
He could, of course. New Zealand could do worse than pick a New Zealand-born, very experienced Test captain.
Patterson-White bowls. This is dropped on the leg side. A very good afternoon to listeners on Sports Extra, as well as those of you that have been with us for most of the day on Sports Extra 2. Trent Bridge bathed in sunshine at the moment as Somerset bat on. They're 206 for 4 to make that 207 for 4 as Archie Vaughan, playing in front of his father, drops this on the leg side, takes a single. All Somerset eyes, certainly the eyes of the dressing room and the dressing room balcony, all on their young opener, their young South African opener, Jordan Herman, who's 91 not out, went out to bat at 11 o'clock this morning. Patterson-White bowls and he defends onto the leg side. He went out to bat at 11 o'clock and then was told to come back and start at 10 past, and then faced 5 balls and was then told to come back in another 5 minutes. It was a miserable start to a miserable morning, but eventually we got better weather. Now this is swept away by Herman, but he's in control of that, and we'll get a single out to Slater. moves to 92, 208 for 4, and that's the end of the 74th over here at Trent Bridge. If you've been out and about conducting your daily affairs, Somerset were put into bat. They lost 2 early wickets. Josh Thomas to Fergus O'Neill without scoring. Lewis Goldsworthy came in at 3 and was second out, also falling to a slip catch, this one off Brett Hutton. Then James Rue in the England squad for the next test, but allowed to play in this match. Most unfortunate of dismissals. Herman absolutely laced a ball from Dylan Pennington straight back down the ground. It ricocheted off Pennington's fingers onto the stumps. Rue short of his ground, so he's run out backing up for 10. This afternoon a century plus partnership from Thomas Rue and Herman ended when Rue was dismissed LBW to Ali for 68.
James is resuming the bowling now from the Radcliffe Road end to Herman, who has guided him away down towards a deep third boundary, and there's a sprawling attempt to stop McCann, I think, and a successful one. Well, now they're just discussing whether the ball went. We're going to have a switcheroo in the commentary box as well to match Lyndon James coming on at the opposite end from where he just was. Stuart Broadend. Looks like they've decided that that was just a single. Herman to 95, Somerset 211 for 4. I shall take my leave, and Dave Bracegirdle is going to be joined by Anthony Gibson.
Here's James in a bowls, and this is driven nicely off an open face by Archie Vaughan. Bring him just a single because there's a sweeper out on the cover boundary. Archie Vaughan on to 14 from 57 deliveries. Nottinghamshire bowled really well at him when he first came in, offering him absolutely nothing easy, making him work for every run. Jordan Herman on 95 on strike to Lyndon James. Driven slightly uppishly. That one looks as if it might just have stopped slightly in the pitch. But no danger of a caught and bowled. It was well out of the reach of Lyndon James in his follow through. Lovely late afternoon now. Crowd basking in the sunshine. All around the ground except in the fridge. The Bridgeford Road stand. This is driven straight but not timed by Herman. Fielded by Asib Hamid, who, needless to say, loses his sun hat and his sunglasses in the process. Jordan Herman, 95 from 196 deliveries, so it's been a painstaking innings. James in bowls, and this is turned into the onside, but only as far as Liam Patterson-White at mid-wicket, so there'll be no run.
Do we know how he's ended up at Taunton?
Well, I
Jordan
expect
Herman?
it's the Lewis Gregory connection,
Okay.
because Gregory plays for Sunrisers Eastern Cape, and so does Jordan Herman. So that's the obvious explanation.
Yep,
I haven't asked
Yep.
either Gregory or
No.
Jordan Herman, but I'm sure that's what it is. This is cut away with a flourish by Jordan, but straight to O'Neill at backward point. End of that over. 212 for 4. Herman on 95 and Archie Vaughan on 14.
Yes, the Somerset captain wouldn't sort of put himself out there to bring somebody to the southwest if he didn't think he would be capable of fulfilling the role.
Well, I think
Not's captain's going off. This is a little bit of a rarity. I see by me just popping off for a comfort break. Maybe just to use one or two of the coaches as a sounding board. Perhaps just for a comfort break. Ben Martindale's on as a replacement. Patterson-White to bowl to Archie Vaughan, who defends the first ball. Get you back on as soon as Herman's on strike in the 90s, Anthony. You can have the responsibility of guiding him to 3 figures.
Ben Martindale, new name to me.
Duncan Martindale played for Notts in the 80s.
Yeah.
His son, Vaughan, on 14, playing in front of Michael, as you alerted us a little earlier on.
Archie Vaughan pushes this back to Patterson White in his 11th over. We're in the 76th over, so second new ball if not select to take it. And I would imagine they will, just round the corner. Next ball pushed back to Liam Patterson White. His third England A call-up, I think, for Liam over the last couple of weeks. Been away playing against South Africa A. Round the wicket he comes now. Bowls accurate delivery on the stumps. Always keeps the batter playing, and Vaughan just content just to bide his time. Was something like 16 deliveries before he got off the mark. Just blocks this one. Tall right-hander again, reaches forward and defends. Don't know if it's a bandage on his left arm or a sort of round his elbow rather than round his wrist, isn't it?
Yeah.
Don't think it's a forearm guard either. Might be a bandage.
As far as I know, he's not injured. One of the few Somerset players who isn't.
He's on 14, and we'll push this down the ground. Mo Ali maybe just a little deep there, and he allowed them to get a single. It's the end of the over. 213 for 4, so Archie Vaughan will keep strike on 15, and the captain not yet ready to return from wherever he's gone. 213 for 4, Somerset. Notts have a bowling bonus point, having picked up 3 wickets, but they did that before about 12:15, and then they were made to wait until after tea before they picked up the 4th wicket.
Archie Vaughan, his nickname is the Conductor, on account of the fact he was conducting the music in the pub after Somerset had beaten Surrey in what I think was his first appearance for Somerset back at the tail end of the 2024 season.
I'll tell you something about that book in a moment. There's Lyndon James.
Is James in and bowls to Vaughan, who plays that defensively.
The particular book you're looking at, if you look at Ollie Stone and his entry, it had us for a while going, ooh, crikey, that's unusual. That's a thing of distinction when you find it. I think there's a category, tell us something about you that we didn't know, in Ollie Stone's entry.
My great granddad created the Twix chocolate bar. This is playing a miss to a ball that rather crept through to Joe Clark on the second bounce. Is that true?
Well,
or did he make it up?
Well, you know, that occupied both the conversation in the commentary box and our listeners with their correspondence for a good half an hour, 45 minutes during the recent Warwickshire game, until I grabbed him at close of play. Nah, Dave, I just made it up.
Is Lyndon James in the bowl's defensive shot.
It's a good thing to make up. Do you want to read it again?
Yeah. Surprising fact about you. My great-granddad created the Twix chocolate bar.
You'd think he'd know better, wouldn't you? An England international, Ollie Stone.
Do you think his first cricket club is also made up? Vauxhall Mallards Cricket Club, Norfolk, home of the Ducks.
Well, it's certainly in Norfolk. Certainly in Norfolk. I suspect that's probably correct. He'd like to give those a shout out, wouldn't he?
It's obviously a bit of a joker. This is played into the offside by Archie Vaughan. There's no run. Well, the Nottinghamshire seamers are plugging away at the moment, but not much is happening for them. They'll be pinning their hopes on the new ball, which will be ready to be taken in just over 3 overs' time. Yeah,
the Notts over rate, certainly at tea, was 0. It's still showing as 0 on the board. Of course, for it to come into effect, they've got to bowl for 8 hours in a match as well.
Another forward defensive shot from Archie Vaughan to another good ball from Lyndon James.
But although we lost a few minutes at the start of play, we're not going to finish this side of 6:30, are we?
6:45, I reckon.
Yeah.
Still, it's a nice day, and the light is good.
And we're watching cricket. We're watching county championship cricket.
We're watching the reigning county champions against the would-be county champions. This is, again, good ball, well played by Archie Vaughan, but no run is added. 213 for 4. That was maiden over from Lyndon James, who's come back well. His first spell was a little bit expensive. I think his first 3 overs went for 23 or thereabouts. He's now bowled 7 overs for 28, so his last 4 overs have yielded only 5 runs.
I mean, he's still not come back. So Joe Clark not only keeping wicket, but he will be taking charge of the side. Leon Patterson-White to continue from the far end, and just in case he hits a second 6 of the day, Anthony, you'd better control things here with young Master Herman on strike on 95.
Patterson-White to bowl. Jordan Herman on 95. Lays back and slaps this away into the offside without any timing at all. And it goes to Jack Haynes at short extra cover. And there's no run. Patterson-White in bowls, and this is a big swing from Jordan Herman, as if he was looking to go to his century with a 6 over straight mid-wicket. But there is a mid-wicket posted out there, and that's much the longer of the 2 boundaries as well, towards the Bridgeford Road.
Looked a little risky, didn't it?
Doesn't want to give it away now. This time he's playing that back down the ground. That's just going to be a single as well, as Muhammad Ali comes round from long on to do the fielding. 96 he moves on to.
214
pass it
for
back
4. Herman's batted for over 5 hours now, 9 fours and a 6 in his 96. Just past 200 balls faced as well. Patterson-White bowls, and it's just pushed back to the bowler by Archie Vaughan. He's faced 70 balls for his 15.
But as I'm saying, they have bowled well at it.
Yeah. But he's put a high price on his wicket. That's good to see. Vaughan on 15. Patterson-White bowls to him again. And he's almost in block mode here. Fancy was already getting into a forward defensive press there before Patterson-White had let go of the ball, but it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. They've added 45 useful runs for the 5th wicket. 1 ball left in the over. Comes Patterson-White. Umpire at the far end is Martin Saggers. Maybe a little bit of turn, very gentle turn through to Clark. End of the over, 214 for 4. Still to come, Lewis Gregory, Craig Overton, Miguel Pretorius, Jack Leach and Alfie Ogborn. You were waxing lyrical back in the first week of April, just to keep warm, about Alfie Ogborn. Has he gone on to justify the early season optimism?
He was chosen for one of the England A sides that he played in the one-day game down at Arundel against South Africa A without huge distinction, but I think everyone who's seen him has been very impressed with his combination of attitude. He's very, very positive, and genuine pace as well, and it'll be good to see how he goes here at Trent Bridge. Lyndon James in bowls to Jordan Herman, won't get a run there, and of course he played a crucial part in that game at Taunton, because he removed Joe Clark and Kyle Verreynne in the same over, and when Nottinghamshire looked to be putting big runs on the board.
And the fact that he's a left armer as well just offers something just a little bit different. There's always going to be a market for good left arm quicks.
Here's a right arm quick. Lyndon James in and bowls. This is driven down the ground, and that is Jordan Herman's century. His first century for Somerset. Just gentle punch of the right hand towards his colleagues in the Somerset dressing room. He takes off the helmet, lifts his bat to acknowledge the applause all around the ground, and the Somerset side, as we've just seen on the live stream, all on their feet applauding on their dressing room balcony. A tremendous innings from Jordan Herman. 203 deliveries, 10 fours and a 6. Well batted.
Yeah, very well played. Just have an inkling that won't be his only century in
ninth century.
I don't think it'll be his only one in county championship cricket. I'm sure he'll be back for Somerset. If not, somebody else will have him.
James in and bowls to him again, and this time he's content with a defensive push back up the pitch. Yeah, playing just his second game for Somerset and registering 100. And it's been a knock of great concentration, no little skill. Scoring runs quickly on this pitch has not been easy, and the bowling has been remorselessly accurate. James in bowls, and this is not so accurate, and that's down the leg side and helped on its way to the fine leg boundary by Jordan Herman. Spoke too soon. 2 for 4. Herman on to 104, and that is the 50 partnership between Jordan Herman and Archie Vaughan, with Herman contributing 38 to it and Archie Vaughan 15, so no extras.
And he hasn't overly got to worry about still being in the 90s when the second new ball was taken. He's got there now, and again he can just take a fresh guard and get plenty more.
James in and bowls to him outside the off stump. No shot from Jordan Herman. It's his best, his highest score in 187 not out is his best in first class cricket, so he is capable of big hundreds.
And of course he's in a rich vein of form, isn't it? What's that, his second 100 in 4 first class matches?
Yeah,
this
4 first class matches
on this little trip to England?
Yeah. 1 for South Africa A and now 1 for Somerset. James in and bowls, and he's playing this, that peculiar bottom-handed offside slap of his up to Pennington at mid-on. There's no run. It's the end of the over. 222 for 4.
Still no sign of a Seba Mead. Travis Holland, I think it is, who's come on as a second fielding sub for Notts. He's coming on to replace Lyndon James, who just bowled the 79th over, so maybe he was coming out of the attack anyway. You'd assume, even if the captain isn't on the field, that Notts will take the second new ball.
He looked to be running with just a hint of a limp there, Lyndon James, as if he's favouring his left leg.
Maybe when he's gone to sort it out. Patterson White then from the pavilion end. The Stuart Broad end here in Nottingham. Bowls to Archie Vaughan. Again in blocking mode. Just defends it. Runs out onto the leg side. Fielded by Jack Haynes, who quick succession this morning. Took 2 catches at third slip. This is a little quicker and a little shorter from Patterson White, and Vaughan left it alone.
A bit of bounce there.
Yeah. Through to Joe Clark with the gloves on, standing up. 222 for 4. Clark, the leading run scorer in the country after 6 matches. This is pushed back to him by Archie Vaughan. Not sure if Dan Lawrence is
the second highest run scorer in the country is.
Well, it was Tom Abel, but I would imagine Dan Lawrence has gone past them both now.
I expect Dan Lawrence probably has.
He dined out on the Hampshire attack over the last few days as Vaughan again defends.
Only just got his Surrey cap as well. Presented during the course of the game against Hampshire. Surrey, as in Somerset, you have to work very hard for your county cap.
Yeah, same with the Nottinghamshire club. This is floated up there, and Vaughan just waited for it, almost trapped the ball out onto the leg side, fielded by Haynes. Somerset 222 for 4. There's Patterson White in again. Day's not gone exactly as Notts would have wanted as Vaughan defends this one. So we're through 80 overs, all eyes on the umpire now. This is where some words that are never used in our vocabulary at any other time are used. We'll be talking about the polythene bag being produced from the umpire's pocket. The gold embossed lettering, I'm sure that'll get a mention as well over the next 10 minutes. But we are going there. Look, there is the polythene bag produced from the umpire's pocket, and we are going to get the second new ball to be used. Meanwhile, Fergus O'Neill is just loosening himself up with a few.
Just taking the shine off it.
Yeah, no, that's the. I'm sure that's the old one.
Ball, yeah.
And it has been taken there. James Middlebrook, the umpire, just showing it to everybody. And the scorers who acknowledge Kevin Mitchell Somerset scorer, Roger Marshall, the Nottinghamshire scorer. So Hamid still off the field. Pennington's down below us at... where's he going? I'm going to say, it seemed an odd fielding position, but he'd just gone to kick something over the boundary edge. Something had been left on inside the boundary edge, and he's going to come back to mid-off. So it's going to be Fergus O'Neill, who got the first wicket of the morning, long time ago, to bowl to Herman.
He's in, past the umpire and bowls, and this is tucked away down to long leg for a single by Jordan Herman for his 105th run, 2-2-3 for 4. He didn't bowl particularly well earlier on today. O'Neill, 46 runs from his 14 overs, and I think he would be the first to accept that he didn't bowl particularly well.
Yeah, his little spell straight after lunch where he bowled 2 or 3 short and wide to Thomas Rue and got smacked away square of the wicket on the offside for boundaries each time. You could tell what he felt of those particular deliveries. He didn't need anybody else just to have a little word with him. He'll be looking to do better here.
He's into the tall figure of Archie Vaughan, who gets one off bottom edge down into the ground, maybe via the pad. Picked up by Jack Haynes from third slip.
Won't want to steer you away from this one. We've got a good hour's cricket left, but of course at 6:30 at Edgbaston, the women's T20 World Cup gets underway. England playing Sri Lanka. Big coverage on Sports Extra, of course.
O'Neill in and bowls to Vaughan, long way outside the off stump. Yes, I suppose England must be amongst the favourites to win that, alongside Australia and India. But on home turf, every chance.
Yeah, I think that's probably a fair assessment, and it's probably going to come from those three, isn't it? The winners. New Zealand might have a say, but probably those three you mentioned.
O'Neill in and bowls, and Vaughan for the umpteenth time, forward, bat and pad close together, defensive shot, no run.
Although don't rule out Scotland with all their Blaze players. Catherine and Sarah Bryce, Kirsty Gordon.
And the Blaze having a very good season in both competitions.
Yeah.
Don't quite understand how they're allowed to be called the Blaze when everybody else is a county. O'Neill bowls, and as an appeal for LBW as Vaughan plays no shot. But umpire Middlebrook signals
a dead ball, because it's gone for 4.
Yeah, it's gone for 4 off the pads, but he was playing no shot. So
yeah, regarding your previous comment about the Blaze, just put that on hold for 6 months because they might not be called the Blaze anymore after this season. Mo Ali's down on the ground, stretching and bending. I wonder if he's going to...
I fancy it'd be Brett Hutton.
Well, so would I, but then it doesn't make sense what Mo Ali's doing.
Oh, playing a miss from Archie Vaughan. Looking to drive that away through the offside. Wasn't at the pitch of the ball, and rehearses a quite different shot in frustration at having played that full shot. And 2-2-3 for 4. First over of the new ball has been survived, but not much more than that.
And Brett Hutton's peeled off his sweater, so Mo Ali just no doubt feeling a little stiff. Just down on the ground, just trying to loosen up a little bit. But Joe Clark still in charge of things. Let's hope there's nothing...
It didn't seem to be anything wrong with him. He was sprinting off, wasn't he?
Yep. 223 for 4. The Somerset score. Need 27 for a batting point. Notts have really got to start picking up some wickets if they're going to get the full haul of bowling bonus points. This will be the 82nd over, and Brett Hutton to bowl his 15th. Comes in now to bowl to the left-handed Herman, and it was a delivery that just sat up from a length and he worked it away. Bread and butter shot really off his hip onto the leg side, fielded by Ben Slater, next year's testimonial man.
It's Lewis Gregory's testimonial year for Somerset.
This year?
Yep.
He must have been there more than a decade, surely.
He has. He made his debut in 2012.
224 for 4. I think this is Ben Slater's 9th.
2011, in fact.
There's Hutton to bowl to Vaughan. And he's pulled this one away on the leg side, slightly uppishly, but wide of Ben Martindale, who does well. A really good chase from the substitute fielder. And they come back for a couple.
Just checked his shot there, Archie Vaughan. He's been getting out all too often, caught down at long leg, playing that shot, getting a top edge. And I think that was just running through his mind as he shaped to go for a full-blooded pull shot and ended up just making sure he cleared mid-wicket.
He's moved on to 17, 226 for 4. Another centurion on the day is Ben Cox, the Leicestershire wicket-keeper. For many years, the Worcestershire keeper. Gone to 3 figures as Vaughan pushes this in the offside. I beg your pardon. It's not. It's Jordan Cox of Essex playing in the same match. Jordan Cox, 126 not out. He was also in the England squad, isn't he?
He is. I think he's taken over from James Rue as the spare wicketkeeper.
Essex 238 for 3. That's at Leicester. The game didn't start until after lunch, so they've rattled on there. Here's Hutton into bowl. Edge caught, is it? No, Notts aren't claiming it. Maybe just short of Freddie McCann. I think he took it, but it obviously just hit the ground just before him. I don't think it sort of went in and Freddie dropped it. But I guess questions could be asked. Could he be closer? Just seeing it on the live stream. Edge. Oh no, it was a yard short of.
Played with soft hands by Archie Vaughan. It was actually pretty well played.
Notts have been waiting for that sort of breakthrough. McCann's just hutched forward a little bit. Bowls now, and this one angling down the leg side, tickled away by Vaughan to move to 18, 227 for 4. Other Division 1 scores. They're off for bad light at Hove, but that's the most advanced match anywhere in the country because Glamorgan were bowled out for 155 on the south coast, and already Sussex 108 for 1, but they now off for bad light. At Scarborough they didn't start till 1. Yorkshire 328 for 4. It's been a century by the seaside for Will Luxton, who's 149 not out. And that's 328 for 4. Yorkshire playing Warwickshire. There's Brett Hutton. Herman inches forward and then gets a ball that he can leave alone on width. Division 2, Durham 218 for 4. They're at home to Derbyshire. Kent 164 for 9 at Blackpool. Again, that one didn't start till after lunch. Northants is where the runs have been. They're 360 for 5 at Wantage Road against Gloucestershire. Both the Centurions now out, save Zaid for 142, Nathan McSweeney for 117. And at New Road, Worcester, Middlesex 229 for 7 in that one. All the scores, as always, on the cricket page of the BBC Sport website.
And 2 dark horses for the county championship, Sussex and Yorkshire, both going well. Here we got Fergus O'Neill bowling to Archie Vaughan, who plays that defensively. And if Sussex hadn't been penalised 12 points for financial misconduct, they'd be level with Notts at the top of the table.
Yeah, they've won 3 matches. Did have Ollie Robinson available though at the start of the season. They won't have him, will they?
Saved by the
anymore.
rain down at Taunton. Somerset on the verge of an innings victory when the rain came down. Here's O'Neill to Vaughan, drives it, comes up a thick edge down to the third man boundary. It was a very elegant looking off drive, but not a particularly elegant result, but it does bring in 4 runs.
He's on the ground again, Mo Ali. Does like a little bit of a stretch. He's not worn a jumper all day, which if it's just a case of stretching just to keep loose, keep warm, you'd have thought he's been issued with a Nottinghamshire sweater, wouldn't you? He's got a
playing shirt with his name and number on. There he is. Not worn a cap all day, apart from when he was presented with it.
O'Neill in bowls outside the off stump. No shot from Archie Vaughan.
He's a lovely character. The guy's really enjoying getting to know him. Speaks excellent English. He's really loved sort of the adulation that he's got from the Notts fans for his performances here in the T20s. Sent stumps flying out of the ground, which is always a great sight under the lights. And there's been queues a mile long to have a photograph with him or get his autograph.
O'Neill in and bowls. Appeal for LBW. I fancy there might have been an inside edge. But nervous moments for Archie Vaughan, who's worked really, really hard. He goes down and gives the pitch a prod, which suggests that ball may have just jagged back into him. Good shout.
It was a good shout.
I don't know whether there was a little bit of inside edge involved.
He had got a stride forward. He's a tall man, but didn't hit him as high on the pad as I initially thought.
No.
A little bit of doubt, so James Middlebrook, the umpire, absolutely right in saying not out, although the bowler won't see it that way, of course, at the moment.
O'Neill in and bowls, and this is turned through the onside by Archie Vaughan. It won't go for 4. Pennington will pull it in 5 yards, and they're coming back for a third run on the throw, and it is a pretty big boundary down there, so safely done. 234 for 4, Vaughan on to 25.
Yes, just generally, if you win the toss and stick a side in and green seamer-friendly conditions early in the morning, you're looking for at least 3 wickets in the morning session, and you're looking to bowl the side out by stumps. And although Nott's got 3 wickets before lunch, I think quite fanciful to suggest they're going to get 6 wickets in 13 overs here.
Well, you never know. O'Neill around the wicket to the left-hander, and
Bowled him.
He's bowled. Just clipping the off stump, and that is the end of Jordan Herman. He's gone for 106, and it's 234 for 5, and that's a big, big wicket.
Yes, he thought he'd got Vaughan earlier in the over. Fergus O'Neill, but does get the Centurion, Jordan Herman, out, bowled for 106. He faced 211 balls, 11 fours, 1 6. He was at the crease for 5.5 hours. Seba Mead is coming back on the field, but he's coming back on the field bringing all the drinks for the Nottinghamshire players. I can only assume he'll be giving them to Ben Martindale to run off. Good round of applause.
Yeah, very good.
For Jordan Herman. A lot of Somerset supporters here, actually, and they've enjoyed what they've seen. And that's a lovely delivery from Fergus O'Neill. Actually, as Sermon played it on the replay there, you couldn't see the stumps at all. I'm not entirely sure what else he could have done. That one nipped back, and it just shows the value of the new ball and making the most of it. And the Australian dismisses the South African, and Somerset a 2-3-4-4-5.
Yep, fine innings from Jordan Herman, who certainly justified his presence in the Somerset squad. And this is interesting, Craig Overton coming in ahead of Lewis Gregory.
Was that your mate Tractor just shouting there? Come on, Craig, oh!
It could have been. I wasn't concentrating hard. Tractor is certainly here.
Yeah, I've heard that bellow before in the past, and then you make reference to it. Here is Craigo. Has skippered Somerset against Notts many times in the past, including the match back in April, but he's in the ranks today with Gregory back in the side. It was a lovely delivery, wasn't it?
It was,
really?
yeah. Taking the top of off stuff.
Yeah. 234 for 5.
Perfect seam bowler's delivery. And Jordan Herman just stood there for a few moments, stunned, I think, by the quality of the delivery.
I think we're both. I can't say what you think, but I got the feeling that you thought, has the edge carried to Patterson White at slip, because I did as well. But then it just sort of sank in that there was a bail on the ground.
Yeah. Yes, I thought he'd nicked it.
2:34 for 5, Somerset then. Second wicket of the day for Fergus O'Neill. One for Brett Hutton, one for Mo Ali, and that unfortunate run out from James Rue. People will say, I'm sure, that if you're backing up, you should always make sure you've got your bat in the crease. But
that's what his father said.
Here's Brett Hutton start his 16th over. Bowls to Vaughan, it's him on the pad. They're asking behind the wicket, but the bowler not interested. But there was so very little time for him to react. It was absolutely laced back by Herman and brushed the fingers of Pennington and on the stumps. I mean, I don't know if it was a fraction of a second or how long it took to get from bat onto the stumps at the far end, but literally James Rue wasn't backing up very far. Hamid's on the field and he's lost his floppy sun hat, which goes off like a frisbee into the distance, retrieved by Brett Hutton. The captain says, let's have a third slip in there. That's sort of deflecting away from his sun hat there, wasn't he? Making fielding positions, fielding alterations. Hutton bowls and Vaughan drags it on the leg side for his 26th run, 2:35 for 5.
Well, Archie Vaughan is now the senior batsman out there, so he's got an opportunity to cement his place in the side. Not that I think it's in any danger, because Somerset don't have any spare batsmen to come into the side.
Has he been playing in the Blast, Archie?
No, he hasn't. And hasn't played a huge amount in the county championship either.
They're back on at Hove. I just said Sussex had gone off a bad light down there at 108 for 1. They've gone back out and they wish they hadn't, because they're 108 for 2. There's Hutton here at Trent Bridge. Sunshine here. Bowls a good delivery that just lifts from just short of a length, and Overton ended up pushing towards fresh air there.
Craig Overton's having a great season with the bat. 415 runs in 10 innings. 2 not outs, average 51.87.
He's had his moments against Notts in the past with the bat. Was it last year when he was 90 odd not out and Shoaib Bashir got out at the other end? 2:35 for 5. Didn't seem to be overly amused. Hutton bowls, and Brett Hutton trying a square cut that's in the end been run up to Mo Ali at mid-on, and there's no run.
Yes, he was telling me he has worked very hard on his batting during the winter. He had a operation during the winter, which meant that he couldn't play any franchise cricket. So he used his time to in particular, to hone his batting technique.
Left knee was heavily strapped this morning, or it got a strapping on or elasticated something or other on his left knee this morning, I noted. Still can't get off the mark, working this to mid-on, no run.
I think that's probably his tendonitis that he suffers from.
It'll be a handful. He's had a bit of a, as well as performing admirably against Notts in the past, he's had a little bit of a love-hate relationship. There was a match, was it a couple of years ago, when he stormed back and the member, he didn't want to go, did he? And the members gave him a little bit, and he gave him a little bit back, all in good humour. Oh, and he's played and missed there. 2:35 for 5. We're about ready for a switcheroo at the end of the over. More from Anthony in the fullness of time. Is it?
No, it's you.
Is it me? What time is it? Well, I'll have to do an update in 10 minutes.
Well, I'll hand over to Kit, and then when you've done your update, you hand over to me.
There, I'm sure that all made perfect sense to everybody. 2:35 for 5. You've got 12 overs left in the day, so probably a good 40 minutes cricket. Kit Harris with us as the third voice, as it's so lovingly described. Have a bit of Fergus O'Neill, Kit.
Here is Fergus O'Neill, down the leg side, and a sprawling stop from Clark. I think, did one get a little something on that? A pad, not bat, anyway. But that was heading rapidly towards the boundary. Clark's been pretty clean and tidy. He's had a lot to do, especially when the bowling's from the Radcliffe Road end. Somerset losing that 5th wicket at a time that is encouraging for Nottinghamshire, who have this second new ball. Forward in defence comes Vaughan. Glove's quite a long way out in front. Not quite as comfortable as he was against the old one. He's battled and battled to get to 26. 4 deliveries short of 100. And it's not quite the right time for Craig Overton to curb his natural instincts, which is to go after the bowling. He's effectively an opener in a way. Very full, and Vaughan drives. He's going to get at least one run here, and there's a chase on for the mid-on fielder, who picks up now.
Yeah, Dylan Pennington.
He's put in a lot of work as a bowler today, and he did look a bit tired going after that one. Vaughan advances by 2 to 28, 237 for 5. And now Hamid is going to have a chat to Pennington, possibly along the lines of, do you want to go somewhere a bit quieter? And the answer has been yes. Pennington goes to extra cover. And Hutton, who has hardly done less work than Pennington, is the man who goes in at mid-on. Vaughan faces O'Neill again, does get something on this as it slips away to leg. He takes a single off the glance to Ali at long leg. Now Overton, 4 balls he's faced from Hutton at the other end, and the over in which Hutton finally got rid of the limpet-like Jordan Herman for 106. He's now going to face Fergus O'Neill. That's not right. It's O'Neill who got Herman. Got myself in a pickle there. Here he is to Overton. He's on the back foot defending.
Should have said that Trevor Woolley was another one of those that instantly told me about an hour ago, West Side Story.
Are we still doing that?
No, but I've just noticed, and sometimes, people would take umbrage. Trevor wouldn't, but some people might take umbrage. Well,
take umbrage?
I'll give you...
Don't listen to the Archers.
I'll give him the answer, and, well, blow me, he's mentioned all those other people.
O'Neill into Overton. And very full, and it's hit Overton on the pad, out LBW. Double breakthrough. First he gets through the defences of the Centurion Herman, and now he's snaked one past the bat of Overton, the second new ball, and Overton goes without scoring. For the man who was promoted to 7 on the basis, presumably, of his 2 centuries earlier in the season, that's a sad failure. And it means that Gregory now will have to come out at 8. Somerset are 238 for 6.
Just having a little look at it on the monitor in here to our left. Oh yes, that looked certainly adjacent. Can see why that one was given. I think James Middlebrook has had a good day actually. There's been several appeals for caught behinds that have just brushed the clothing, and he's been spot on. There's been 1 or 2 shouts for LBW that didn't just look right. That one, I can understand why he's given that one. And maybe Craig will when he has a little look on the replay. Anthony posed the question, wondered if there was an issue with Lewis Gregory that he didn't come in at 7, but I think this is him on his way out to the middle, the Somerset skipper. Yeah. And also, as Anthony was saying, knows this ground very well indeed, being a former Trent Rocket skipper.
Yeah, that was Overton agreeing with the umpire. That was particularly sprightly for Overton on an LBW. He was, well, in as much as a batter ever is, he was happy with that decision. You'd have known about it if he wasn't.
Yeah, I was just actually reminiscing 2 or 3 years ago. He got a decision, I can't remember if it was an LBW or a caught behind that he felt he didn't hit or what it was, but he didn't want to go here and had to be almost shoved off the ground by the umpires as walking to the far end, and there was a few boos from the members, and they didn't like being booed by the members, so told the members what they could do with their boos, and it all got a bit humorous. But a couple of wickets, Notts get a second bowling bonus point, and 238 for 6. I said it was quite fanciful for them to bowl Somerset out by this evening, just 5 minutes or so ago. Well, they're trying to prove me wrong.
There's Brett Hutton from the building site end, the pavilion end, to bowl to Vaughan, who's on 29. Advances out of his crease, drives majestically into the offside, and Mo Ali, who's been warming up for 20 minutes, can chase after this. They're going to run back for 3. In comes the throw. You never know on one of these excursions out to the boundary if the throw coming in will hit the stumps on the full. I fancy if it had have hit them on the full, might have been very close, but it didn't. 241 for 6, so Gregory down to face his first ball. Never quite know what you're going to get, of course, when you turn up for a day of county championship cricket. I wasn't really expecting the filthy weather we had this morning, which caused a very staccato start to the morning. Only lost a few minutes, nothing overly serious. But it does mean we're going to be playing on for half an hour, 40 minutes yet, as the Hutton grunt coincides with the ball being fired past Lewis Gregory's off stump, and Joe Clark down on his knees and then feeling his back and then looking at his left hand. He's got the gloves still on. It just seemed like he was just trying to get a bit of feeling back in his left.
Hasn't enjoyed that.
I don't think he enjoys keeping. In fact, you natter to him. I'll do it if need be, Dave, but not from choice. Hutton bowls, good delivery, crackerjack delivery from Hutton. Just about 3 inches outside the off stump, and Lewis Gregory was pushing down the line of the off stump, and the two didn't make contact with each other. Good stuff this from Hutton. 241 for 6. Missed the game down at Taunton. Picked up an injury at Southampton. To his 17th over here, figures of 1 for 33, bowling to Lewis Gregory, who will push this out as far as Ben Slater, who for most of the day has been out on the boundary ropes, but been brought into the covers, just trying to stop Lewis Gregory getting away with an easy single here. Somerset need 9 for a batting point. 241 for 6. So essentially down to number 8, just Pretorius, Legion, Ogbourne to come. There's Hutton bowls. Now he's away, Gregory, and he's set off running. I don't know why, because that's going to be 4 runs every day of the week. In fact, Archie Vaughan didn't set off running from the other end. He knew. Lovely stroke, 245 for 6.
He's played that shot better than Vaughan played it earlier in the over, and Vaughan's faced 99 balls. He's very positive, Gregory. I think Somerset are quite lucky to have Gregory and Overton together as all-rounders in the order. That, if you are Archie Vaughan, they might be coming in at 7 and 8, but you can bat exactly as you would with a top-order batsman there.
Hutton, past umpire Saggers, bowls, and Gregory eases it into the offside. There's no run. Remains 245 for 6 at the end of that over. People joining us all the time. Somerset won the toss in really atrocious conditions. There was a bit of rain in the air, the odd spit and spot of rain in the air. The toss actually took place with the hover cover on the playing strip. The 2 umpires addressed the captains. I wandered out for it in the light drizzle. They were more than happy to have the toss as it was and to crack on with it. The floodlights were on. It was dark overhead, and they looked as if they were going to start on time. The umpires came out and then took them off again, and then we had 5 balls and they went off again.
O'Neill to Vaughan, outside off, beaten. He played inside the line of it. O'Neill is flying now.
Very much so. It was only a brief stoppage, and then when they got going under those difficult conditions, Thomas for 0 and Goldsworthy for 8 were soon on their way back. 20 for 2. James Rue was run out at the non-striker's end. 63 for 3 at lunch. Herman and Thomas Rue batted throughout the afternoon session. 167 for 3 at tea. And that's brought us up to speed.
O'Neill's next ball, outside off, and Vaughan deliberately holds the bat inside the line of this and lets it go through a little wider to Clark. O'Neill is bowling a probing line. There certainly isn't as much swing as there was early this morning. Traditionally we say, oh, that's because there was more cloud cover and it was more humid. I think science is a little bit ambivalent about that. Shorter ball this time, sits up to be pulled, and it has been pulled well, backward a square for 4.
Quick update for Radio Nottingham listeners. Yeah, brief flurry of action over the last few minutes. Notts have taken the second new ball. Fergus O'Neill getting 2 wickets in quick succession. Somerset currently 249 for 6, needing 1 more for a batting point. We've still got 9.5 overs to go. 249 for 6, the visitors.
Vaughan goes to 36. Somerset 249 for 6, and that's a salutary lesson for Fergus O'Neill. Pitch it up. That's the way to go. Don't bowl short. This one is much shorter and pulled in front of square. He's got the 2 men out for the hook, and O'Neill seems determined to use them. Vaughan rode the bounce very well. It was almost a hook shot. A single to him. He goes to 37. Somerset have a batting bonus point.
And it's already up on the board, as is the Notts over rate then. Those of you looking at the live stream, Notts +1 on their over rate. It never makes sense, does it? It never makes sense.
It used to be that over rates were calculated all in, that you just had to bowl them, and it was assumed that wickets were going to fall and that you wouldn't be bowling when the new batter was coming in. You'd be waiting for him to come in. Gregory jumps into a jab on the leg side and is going to race a single as Slater runs round from square leg to field. Gregory goes to 5, 251 for 6. So if you took 8 wickets in a session, that was assumed to be part of cricket, and you bowled the overs notwithstanding the 8 wickets. Now the umpires, and this is a ECB procedure, they'll stop the clock for absolutely everything. So if a wicket falls, stop the clock, doesn't count as the over rate. And that is one of the main reasons why the over rates are much slower than they used to be. Fuller this time. O'Neill goes to Vaughan, who props forward in defence, and that ends a less good over from O'Neill. But we'll let him off, because he's got those 2 crucial breakthroughs for Nottinghamshire with the new ball, which is now 7 overs old. He has 3 for 62 off 18. I'm not sure he can quite bowl the 4 overs that will be required of him to see out the day, because there are 9 left. But, yes, it's a mystery to us all how any side is ahead of the over rate these days. 13 an hour seems to be about the norm. And then
4, isn't it?
the umpires do their arithmetic, and then you're told, no, it was 16 an hour, even though you finished at 7 o'clock. No one knows why. You've got Brett Hutton, Anthony Gibson, but I haven't said welcome back. Perhaps I ought to have. Is that what triggers you talking? Welcome back, Anthony Gibson. And Brett Hutton is defended by Gregory. And
Gregory, who's been in pretty good form in the
switch
blast. Who's Gregory been in good form in the blast? In a, albeit in a losing cause in the last 4 games, but not been so prolific in the county championship so far, as Hutton is in and bowls to him. Turns that into the onside. Not Hamid, it's Fergus O'Neill, also wearing a floppy sun hat. Saw the floppy sun hat closing in on the ball and assumed incorrectly it was Hamid. It was Fergus O'Neill. They take the single to 52 for 6. The second new ball doing the business for Notts. Somerset had seemed to be going along quite nicely. I suspect, Kit, this is what they call a new ball pitch. In other words, it'll do a bit when the ball is hard and new, but much less so when it gets softer. Vaughan down the pitch, driving away through the offside. Handsome shot, but it'll just bring him a single as Slater is patrolling the cover boundary. Got in a good stride there, did Archie Vaughan. Moves on to 38. His best so far this season is 41 not out, which he got against Essex at Chelmsford when Somerset chased down a small target
Well, he just
in
looked
a
like
big hurry.
a different cricketer when he did that.
He did. And here's Hutton to Gregory, taken on the pad. I think again there was some inside edge there. Gregory doesn't look in the least bit concerned, and umpire Martin Saggers doesn't look in the least bit impressed. Just has a word with Brett Hutton.
Quite an assertive word by the look of it.
Yeah. Maybe something was said.
Well, if we think from up here in the little sounds in our effects microphone that we hear snick, thud, thud, bat, pad, pad, it must have been as loud as anything out there. They're on their uppers, aren't they?
Here's Hutton, bowls to Gregory, comes forward, bat and pad close together. Started his career at Somerset as more of a batsman than a bowler. Lewis Gregory bowled medium pace, a bit like Tom Cartwright. Whether he consciously moulded his action on Tom Cartwright, of course Ian Botham, who also looked very much like Tom Cartwright, especially earlier on in his career. But Somerset turned him into an out-and-out fast bowler, and in the process he damaged the base of his spine, an injury that's plagued him ever since. Hutton in and bowls and just digs this out into the onside, square leg, fielded by O'Neill. 253 for 6 at the end of that over. Gregory has 6 and Archie Vaughan has 38.
Fergus O'Neill's wasted no time getting the ball into his hand ready for the new over. He's the only person in position, already at the top of his run. The fielders are still making their way across the square. He got really disappointed with himself in mid-afternoon when he bowled a fairly mediocre spell and was looking at the ground and kicking his heels a bit and wasn't feeling great. But these 2 wickets have done him the world of good. As he bowls now to Vaughan, who tries to withdraw the bat and just gets a little bit of bottom edge on the ball, guides it unintentionally to backward point. There isn't a run.
Lights just deteriorated briefly. Probably saw on the live stream shots of a big dark cloud that we can't actually see from our commentary position, but it is obscuring the sun at the moment.
Floodlights are on. Yeah.
But don't think bad light's going to be a factor.
Here is O'Neill again to Vaughan, who is on the back foot defending. Vaughan, well, his job for Somerset now, as long as Gregory is there, is to try and see if he can do a Jordan Herman.
Absolutely.
To remain and accumulate. And the first part of that is at least in principle, the easiest bit, which is bat for 7.4 overs and forget everything else.
Yep, I think the mantle of leader of the batting, the remaining batting, has fallen on Archie Vaughan's shoulders.
O'Neill bowls outside off. Vaughan comes half forward, defending with very soft hands, so soft that one of them came off the bat just after he hit the ball. O'Neill is walking back with a swing of the arms and a spring in his step, and he's directing traffic. He's decided he doesn't want Jack Haynes to be at short mid-wicket anymore. He wants him to be a third slip. So he's happy with the idea that he's going to bowl outside off. Now second slip, who we assume to be McCann, has come in about 3 or 4 yards. Outside off stump this one, and Vaughan ups the periscope and lets it go through. That was a Robin Smith sort of leave, where you flick the ball from the right hand to the left and almost describe a full circle with it. And then he, looking just as busy as O'Neill, takes a stride or two down the pitch, prods, and is now over at short leg, twizzling the bat from hand to hand. This, at the moment, is the best bowler against the best batter. O'Neill is in, very full, and Vaughan drives beautifully for 4 runs through extra cover. It was fractionally over-pitched, only a touch wide, and Vaughan was all glove, elbow and class.
You like Archie Vaughan, don't you?
I like that cover drive.
I like Archie Vaughan.
Absolutely. I mean,
It's reminiscent of his father, though, isn't it?
it's the prettiest shot for me.
Yeah, it's a beautiful shot.
A cover drive with the glove pushing through the line of the ball and the high elbow.
Highest score of the season.
Yes, you said it was 41 not out in that run chase. 42 he has now. So O'Neill, last ball of the over. What's his answer? Outside off, left alone. Somerset are 257 for 6. And there are 7 overs remaining in the day.
I wonder how good a score this is. Steve Pittard has revealed that over the past 10 years, the median first innings score at Trent Bridge is 303. Somerset aren't that far away from 303. The median first innings score at Taunton is 320, which is interesting. But both on the high side, given that...
Has he done all the grounds? Do we have a full range?
No.
To know where
well, I don't know. He
where
might have,
sits?
but he's only given me the information for Trent Bridge and Taunton. Here's Hutton in and bowls to Gregory, who gets in behind a defensive shot. That ball not zipping off the pitch, getting rather stuck in the pitch, which meant that Gregory had plenty of time to play it. I think, as I was saying, I think this is a new ball pitch, and Somerset will be pinning their hopes on picking up early Nottinghamshire wickets, in the same way that Notts picked up a couple of early wickets against Somerset this morning, when the ball was indeed seaming around. Hutton to Gregory, bat and pad close together. He's got a good orthodox, well-coached technique, Lewis Gregory. His bat always looks a little bit broader than other players because he plays so very straight.
He leans forward into his defence. He doesn't mind defending well onto the front foot against pace.
Well, he's got a job on his hands here this evening as Hutton is in and bowls to him. That's his edge, short of Jack Haynes at third slip. Again, the fact that these edges aren't carrying, we must have had at least half a dozen that have found the outside edge and bounced quite well, a good yard and a half short of the slip fielder.
The 4 principal seam bowlers have done a very good job in being tight and contained and accurate all the way through the day.
Hutton in and bowls to Gregory and beats him as Gregory advances down the pitch towards Brett Hutton. Grin on Lewis Gregory's face as he I think Martin Saggers either gave him a look or said something, and something to the effect of, "You were lucky to get away with that." And Gregory with that grin, acknowledging that he was indeed beaten all ends up.
Absolute corker, that ball.
Here's Hutton again. He's in and bowls. Gregory drives aerially down the ground. 4 runs. Handsome shot. It was in the air for quite a long time, but perfectly safe. Back just on the offside of the pitch. Back over the bowler's head. For a good, full-blooded, lofted straight drive, and he did it. He meant to loft it. It was an intentional lofted shot rather than there being anything of the miss hit about it. The sun is coming back out again. 261 for 6. Gregory on to 10. Hutton in again and bowls a full toss, which is very nearly. It is diverted onto the stumps. Well, did he get a hand on it? Brett Hutton, he did get a hand on it. Fortunately, Archie Vaughan did not make the same mistake as James Rue and was back in his crease. Otherwise, he too would have been run out at the non-striker's end. But all is well. 261 for 6 at the end of the over.
It's always entertaining at this stage in the Somerset innings when you've got either Overton or Gregory batting, because they don't accumulate. They will occasionally get a big shot out. It's extraordinary how effective they are, but it's always entertaining. And as long as they're in, you get a bit of fireworks. Now, I was right in thinking that O'Neill wasn't going to see it all the way through to the end of the day. And Muhammad Ali is coming back from the Radcliffe Road end. 6 overs left, so we assume he'll have 3 of them. Unless the umpires get involved vis-à-vis light and bowling spinners and so on. Vaughan on 42 is going to face a bit of pace now. And that was a real loosener, and it sat up and said, hit me, and Vaughan had a go, but missed completely outside the off stump. A really wild long hop, and well, the only man square of the wicket on the offside now is a backward point in a catching position, hands on knees, rather than walking in. Vaughan's missed out there. And the way Muhammad Ali has been bowling today, I would be surprised if Archie Vaughan got another one of those, because he's been really on the money. 1 for 27, and he's into his 16th over now. And he's in again to Vaughan, who climbs into a pull shot in front of square. The fielder races round, can't stop it, and square of the wicket. When this man is in, he looks every bit as good as, well, more accomplished older relatives. 46 now to Vaughan, 265 for 6, Somerset.
Well, he played that really well. It was a very controlled pull shot. Because, as I was saying earlier, he has got himself out playing the pull shot, caught down at long leg off top edges. But he's obviously making a very conscious effort to keep it down if he's going to play the shot. Roll his wrists on it.
Backward point's now gone onto the boundary, a very wide third man. And Ali bowls back of a length. And Vaughan can collect a single into the leg side, just guiding it square. He goes to 47. So, well, I'm not sure what the approach is here from Ali. He's not plugging away outside off stump, but banging it in a little bit. That does seem to be consistent with the plan, because of these sweepers, square of the wicket, on and off. I don't think he's being naughty. He's delivering what his captain wants him to deliver, which surprises me a bit.
Well, Gregory, his instinct will tell him to have a go if it's short.
3 balls left in the over. Ali bowls to Gregory, full outside off. Gregory fences at it, doesn't connect. And that was a yard quicker than Gregory is used to, I'd say.
Again, giving the pitch a bit of a prod. That one misbehaving, just the odd ball. Either bouncing a little bit more or a little bit less, or in the case of that last delivery, going away from the bat off the seam.
While the seam is hard.
Is he bowling with seam up, or is it scrambled seam? Which has become so very fashionable.
Bright sunshine now. Gregory on 10 facing Ali. Decides not to cut this ball that's a little wide of off stump, but hasn't got up very much.
They do say that the really good batsman can actually tell if you're bowling seam up as the ball's coming down, whether it's an in-swinger or an out-swinger, from the angle of the seam, which seems implausible to me.
Well,
I'm
tell you
grateful
what,
to see the ball at all.
I bet Steve Smith knows. But I imagine.
But if it's a scrambled seam, you can't tell which way it's going to go.
No. Well, I don't think the bowler necessarily knows. No. Right, last ball of the over from Ali. He's in to Gregory, who
good ball.
Props forward and is beaten. And, well, lots happening in that over. Runs when Ali's been short, and that's how Vaughan cashed in. He's on 47, and plays and misses when he's bowled outside off stump, which is what he's done to Gregory, who is on 10. 5 to go today, and 266 for 6 is the Somerset score.
Yeah, that last delivery is sort of delivery that Lewis Gregory himself will try and produce when Somerset's turn to bowl comes around. Pitched right up, encouraging the drive, and just doing enough off the pitch to, well, ideally to take the outside edge. At Archie Vaughan, they're 47 not out, and one of the very encouraging things about today's play has been the form shown by two of the Somerset youngsters, Thomas Rue and Archie Vaughan, as Pennington is in from the Stuart Broad end. This is played away through the offside for just a single to Ben Slater. Nice shot for one run. Vaughan on to 48. It bodes well for this game and the next game against Warwickshire, and it also bodes well for the future of Somerset cricket, that they've got two such talented youngsters coming through. Pennington in bowls outside the off stump to Gregory, lets it go through to Joe Clark. Both of them making their highest scores in first-class cricket. Thomas Rue 68 from 133 deliveries before he was taken slightly by surprise. First ball after tea by Muhammad Ali, who was right on the money and just a little bit late on the shot and pinned LBW. And now Archie Vaughan with his highest score, not in first-class cricket, highest score of this season. Oh, bowled! That one nipped back into Lewis Gregory from Dylan Pennington. He was beaten all ends up, Gregory, by that delivery from Pennington. He just stands there and looks bemused, Lewis Gregory, before turning and slowly making his way back towards the pavilion. Terrific delivery from Pennington. Don't think it bounced very much either. And Gregory's expression indicating, how am I supposed to play that? He's gone though, 267 now for 7 Somerset, and I think that wicket makes it very much Nottinghamshire's day.
Yeah, I was just thinking that 6 down at the close was probably even. 5 down would probably be Somerset ahead, but wow, that's come back and kept low. That is an absolute snorter.
Yeah. Well,
it's
how am I
unplayable.
expected to play that? Yeah.
The only way he could have kept that out is if he decided to play a premeditated forward defensive regardless of where the ball was going. It hasn't crept along the ground, but it hasn't got up at any point, even from Pennington's height, above bail height, and it jagged back in like an off break. Well bowled, Dylan Pennington. One way or another, that's a fantastic wicket. And Nottinghamshire have really stuck at it all day, even during a 100 partnership when it looked as though Somerset were getting ahead. They've taken the new ball, they've kept rotating the seam bowlers, and like champions oughta, they've earned their rewards.
Yep, Somerset were 234 for 4 at one stage. They're now 267 for 7. So they've lost their last 3 wickets for just 33. And it isn't as if those wickets have been cast away with careless batting. They've been taken by top-class Nottinghamshire bowling.
Now Jack Leach has come out, simultaneously playing the part of night watchman and batting in his usual position, as he's number 9. And
no, he's not night watchman. He's being put in ahead of Pretorius.
You think he's Pretorius watchman? 4.3 overs to
I
go?
think he's
batted at 9 quite recently.
He has. I think Somerset rate him as a better batter now than Pretorius. It's Pennington in and bowls, and Jack Leach defends. Pretorius has looked completely out of sorts with the bat so far this season.
But isn't Pretorius the sort of batter who he'll just switch, something will click, he'll hit a couple of sixes and then suddenly he's in his mode?
Yeah.
I don't think he works his way back into form over the course of an hour and a half.
No, but if you want someone out there to keep Vaughan company, I think Jack Leach is much more likely to do it than the present incarnation of Miguel Pretorius. Leach gets one that bounces on him, squirts away into the offside, and there's no run. So to that extent, even though he's coming in at number 9, you could say that he is a bit of a night watchman in the sense that his job is to stay there and to shield Archie Vaughan as much as possible. Pretorius in 10 innings has amassed... Oh, that's his bowling figures. They look rather better than his batting figures. Leach gets one that bounces on him, comes off the shoulder of the bat. Applause for a successful over. Yeah, Pretorius with the bat is averaging 4.83 in his 5 county championship matches so far this season. His career average is around about 26-27, but he just seems to have completely lost form with the bat.
Now, Notts fielders are really G'd up now. There's high fives between Hutton and Ali, as Ali prepares to bowl his penultimate over on Radcliffe Road end to Vaughan on 48. Now, at any other time of the day, you might say maybe this is the point at which Archie Vaughan starts to play his shots to try and get what runs he can. But with 4 overs left in the day, 48 not out, I think it's more a matter of shutting up shop.
Well, I think Vaughan would like to reach his 50, wouldn't he? But
well, he will as well if this is the field, because there's plenty of room on the leg side and square on the offside for singles. Will he take the single if it involves getting Leach on strike? He faces Ali now and drives square of the wicket on the offside, straight to the sweeper. And there's your answer, a single taken. He's happy with Leach facing Ali this late. Vaughan to 49. And the field switches round for the left-handed Leach. Now, I imagine there'll be a bit of convergence of personnel here. One of the sweepers is coming in. We've got a man back for the hook, which I haven't seen Jack Leach play very much in his life. Longleg is the only boundary fielder. There are 3 slips. And now Longleg is coming in. That seems a bit more sensible. Are they going to frighten Leachy by putting him at leg slip? No, he's coming into the offside. Oh no, we're going for short ball barrage. We've got a leg slip, a mid-wicket, and only one fielder in front of square on the offside. Here is Ali to Leach. Very full, it's the bluff. Leach pings it off his legs out towards the leg side boundary, and they'll scamper to. The long leg fielder was replaced. Leach is off the mark. 2 to him. 270 come up from Somerset as the total inexorably advances towards the exact mark of 303 predicted by Anthony Gibson's favourite landlord.
Former landlord.
Other former landlords.
He's retired.
Are presumably available and potentially in vast quantities.
He still serves behind the bar a couple of times a week.
Ali tries again to Leach. This one is full again. Leach goes for the drive. It's scythed away down towards third man boundary for 4. I'm not sure that was an edge so much as a sort of Leachy carve, a glide. 6 to him. Well, if this is what being a night watchman is like, then the game's moved on apace since the old days. Full outside off. He was going for a cover drive and it came right off the face of the bat as he played it late. Leach to 6. And Nottinghamshire won't mind this, I don't think, at all, because this kind of approach is far more likely to get them another wicket before the close in 3.5 overs. And no effort has been made to close the cover gap that Jack Leach is aiming towards. They won't mind him having another crack. With 3 slips in wait. Ali bowls to him again. Oh, he's gone for the bouncer and it's hit Jack Leach. He wore it on the upper arm or the back. He must have known that was coming, given the leg slip and the long leg, but he just didn't really react. Just almost let it hit him. And somewhere up above, Brian Close watches in admiration. So it's a guessing game now. very full or very short. 2 balls left in the over from Ali. He trundles in, lets one rip, very, very full. Leach attempts to swish it through the offside and misses completely. Clark collects.
Don't think Muhammad Ali was very impressed with that shot from Jack Leach.
The thing he wants to bowl here is a sort of middle or off stump Yorker.
Yeah.
But I've got a feeling, given the way that Leach swished at that, he's going to make him play by angling it into him and bowling around the wicket, pushing the ball into the left-hander.
If I was fielding at gully, I'd be keeping my hands warm.
Mid-wicket's dropped out to the boundary. Here comes the bouncer. No, it's full. Gully was the one, and Leach takes the single out to the offside to farm the strike. That's a night watchman. End of the over, Leach to 7. He's protecting Vaughan at the moment. 275 for 7, Somerset, and 3 overs to go.
And Laura Holmes, the Somerset physio, jogging on to minister to Jack Leach. I think he took him on the glove. And it's Kit Harris finished for today, but Kit will be back. Brighton on time, 11 o'clock tomorrow morning for the second day's play. And Dave Bracegirdle will come to conclude the proceedings for what's been a good day for both sides in different ways. Notts will be pleased to have picked up 7 Somerset wickets and to have kept them below 300, and Somerset would have been very encouraged by the form of Thomas Rue and Archie Vaughan. Here's Pennington though to Leach, who drives without timing, and it's fielded at mid-off. How would you see the day on balance, Dave?
Always nice to have runs on the board. There's still the potential, of course, to get plenty more. Not so a history of allowing sides just to wriggle off the hook on the second morning, and don't rule out Somerset getting 350.
Pennington in bowls to Leach, who drives nicely away through the offside, and that will beat Brett Hutton to the extra cover boundary. Handsome shot from Jack Leach, who will play his shots. If the ball's pitched up to him, he's going to go for the drive, and if it's short, he'll go for the pull shot. 279 for 7. He moves on to 11 from just 10 deliveries.
It's just looked hard work all day, hasn't it? As everybody will have expected. Even when Notts got those 2 early wickets this morning, there was, I don't think, any realistic possibility they were going to run through Somerset.
It's Pennington in bowls to Leach, who whips this over the top of mid-wicket for 4 more. Thank you very much. Lovely wristy onside shot from Jack Leach. Takes him on to 15, score on to 283 for 7.
Having a little bit of fun here, isn't he?
Yeah, stinging the Somerset tail.
Next one might be not quite so full. The day in isolation, I guess, is just about in parity, I would say. 283 for 7.
Yeah.
Notts will be disappointed they've not bowled Somerset out, but realistically they've seen how tough it's been for all the frontline seamers.
Pennington is in again and bowls, and this one bounces on Leach, who plays it well. In fact, keeps it down into the onside. There's a big gap towards the square leg umpire. They can trot through for a comfortable single, which means that Archie Vaughan will have 2 opportunities remaining in this over to reach his 50.
But isn't it lovely to have County Championship cricket back again? The whites, the red ball, the crowd, the respectful crowd. Not got the music between overs. I know, yes, there's a place for it. Draws a lot of people into the game, but County Championship the best format.
Pennington to Vaughan, who drives, and that is Archie Vaughan's 50. As he takes advantage of a big gap on the offside, goes through to 50 from 117 deliveries with 5 fours. It's been a hard-working innings, not because he hasn't wanted to play his shots, but because of the accuracy of the Nottinghamshire bowlers who've given very little away really during the whole course of the day. Just one or two. There was a spell from Lyndon James this morning and one after lunch from Fergus O'Neill, which were a little bit loose. But for the most part, they've been right on the money. This takes Leach on the pad. A huge appeal for LBW, but Martin Saggers not sufficiently impressed to raise the finger. It's the end of the over. It's 285 for 7, and we have just 2 overs remaining in the day's play.
Yeah, we're going to get the full allocation in, which is always good news. Thank you to everybody if you've been here since the start of the day or you've just dipped in and out. Really appreciate it, and thanks to everybody that's taken the trouble to get in touch from time to time about the various topics we've been discussing. Going to be Mo Ali to bowl the penultimate over. It'll be his 18th over of the day. Figures of 1 for 40. Pleased for Mo that he's managed to pick up a wicket on his first day as a Nottinghamshire player. Comes in now to Archie Vaughan, who just contents himself with a forward defensive press up to Hutton at mid-off, and there's no run. I wouldn't be surprised if Vaughan is just more than happy to see this over through defensively. Just make sure he's there to go again in the morning. Don't know if Jack Leach will have the same idea at the other end.
It's the third 50 of his first-class career, Archie Vaughan.
In front of his dad as well. I don't know how long Michael was here for, if he's been here all day and he's still here. But he was on the ground earlier. 285 for 7. He's on 50. This one will be worked away into the gaps on the leg side. Slater comes in from the deep mid-wicket boundary. Just a single, 286 for 7, and they'll swap over for the left-hander. This already the 15th over with the second new ball. Watts will be desperate for one more this evening, I guess, and just try and quickly get into their stride tomorrow morning and finish the innings. And it'll be all about Hamid and Slater and McCann and Clark and Haynes. 286 for 7. Jack Leach on 16. Playing very aggressively and continues that with another boundary. It went, I think, went down into the ground and then high over Haynes at third slip and away for 4 runs, and full teapot from Mo Ali there. Just wonders how Jack Leach dare have the impudence to play that shot against him. Hamid coming over to have a word, the not skipper.
Well, it's already been a valuable contribution, this from Jack Leach.
Yeah, partnership 23 of 18.
He's equalled his highest score of the season. He's averaging 16.25, 7 innings, 65 runs, 3 not outs. So I think he's fully justified his promotion to number 9 in the order ahead of Miggy Pretorius.
Fairly lengthy chat between captain and bowler, whilst Brett Hutton continues to polish the ball. No change to the field, so let's see what Ali comes up with to bowl to the left-handed Leach. Nice and full now, and Leach off the back foot drives it into the offside. Tumbling stop by Slater, but they've taken a single. Still a decent number of people inside Trent Bridge, but the vast majority that were here throughout the day have drifted off. There's maybe even 1 or 2 in the Fox Road stand that have drifted off to sleep. They're right in the glare of the late evening sunshine. It's supposed to be a much better day weather-wise tomorrow, but we've got
been all right today,
yeah, I'm going to say we've got all the overs in, but I don't think we're going to have the early morning scares and sight of the ground staff by the hover cover throughout most of the morning session. 291 for 7, and Vaughan just drops this down almost in front of him, and Muhammad Ali will field. So 1 ball left in the 95th over. Somerset's man of the day, no doubt about that, Jordan Herman, with Archie Vaughan getting a considerable commendation for his effort. 51 not out and still got power to add. Fergus O'Neill, Santon has just said, not at his best today, but the leading wicket taker with 3 wickets. Good effort this from Mo Ali on debut. 1 for 46, 1 ball left in his 18th. Comes in now and bowls, and just groping a little bit of fresh air there, Vaughan. Could have left it alone. It's gone through to the keeper, didn't get anything on it. End of the over. And that's Mo Ali done for the day. It'll be lost in all the other bits and pieces, but I thought Liam Patterson-White actually quietly did a good job. 13 overs, none for 33, just held one end up. Can't just keep asking the quicks to bowl and bowl and bowl and bowl without somebody spelling them, and I thought he did a pretty good job. The most overs, both Fergus O'Neill and Brett Hutton, each have bowled 19 overs, and this were Dylan Pennington's 18th.
Yes, I agree with that. He kept one end pretty tight, did Liam Patterson-White. Nottinghamshire bowled well all day on a, for the most part, pretty unresponsive pitch. Pennington in and bowls, and Leach thinks about a single, but is sent back, quite rightly sent back by Archie Vaughan, as Fergus O'Neill closed in on that from extra cover.
And Mo Ali is only just making his way to the rope at long leg. Through that over, he was he was only about halfway back when he realised that play was going on, so he quickly backpedalled whilst the ball was being bowled, and then continued his journey down to the long leg fence. It's a good job it wasn't a top edge that landed down at long leg and sailed over his head.
Here's Pennington again to Leach, who again is thinking of a single, and again you probably heard Archie Vaughan saying no in our effects microphone, and it was a no as well, because this time Jack Haynes was very quickly onto the ball from mid-wicket.
I mean, we talk about sometimes fielding sides in this country being a little tardy, and why can't they get 16 overs in per hour without any difficulty. I've never seen a first class game in Pakistan. I just wonder from watching Mo today if the pace might just be a slightly easier.
But this is in the air and lands just short of the advancing Joe Clark. Jack Leach didn't know very much about that. It was short from Pennington and just looped up off Jack Leach's bat, and Joe Clark, despairing effort, charging in from behind the stumps to try and take the catch, but couldn't get there. Leach gets away with it.
It was up Periscope, wasn't it? Wasn't in control of almost anything he did there. He just stuck his bat up, and very fortunate.
Well, he is vulnerable to the short ball, as some of the field placings have suggested. 3 balls remaining. Pennington to Leach. Again, it's a bouncer. And Joe Clark lets it go through his gloves. It bounced awkwardly for him, let's say. He has let through a few byes today, as Joe Clark. That's the 16 byes have gone west. 295 for 7. That he's not. He's a part-time wicketkeeper, and not taking a calculated risk or calculated gamble in playing him ahead of Kyle Verena so that they could play the extra bowler. And judging by the way this pitch is played, for the most part, just the odd ball has been awkward for the batsman, not least the one that cleaned up Lewis Gregory, that was almost unplayable. Shot in like a fast off break and didn't bounce more than about 9 inches high. 295 for 7 then, with 2 balls remaining. Pennington to Leach down the leg side. Leach fails to get anything on it. This time taken neatly by Joe Clark.
Just to say that England women are batting in the first match in the ICC Women's T20 World Cup. Sri Lanka won the toss. They put England in. Eve Jones and Danny Wyatt-Hodge are batting. 14 without loss after 2 overs, England.
Last ball, Pennington to Leach. And Leach plays it defensively into the offside, turns and walks. Well, he doesn't actually walk towards the pavilion. Everybody else on the ground walks towards the pavilion, and eventually Jack Leach decides that he will as well. But he finishes on 21 not out. That's out of a partnership of 28 with Archie Vaughan, who finishes on 51 not out in Somerset's 295 for 7. The man of the day for Somerset, Jordan Herman, making his first-class century for Somerset, finishing on 106. And honourable mention as well for Thomas Rue, his highest score in first-class cricket. He made 68. And Archie Vaughan, as we've said, not out 51. So two of Somerset's younger players playing an important role in what's been, I think, Dave Bracegirdle, a pretty evenly balanced first day.
It has, yeah. Those late runs really helped Somerset in the late evening sunshine, near on 300. Not sort of hoped to have bowled the visitors out in 96 overs. They've got a bit of work to do in the morning if they're to get maximum bowling points. Need 2 wickets in 14 overs, need 3 of course to end the innings, and then they can go about their own batting effort. Been a really good day's cricket, as I said 10 minutes or so ago. Great to have the county championship back. A word for the umpires actually, Martin Saggers and James Middlebrook just walking off together, just comparing notes, having a little natter. I think they both had a pretty good day. And just on what I mentioned a moment or two ago, that match, England women against Sri Lanka women, that's available all evening. It's on now on 5 Sports Extra. Thanks to Kit Harris for being with us today, for Kevin Howells for popping in from time to time and looking after us and keeping us on the
What's he done?
On the various Sports Extra channels, to all our camera crew out there in the fresh air bringing you the pictures, and to Kirsty and Aaron in the production office, and principally thanks to everybody for listening and for watching the live stream. God willing, we'll all be back tomorrow morning just before 11 o'clock to do it again. If you want to see the highlights as well, don't forget, on the Trent Bridge Live tomorrow morning on the YouTube channel, or on the club's live stream from 11:15. Aaron will set up day 2. You'll get an instant feel of what the weather's like, because he'll tell you that. He'll show you the highlights of today's play and bring you all this evening's interviews, and then we'll start when Aaron's finished rabbiting just before 11 o'clock. From us all here at Trent Bridge, a very good night.